This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Hello, what's good, and welcome to the September Spectacle, part of the BSC powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. The regular season's all over, so we're just having some fun. It's F-Dot, it's Arc, and it's Trav. Like I said, the regular season's over. All of our teams are locked and loaded. They're ready for Worlds in Helsinki. If you missed the announcement, don't worry, I got you covered. This is Superfest.
For the first time ever, we are bringing our 3 World Finals together for one big event to crown the next World Champions.
He's diving in. He's looking for the save.
Welcome to Superfest, where fans, pro players, and content creators come together for an epic World Finals event, where only the best will compete and legends are made. Join us starting November 1st in Helsinki, or watch online at event.supercell.com and be part of esports history. See you at Superfest.
November 1st through the 3rd, live in Helsinki. You definitely want to be there. And if you can't be there, you can still participate and make your mark on our World's Finals. Go ahead and buy the Fans Fang skin. It's available for a limited time, and up to $1 million raised through this offer will go directly to the World's Finals prize pool. So come on through, and even if you can't make it, you can still make an impact. This is a limited offer, by the way, and the only way to obtain the skin for a little while. The skin represents the latest player in our animated esports universe, joining some seasoned characters in a newly formed trio. BB, Fang, and Penny, they're all part of it. So go ahead and post in the chat or on socials and what you think the name should be for the new trio. We're taking suggestions, but the players are taking names. So again, that's November 1st through 3rd in Helsinki. Buy the Fans Fang skin and contribute to the prize pool. September Spectacle coming at you. Arc, Trav, good to have you here one more time as we're Just ready to go. Yesterday was a heck of a lot of fun, but today here in South America, I think we've got some big, heavy hitters. Ark, you were looking at the rosters earlier, and going from 3v3 to 5v5, we definitely see some crazy stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be great. I mean, this is a region, of course, which really relish in fun, so I'm kind of going to expect a little bit more on that front, and maybe some memes, some trolls, some stutter walking around the map. Everyone here is a very close-knit community as well, so definitely some big names coming together for like the first time since 2023, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, we've got a 4-team double elimination bracket. Like I said, only 4 squads, so we're doing double elim. And then Trev, modes and modifiers and bounties. Why don't you tell us how that works? Not Ark. He's
I didn't get a chance, do I? I mean, yesterday it was quite apparent that I got 0 chance. I got one at the end of the day. I think maybe today I get a little bit earlier in the show, but we'll see.
It's a lot of fun though, because on our maps, Gem Grab, Brawl Ball, and Knockout, Brawl Ball, like the maps are obviously larger. You need to facilitate a larger space. We're playing Brawl Ball west to east instead of north to south, and so that honestly, I didn't expect the horizontal Brawl Ball to make a big difference, Ark, but like it really did feel like going high or low made an impact in a way that going left or right approaching the net didn't really, it felt different.
Absolutely so. I mean, it has definitely brought the game to a different place for these players who, again, haven't really kind of been delving in too deeply into 5v5. And here, of course, are the modifiers, top line and bottom line kind of separated from each other. So we'll be voting on the top line sometimes, and then sometimes the bottom line. Angry Robot, yes, there was definitely a fan favorite. We did get to see Graveyard Shift actually once, I believe, and still looking out for things like Supercharge and Super Bushy, which I'm really hoping we kind of see today, because it does bring a little bit of a different method to the table, and maybe can kind of mix it up a little bit over at events.brawlstars.com, so we kind of get more of a variety. So we did definitely have some fan favorites kind of shining through more often than not yesterday in EMEA, at least.
Yeah, I think it's mad fun kind of seeing how we can all get involved, jumping on the platform and voting for. Usually we just ask you guys to vote for the MVP, and then you get mad when somebody else is selected, but now you guys get to be involved in the actual show. It's kind of funny to show you guys behind the scenes. Like, usually, listen, the Brawl Stars production team is awesome. They know exactly what's going to happen 5 minutes beforehand. Today, nobody knows. So we're like, what's coming next? And they're like, waiting for the fans. So really, you guys are running the show today. So it's kind of a lot of fun. Brawl Ball we saw yesterday, as I said, number of draws. So just going over and over again. I think Knockout's pretty crazy. I saw some tweets yesterday talking about just how crazy 5v5 Knockout is. So, I mean, yesterday was a heck of a lot of fun, and I think today will be as well. South America here, and then later on, we'll get a chance to see the North American boys with Kenny, Reddy, and Uber. I forgot Reddy's name. He's forgettable. 4 teams showing up here. Space Station. Hey, you're rude to Trav. I got to be rude to my little brother there. Space Station,
I'm
Food
for it.
Level, and SK Kalalas are going to be joining us here today. Ark, you wanted to mention something though about this Level Esports team.
Yeah, I mean, Level Esports primarily, I mean, for all intents and purposes, is actually kind of Team Kesso more often than kind of, if you look through the roster, you kind of got Reese, Jexiar, Brian. That's the core Team Kesso roster, really. So the only player really from Level Esports or, from the roster we've seen this year competing was actually Weepy. But it's going to be back, I guess, on the side of Christian, Jexiar, and Reese. That's the former kind of iconic esports roster from 2023 as well. So some really nice kind of consistencies going on there as well. Weepy and Brian also was shield gang in 2023, so that kind of roster's got some really kind of really good past memorable performances from both of those players in those squads.
I'm glad you really brought the deep analysis there, because I was just going to say that it's funny to have Fire Crow and Ice Crow on the same team. I think those are both equal levels of analysis for sure. That said, Trav, talk to us about the bracket.
Yeah, so we're going to be throwing the teams in this bracket. It is double elim today, so we're going to have obviously 2 lives for each of the teams. If you lose the first one, you still get a bit of a chance, which is always a good thing as well, to earn some more cash through these bounties and try get to the end of it as well and get the prize pool. Here the teams are now that we've thrown them into it. Space Station versus 5pectacle will be starting things off. Bit of a Titan matchup throughout the year. They've been going back and forward through those monthly finals, so going to be intriguing to see how things go when it comes to 5v5 between these two.
One of the things that's crazy here as well is talking about, we are going to mention the difference between 3s and 5s all day, don't worry. But the craziest thing for me yesterday, looking back to yesterday's games, Trav, is that we had some teams that were, you know, they brought in Guille and some YouTube, and then we saw Zeta sweat. They came in, they brought the best players, hard stop. I ain't disrespecting anybody. They brought Na'Vi. They got executed first. So the difference between 5s and 3s, I think there's going to be some upsets here that are exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope so too, because it might give some of the other teams in South America a bit of a chance to beat the top dogs today, which is something they'll have been wanting to do all year long. If not able to do it in 3v3, give it a bit of a go in 5v5. And I'm kind of not even sure why Zeta got beaten yesterday with the members they brought to the table. I kind of think 5v5 synergy just matters so much more than 3v3. And some of the other teams, they brought in close friends, they brought in people they've previously played with, coaches, that kind of thing, and that synergy just came a lot easier to them.
Oh man. Totally correct. Everything is up for grabs. And so our predictions, I think, kind of reflect that. Listen, it's 5v5 arc, so I'm living dangerously. I went SK Kalalas, I went Space Station Gaming. Trav mentioned it, that this is absolutely a situation where some of our known quantities could be toppled a little bit. And I look at this world of Edinho and Kyle Dog and stuff, and I like this SSG team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you at all. I mean, SSG, of course, with 3 monthly final wins, that final monthly final of July, just getting the last game of the final set over 5pectacle and a very clutch 10-second turnaround in bounty. I mean, no, that is a 50-50 as far as it goes. I think for SKC, for me, I was a little bit on the fence simply because I'm not really kind of sure who Dirt is on that roster. I know, of course, who Dance is, but, you know, it wasn't really necessarily the best season for SKC. They finished in 6th, 203 points. Definitely a rough one for them, but for Space Station and for Esports, it's always been a battle of the ages of this year between these two teams.
This one is, these guys have just been exciting and explosive on the field every single time. We see Kyle Dog come out here and might be the most talented player in this entire region individually. Firecrow and Edinho certainly stand up. And then Icecrow and Wesley coming through as the additions to this team. Trav, how do you think they're going to slot in for the Brazilian squad?
I mean, I think a team as strong as SSG, and I know we said this was Zeta yesterday, no matter who they get, they're still going to stand a chance against pretty much everybody. It's going to be intriguing how, you know, 2 top players are going to slot into another one, exactly the same as we saw. Same with Foot, though. They picked up some strong players, Cowbell, Loco, sliding onto this roster that 5pectacle have been, you know, working so well with, and how good they looked throughout the postseason in Brawl Stars Championship as well. This is a real force to be reckoned with, and they've added 2 players who they should be pretty comfortable with, considering, you know what Ark said, everybody in this region's very close.
Motep rocking the Leon hoodie might give him a little bit of a boost here. The IRL skin certainly worth it. Fun interaction, by the way. We saw that graveyard shift modifier be used. The only game it was used was also the only game Leon was picked, and so his invisibility, he was always seen because he was constantly losing HP. And it totally ruined the quote-unquote draft. It's blind pick. Totally ruined the draft for the squad that did it. So everything's on fire here in the September Spectacle. And you guys have the matches. Go ahead and light it up. Pick our mode. Are we playing Gem Grab? Are we playing Brawl Ball? Are we playing Knockout? Fun stuff about the Gem Grab here, Trav. Some of these maps have 2 gem spawners and make us get 20 gems to hit countdown.
And I think that's, really exciting as well. You kind of got to distribute your team here and there, make sure that you kind of got a bit of coverage on both. Otherwise, it's just going to, 5 go left, 5 go right. It's going to end in not end in a draw because it physically can't. But there's going to be some fights here and there, and it adds an extra dimension to what's already a very complicated, very hectic game mode, being 5v5 gem grab.
Well, it's going to be Brawl Ball this time around. Trav and Arquette's in a banger of a finals yesterday. How many draws in a row for that one?
It's like 3 or 4, I think.
It's
3 or 4.
Lost count, yeah.
Ridiculous.
Well, we're going to Brawl Ball, and I am the one with the power today. So I get to choose first team to score a goal or the team with the most total goals. Basically, what's happening here is the team in first place takes home $2,000. Hooray, September Spectacle. However, there is $500 up for grabs each match. As long as you hit that bounty, you can lose the match and win the bounty. That is possible, so money up for real. And you know me, I like hitting the gas. First team to score a goal is going to be the bounty that I choose today. I don't want anybody sitting on hands. I don't want to sit here looking at my watch, waiting for the game to end. I want you to get out there and score. Arc.
You want me to score?
Sure.
It could be a bit tough to manage that, but hey, I'm down. Sub me in, coach.
Well, we're going to put Arc in, and Trav, we're going to put you out. We'll see you after the matchup. You guys will commentate a little bit later and talk to us about how this one went. But Space Station Gaming versus Foot in front of us. Arcamundo. As we jump on into Freezing Ripples. Brawl Ball here, ton of coverage as far as bushes are concerned. Certainly something you want to take a look at. Again, if you didn't watch our broadcast yesterday, first of all, where were you? Second of all, that's fine. Third of all, yeah, Brawl Ball going left to right. It's a big difference that you might not realize until we start playing.
A lot to keep up with today for sure. Just expect a severe amount of chaos for sure, but I'll just gently touch on some of the rosters as well so you guys can understand about who's kind of joining on board of Space Station today. You're gonna have Fire Crow and Ice Crow, the combination we've been wanting to see all year long. Battle of the elements there. Ice Crow, of course, from the Radio PL roster, as well as Brabo as well, joining them from the Radio PL roster also. So that's kind of an interesting mechanic to see how that kind of chemistry unfolds. Radio PL finished 6th with 203 points in the year, so maybe not the greatest of seasons for them, but of course, combined with the #1 seed of Space Station Gaming, we can expect some pretty good stuff on that front. For Esports, we're going to have Kalber from SK Kalaelis, as well as Loco from Moekos joining them, #5 and #4 seed respectively. And we've got our draft coming in. Just to mention as well, Kenji is playable. Yes, we know that Kenji's just been in the game for a couple of days, and we've just thrown him into the mix because it just makes more chaos. So we're already going to see that on the side of Esports along with the Max, the Daryl as well. It's kind of an interesting pick. Didn't see that too much yesterday, but I can understand it. We saw a bit more melody actually for that reason, because ultimately now Daryl with the rework gets 2 supers, going to be able to then have a bit more of an opportunity on goal, get some knockback potential along that way as well. Mo, Gale, no real surprises there. Kenji on the other side, yeah, we kind of fully expected that, but I did not expect the Chester. I kind of see that as being a pretty good direct answer to that Daryl. I think that will work out relatively well for Space Station. And the Bell, a very underrated pick, but one that I love to see. Ultimately, with like 5v5, so much clustering around there, you're going to get a lot of value from that Bell pick.
Yeah, the Mo's this weekend, Mo has kind of been a staple. Kenji has kind of been a staple, and Gale has largely been a staple as well. Essentially, I mean, 5v5, Gale's push is so wide that you're going to hit many players. We saw that happen multiple times. And also, characters like Kenji and Mo who want to get up on you, Gale does a great job of creating space between him and a would-be assassin. So I think that Gale being a staple here kind of really fits, considering the 2 offensive staples that we see. Honestly, we saw a lot of the same composition yesterday and not much Daryl. I think this change, like you mentioned, is a really big deal. Kind of like the flavor pick, where we saw the melody yesterday, the Max comes through. There's like one sort of open slot in these drafts, which, by the way, these are all blind pick. We're not drafting here. I'm just using that phrase as shorthand for composition if you will. So we populate the graphic, but both of our teams pick blindly and jump on in here. So if you do see any counter picks here, it's just luck of the draw or a cold hard read. So Kyle Dog starting things off pretty cold as he takes down one player individually. Numbers advantage though. Kyle Dog waiting for the moment to pinch onto Pekka. And instead it's going to be Loco. That's the target. Down he goes to the Slashimi.
Yeah, Kyle Dog already making some big plays so far as SSG in the defense. Naturally, for Esports are going to get a goal. Kyle then sliding it in and giving them an early good lead. And of course, that bounty going their way as well. So already, that's $500 in the pocket for Esports. And we saw yesterday, didn't we? SK Gaming just absolutely clearing house when it came to bounties. So definitely worth valuing them as early on as possible.
So right there, we were all staring at Kyle Dog on the top side of the map. And then they scored on the bottom side. That is a big part of moving from 3s to 5s. The mental stack of, I'm in my team fight. Well, in 3s, you know what's happening on the other side of the map. In 5s, not necessarily. You need to communicate that with your team, and you need to be more situationally aware of your surroundings here in 5v5. Ball centralized, a minute to go.
Okay, well, Space Station needs to make some space here. Definitely Pekka on this. Kenji's a very dangerous thing because we know that Pekka is that aggro player. Many brawlers, so now having a new one to the mix, I'm keeping an eye out for him. All on top side now. Jubilee in a good spot to be able to maybe even receive and get a shot on goal, but Calva's in a much healthier position HP-wise. Now scrutinized by both Firecrow and Ice Crow. Again, that partnership I've been wanting to see for a while. Dino gets the ball, gets the roll through as well, but can't find enough to get the goal in. So it's going to be defended, I think, here by Foot.
Nice push there from Firecrow, trying to create an opportunity as Kyle just sends it down there on the bottom side. Respawn's coming on through, and this will be a fundamental that we have to talk about as the day goes on, is these staggered kills. You gotta get a bunch of takedowns at the same moment so players can't repeatedly respawn and play defense. Ball just stuck in the mud here as we have chaos going on. Overtime approaching. Kyle Dog, no shot. So it's all Foot.
Poor Kyle Dog just getting that super just a tiny bit late there. Imagine if he'd been able to have it a little bit earlier. We may have seen a really clutch equalizer there in the final seconds, but a very promising start there for Foot. An early goal is always the way you want to sort of be aiming to start things off early, because it keeps your opposition on the back foot immediately there. And didn't really kind of see the resolve there from SSG after it. We're a little bit down in the dumps, and we want to see a bit more aggression from them as a response for it. But definitely for Esports, looking very strong out the gates.
Cat. It's a kitty cat. Yesterday we had a dog on our player cams. Today we have a cat on the player cams. Yes, that's what I'm focusing on, and I think that's the right move. One game down so far, and the little sneaky goal there. Food winds up winning the dub off of that single, just sort of, I feel like they snuck that goal on the bottom side with Kyle Dog just distracting everybody up top. Jumping on in here to game number 2. We'll see if Foot can sneak by again. Pekka, though, getting the flank and taking down Wesley relatively easily. 3 players pushing forward, but everybody's here to play defense, and they take care of business. Team wipe for Foot Esports. The roll forward, but all the defense spawns, so no scoring opportunity just yet.
Genuinely can't believe that was even defended there by Foot. Very valiant attempt for sure. Speed now coming in from Calvin, and now Loco with that super looks quite dangerous there, knocking back Kyle Dog. The ball picked up by Calvin now as well. Nice Crow taking some big shots from Loco. Looking still pretty good for Esports now that Pekka joins the mix as well. But it's Ice Crow and Wesley that are holding fort for now. Now that Kyle Dog comes back into the play, definitely going to be a problem for Pekka to have to deal with. Slice and dice there and keeps Pekka low, but no one's getting the pickup really on him. He's able to get some nice value into Edino as well. Now finally Wesley does land that killing blow. Ball staying firm in that top left side.
The aggressive play style that we're so used to celebrating from Space Station, I think, is actually not translating to 5v5. In 3v3, you go in, you all-out dive, and there's 2 players attacking you, maybe you get out. When you all-out dive here, there's 3 players attacking you. You might not be able to escape, so some trouble there. But Space Station opens up the floor, and their lead player winds up falling down. So ball on Foot's half, but the entirety of the team is respawned here, Arc, and I think we're looking at an all-out push.
Needs to be a big one as well to really tip the balance here. SSG are behind still realistically here. Nice shot on goal, but going to be cleared off the line now. Speed as well from Calvert, just bringing everyone out the gates very, very quickly now. Could be a troublesome thing here for Adino to be able to defend this. Does so really nicely there under pressure and should be able to find Pekka also with the help of his teammates. Nice follow-up from Wesley as well. That's really great stuff from SSG, but are still lacking the goal.
Great individual play by Adino there specifically on the Mo, just taking down 3 separate players. 10 seconds to go, 1 defender down, and that would have been the shot. Cow Dog needs to survive here. The sashimi comes out, Loco's in trouble, Adino's here as well. It's overtime popped as Adino goes in, rolls on, and Sashimi comes out again. Not enough for the Kenji player though. He falls down, Foot's ball.
Pretty good spot here for SSG if they can just land some of these tabs. Jubilee there just taking some good damage, but again, that ball still in the halfway mark needs to come forward here. If they get to 5 with the super as well, go a long way. Wesley down to the hypercharge pass there to Adino. And Adino fires the goal as well. Fantastic way to level out the playing field.
That's the type of gameplay I like to see, man. That's real. That's the ball side of Brawl Ball. Like we saw repeatedly these squads try to find the kills, try to find the openings, just looking for team fights. And then, you know what winds up winning the game? The one-timer, the pass up top, down to the south forward, and then shot in between 2 defenders. That's really cool to me. And so because of that one, we've got a victory here. Oh, man. 5v5 Brawl Ball is, I think it's really arduous is the word I'm going to use. I think it's a lot of work for these teams to play it, but it feels really satisfying when you finally get that goal.
Adino and 5 both very low here. Pekka might be able to do some great work on this left-hand side going in now, but super connection gets that as well. Fantastic stuff from him. Needs to heal up a little bit now. The ball going down the top side to Loco, and it'll be a tough matchup there to Wesley, but they're powering it through really nicely on the side of 5esports here. Jubilee going in, does get taken down very quickly there by Wesley, and this ball should be staying firm for now, and SSG are actually in a better spot now to start pushing things forward.
Motep with a big play there to take out the defender on the south side. Ice Crow gonna fall down as well. This could be an opportunity here for Food. Passes to the mid. The Kenji player dies, and the intended target for the pass also dies. So Food, they get their offensive push truncated. And now the ball centralized again, but momentum in SSG's favor.
Pydog going in on the aggressive. Finds then Loco. There's a bit of a dance off there happening now with Kydog and Pekka. Both from that Kenji. I think they actually traded out themselves here. Ball push forwards now, and Ice Crow will be the one to score it. A lovely way for SSG to keep the pressure on 5esports now.
Very cool. That I saw a change of play for Space Station Gaming. Before, they were all surging forward towards the goal, just looking for a death ball team fight. Now they're hanging back towards this midfield line, forcing Foot to engage them, and then they sneak their forward player on the bottom side past the defenders. Really, really smooth play there from Space Station, and I think that's going to be their gameplay moving forward, because they noticed it worked, and I think they're going to do it again.
It's a great twister there from Firecrow. Just really deterred really what Jubilee could bring to the table. There's now Pekka going in, gets some great value there, and should be able to cycle this fantastically well. This is a fantastic position for Esports. Should be able to towards through, but no, the hypercharge of Firecrow blowing everyone away, and just gets a fantastic defense to keep SSG in the game.
Miguel coming on through and collecting that check. Beautiful play there from the defense. Enough to keep Food away from their net. Enough to keep SSG above the opposition. Can't find the second, but one's all they need. Space Station Gaming go ahead and take the set.
Fantastic start. Not a difficult thing to really kind of put past a team like SSG, who are fully capable of turnarounds, but it is tough when you are on that back foot, and 5esports really did lay down the mantle early on. It's difficult to reset the mental, and SSG did just that. I mean, what a defense towards the end as well from Firecrow. That was really a golden scoring opportunity for Esports there, and that hypercharge couldn't have come at a better time for Firecrow. But certainly now going into this next set, it's just a best of 3 here today, remember, so not much time here for a turnaround. For Esports will not be out, it must be said. If things don't go their way here, they'll be down to the lower bracket. So we're not in that sort of elimination stage of the competition just yet, but nonetheless, you kind of want to stay in that upper bracket. They did get the $500 bonus though from the bounty, which must be said can go a very long way for them. So I think it was the right idea to prioritize that, but they are down the set.
First goal of the contest, that's what goes ahead and grabs them that bounty. So a nice look there for Foot. However, they do lose the set. It's Space Station Gaming that goes ahead and winds up getting the big W here. So we've got our next one in the chamber, and modifiers are certainly on the table as well. We're inviting you guys to go ahead and vote for them at event.brawlstars.com. If you didn't watch the other regions this weekend, Angry Robo is what we've seen a lot. Graveyard Shift drastically changes the way that you've got to play the game. If you've got any stealth mechanics, no, you don't. You're losing health, so everybody sees you the whole time. I want to see Top Dog, because I like hot dogs.
Well, I went in for fast brawlers. We're voting on the top line at the moment, and it's actually going to be landing on energy drink as well. So that I'm down with energy drink. We kind of really didn't see much other than Angry Robo yesterday, so I am welcoming this modifier as well, and just kind of excited to see how it's going to make the difference here.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one. A lot of times when we see these modifiers, it's some of them change the game a lot. Others just sort of like raise the volume, where we're doing the same thing, but there's more damage, there's more healing, there's more. How do you think energy? Do you think we're gonna have to change the game completely how we play, or is it just gonna be bigger, louder, better, banger?
I think it's going to come down to like who and what brawler is going to be able to establish that energy drink. I mean, that is going to obviously have its kind of like very apparent appearance coming into the map, and the battle over that, and do teams value it and as highly as they probably should as well. I mean, that in the hands of like brawler like Kenji is going to be really quite devastating. So I think like just not only about the fight for it, but what happens after it, I think it's going to be quite key here, and also choosing which player is going to be the best person to hand it over to. I mean, those sort of things we've not really seen play out in competitive before. So, you know, certainly that is going to be the best way to establish any kind of advantage. So I think teams should be kind of highly prioritizing that in their attention to detail here.
Definitely an interesting, like, just something to keep in the back of your mind of how things are changing, which, by the way, I'm sure we better get some knockout today. And one of the things that we saw yesterday was teams strategizing about how to use the power up, you know, just like, oh, we're getting down to the wire, I'm gonna go jump into the gas so that my teammate Mr. P has all the juice. Looking at how we change the way that we play, I think is really, really fun with these modifiers. And like, I'm old man esports. I want to play the game as the way it was intended, but the modifiers make me think differently about it all, Ark, and it's really fun to kind of show up here in September, postseason, pre-playoffs or pre-finals, right? Shout out Superfest, and like just have a weird brain bend of a brawl fest.
Okay, wow, we've got our brawler picks coming through. And again, the Mo and the Kenji, I don't think they're going anywhere today. The Fang, though, is an addition on the side of SSG, which I really quite like here. Definitely one that can have its pop-off moments, but as we saw yesterday, sometimes not always the easiest of brawler to get that value from against players of this caliber. I mean, certainly on ladder, Fang can make some massive plays, but it does seem a bit few and far between in this kind of pro circuit. So let's see how, you know, 5esports are going to be able to deal with that. Certainly the Gale would be an ideal brawler to be able to counter it, but the Max as well, the speed of the addition of that brawler, I really like here for 5esports. On the side of SSG, going with the Bell, not a bad brawler pick at all, and it's going to be matched matched by that of FUT Esports. So just the Fang differential there. Let's see how both sides perform. We've got a fire on there as well from Wesley, so that might not have been in the graphic, but nonetheless, that is a really, really good brawler here to keep the Kenji in the mix.
FUT Esports starting us off hot. Kill on Ice Crow will confirm a goal until Fire Crow shows up. Oh man, 1 second earlier, that's a goal. Gotta be aware of these respawn timers. It's really gonna change your game. Backs in mid, pops the speed. Really, FUT doesn't do much with it. Pass up to Loco. Target up top and down bottom. Mo does receive the pass. Motep's here. Ooh, great stun coming out. And that winds up getting the takedown. Space Station Gaming on the push now.
Yeah, I love that there from SSG, just really valuing the immediate takedown of that energy drink as well, just to eradicate it as being a problem. And now Kenji Motep going in and finds Loco. Troublesome here is Ice Crow rather, and now finalized, and Motep's still going here now. Wesley finally taps it down with a nice energy drink for good measure as well. That's going to be a big tap onto Jubilee as well, because ultimately that's what energy drink brings to the table. It could be spawning top right, top left. It's going to be all over the map. So as soon as you see that kind of big purple glow and that slightly oversized character, you know that that's what they're rocking.
FUT now pushing up top. I think Max is a little too far away from the rest of his teammates. Two defenders here coalescing on the top side. And so the push completely negated here as Cow Dog passes up to Adinho. Two players behind him, but still can't sneak it through thanks to Loco playing right there in the net. Strong defense from the Gale player. Damage in mid. Motep on the good side of the Kenji duel. Now a brief reprieve as FUT can't score with Space Station respawning.
Be some big taps there from Kai Dog. Oh my word, the energy drink plus the hypercharge combo as well. Super pass into Firecrow, but Firecrow still going on the aggressive. Goes in with a slice and dice, gets some taps onto Motep. But can Adinho find this shot? He fires the corner, and then it's going to be a goal for Space Station Gaming.
Oh my goodness, Space Station Gaming need to buy Adinho lunch, dinner, and dessert. Completely saving this game off of a misplay from their teammates. Space Station Gaming go ahead and grab game one. Congratulations, Adinho. I want to bring up this oopsie daisy though. The pass to Kenji was an easy goal. Kenji instead goes aggressive, pops the super, Slashimi's the opponent, not available to catch the ball, can't score, and forces Adinho to go ahead and kind of make some savior play here. We talked about it yesterday, talking about it here today, Ark. The difference in communication between 3s and 5s. There's so much clutter in a 5-person team in VC. I think that Kenji player, listen, these are 5 of the better players in South America. I think if there's clean comms, Kenji doesn't super there, it's a goal 3 seconds earlier. And it's much ado about nothing, right, Ark? They won the game. But I'm seeing the difference here is between 3s and 5s. That communicación needs to be better.
It's definitely been quite funny this weekend to see how many pro players on Twitter have been kind of like saying like how 5v5 really is messing with their heads a little bit. I know Semantic for sure was not a fan of 5v5 Brawl. Enjoyable as it is for us to watch, definitely some challenges of which it brings for the players that are behind the thumbs of it. So far though, for SSG, they seem to be taking to it far better than for Esports. And again, with a best of 3 now, with both of these modes being brawlable, I think now is the time that they really do need to make a turnaround. They need to bring it to a game mode which kind of better favors them. Clearly, Brawl's not maybe their favorite in that regard, so they haven't got much time to change things now. If they end up in the lower bracket, it's going to put a lot more pressure on their performance here today, and to see how they were able to get out of it if they can. So much would prefer to get a game and hopefully a set off the back of this one, but SSG just keeping so much good pressure on. Now here's a golden opportunity though. Loco can't really find the ball, not the greatest of passes, but now Becca bursting in just before the ball gets to his feet. But regardless, Loco will be able to slot it in, and that's what you need. Getting that early goal on the board for FUT Esports, but now they've got to keep their lead.
That one looks like the opposite of what I was just waffling about. That looked like strong communication. Pekka, they planned on making that play from the get-go. They drew it up before we got in, take the ball up top, make the max play, and then go ahead. Yeah, that's strong communication there from FUT fantastic answer back. And Space Station Gaming has won the last 3 games, 2 from the last set and this first one of this one. So certainly on a tear here. Foot need to find some footing, and this is gonna make it happen. 2 goals real quick like. And Motep, well, he's all business.
Looking much better. Much better when you consider how just slow and sluggish 5esports were in that first set. I thought it was just going to be a straight sweep, honestly. The way the SSG are playing today, looking really quite dangerous. But they were valuing the energy drink and getting some great opportunities on goal, and now things might be looking better for them. But SSG are very good at responding in these kind of scenarios. That's what we've kind of seen all year long. It really has been a battle back and forth between 5esports and SSG. So let's see how they do come into this next one. But certainly that is the way you do it on the side of 5esports. Much better.
So for me, watching Space Station kind of transition from that loss to that W, the biggest thing for me that I saw was the clump of kills. They're looking to prioritize takedowns at the same time rather than space them out and have defenders spawn continuously. On the other side, though, I'm kind of unsure here. What went down. I think there's a little bit more communication happening on Foot's side. Like I said, I feel like that first goal was straight up and down, like just a pre-planned play. What was the bigger difference, do you think, for Foot in this last one, and how do they continue going forward?
I think just that sheer aggression and ball control as well, just keeping that communication level high. As you can see now, everyone's in a very good spot. Icecrow is in a very difficult position here. If Cal can get past it through as well, it's going to be a shot on goal. Great defense. Kaidog really did land the mark there when he had to.
Still want to applaud the Foot Esports play there. That, again, looked similar to our first goal of the last game, where Foot had a plan. They wanted to get, they did the same play, but they did it on the bottom side this time around. Just a little mix-up. Space Station, though, they did wind up blocking low, so not going to go ahead and eat it. Foot with a little bit of momentum, needing to take down a Dino. They're able to do so, but it's a trade out, so ball on the 50. Nobody with momentum, if you ask me.
Motep's pushing it back for safety there. Quite like that from him, just to ensure that it goes into their own side's feet. That's super from Loco. Now shoved back Firecrow, and the slow there is quite devastating, but I think Firecrow should come out alive here. Yeah, he does. Now, Calver going in with the drill, and that did no good for him whatsoever. As Dino trying to go and battle this one out. He's quite low HP there as well. Heck with the energy drink, getting some good damage onto Wesley, but over goes a little bit too, he just goes in too aggressive there and gets taken down immediately. So, but still SG making a fight for this goal, and they're looking in a better spot for it.
Great presence from Foot here, playing midfield defense really well. And that P.E.K.K.A play that you mentioned with the energy drink, I think that saved a goal. We were 50 yards away from the net, but I think that would have led to something terrible. So a fantastic play there by P.E.K.K.A. His team doesn't really have a moment here. It looks like a scoring opportunity, but Adinho would have punished anybody that stepped forward. So Foot properly playing a little passive. Is now Wesley packing a punch. 3 players on the south side of the net playing defense. So Space Station need to go up north, but it's Foot who are going all the way in. 1 player falls down on the side of Foot, but a lot more fall down across the way. Firecrow winds up stopping everybody in their tracks with that 1 takedown, and with 007 on the clock, nobody scores. Looks like we're going to overtime.
Oh, what value there from Loco. He's got a triple cycle there. Unbelievable for 5esports, and the perfect time to secure a goal to keep their competition hopes alive there. Oh my word, I think that was a triple hypercharged cycle there. Absolutely crazy stuff. And again, it was a great recovery leading up to that moment as well. If you remember that, but Esports really were on the ropes there. SSG were putting a lot of pressure. They quickly were able to turn things around, but just keep the ball in their possession going into the overtime scenario. What an amazing display of communication and just sheer aggression there. The timing was impeccable.
Impeccable, as P.E.K.K.A shows us that he doesn't even need to touch the ball to make that one happen. And that's what I'm talking about. Loco winds up scoring that play, but that was all P.E.K.K.A, man.
Cannot wait to watch this back as well. Just the amount of value to get off the Gale. We saw it a little bit yesterday as well, didn't we? Gale coming back and forth into the, I mean, look at that. Absolutely disgusting stuff. This is why you're going to see a lot of Gale today.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think Gale. Listen, I think Gale is and has been a strong character, but especially here in the fives, we definitely see him rise to prominence. And watching some of this Brawl ball. Ark, you're a football fan, right?
Yes, I'm just checking that our version of football is the same because I didn't hear you say soccer, so I'm assuming.
Hey, listen, I'm an international man of mystery. We say football, we say NFL when we're talking about that game. No, seriously. Looking at Brawl Ball here, it feels so much more like footy. Like there's so much more passing needed to happen in fives versus threes. And dude, I kind of love it. I think it's really, really cool.
It's great. It's when you get those moments where there's a clear lead-up moment to things as well, and getting that ball to the other side of the field as quickly as possible when someone's in a good spot. And also on the other side of things on the defense, really quite challenging to know and communicate to your team where the ball is sometimes. That's kind of my experience playing 5v5 a lot of the time, is keeping everyone aware, like the ball is currently down here on the bottom left. Like we've got to be much more aware when you're spawning in. It's quite easy to kind of actually forget that you might be having a lot more of an issue somewhere on the map. So spreading yourselves out, of course, is incredibly important to avoid being flanked and having that additional pressure come from the top side, but certainly as well just keeping a very good awareness to that ball at all times. Much easier to say than done, honestly. In 5v5 it's not the easiest of things, even for the best in the world.
I'm gonna put something out here, and it's a little weird, but I want you to roll with me as we jump into Gem Grab. I want your take on this. So yesterday in EMEA, we saw SK Gaming and Totem wind up being as our number 1 and number 2 teams. In threes, you don't really need a traditional IGL, an in-game leader, the way other games generally have. Other games generally have like a floor general, one guy talking more so than everybody else, and everybody contributes. But in Brawl, threes, everybody kind of contributes. That's what we hear from a lot of these teams because there's only 3 players. In fives, though, taking a look at Totem and SK, Chaos and Joker tend to be more leader type players. So I think that their gameplay and their style of teamwork transitions into fives a little bit easier because of that leadership quality. And it probably improves the communication in the 5v5. Do you think I'm onto something here? Or am I just like kind of crazy?
I think certainly there's a consideration to think about as well. Like with 5 people in VC, it can get very cluttered and definitely a difficult thing to kind of track. There does need to be having some clear leadership going on some level, and some of these players will be playing 5v5 more than others. That's another thing to consider there as well. I mean, it's definitely not for everyone's cup of tea. For example, many of these players we stuck into a lot of ranked a lot of the time as well. So kind of getting them away from that into some 5v5 to kind of get things warmed up is almost a challenge in itself. Quite looking forward to seeing some of these brawlers coming in on this next map though as well. The Rico pick on the side of 5 Esports and the 8-bit as well on the side of SSG. Really interesting stuff. The Mortis as well, like instead of the Kenji. Don't know whether I'm all for it, but certainly what I will say about the Mortis is the hypercharge now is just one of the most disgusting things in the game. So with that in mind, and Kenji of course not having a hypercharge, I think it could do really well. The Rico right lane already working out fantastically well there for Kayadog. It's one of the strongest brawlers to have on that right hand side lane on Gem Grab here, so I really like that pick from SSG, and it could be a really strong one for them as well. Let's see as well how well the Angelo fares in the middle on both sides of things, because this map's kind of really suited for it.
And this is one of those maps that we were talking about where we double the necessary requirement to hit that countdown. 20 gems are going to be required for either team to hit the countdown, because there are 2 gem spawners here. As you can see, a player turned it into a gem spawner right quick, and 5 Esports going ahead and grabbing all of that. 15 gems for the red team so far, and a dive at the right-hand side is going to fail. Adinho can't take down the opposition, but we're split down the middle now after a different takedown, 10-10.
Yeah, Motive there, very weak as that gem carrier, forced back and has to allow for his teammates to come and apply some pressure. Firecrow's looking dangerous with the super as well in his hands. Has the knockback there. Nice stuff there on that top left-hand side. That was great from Motep as well, as chaos ensues. 17 gems to 5 Esports now. A couple there dropped on the side of SSG as well. Wesley gets one there potentially in his pocket. He can maybe TP back if he needs to as well with the gadget if he's running it. Now Pekka going on the aggressive and doing a good job of keeping that left-hand side under control.
Pekka with 5 gems, still going aggressive. A little dangerous, but 5 gems, keep in mind, is only 25% of your bounty instead of 50. So I guess it depends. Glass half full, glass half empty, what type of player you are. If that's a good thing or a bad thing to go with 5. But it's red team that starts us off. Space Station are 5 short of a countdown, so they do need to find this kill. 7 on Pekka. Mortis falls down. Kyle Dog from the right-hand side. Not going to be able to find the flank because there aren't enough teammates to help. 1 takedown is all they need, and they can't find it. Foot winds up taking game 1, 22 above 12.
I'm really impressed with 5 Esports there because honestly, the brawlers which SSG brought to the table there, they all work fantastically well. I mean, I loved watching Firecrow just lurking in that top right-hand side with the Mortis. He was there for quite a while, and 5 Esports, to their credit, they just didn't seem deterred by it whatsoever. Took care of it really easily with the Gale and didn't falter. And now, moving on to match point, not what I was expecting to see, honestly, at the start of this series. The way that SSG took control for that first set looked really, really dominant. And then just 5 Esports started just to pick up the pace and realized that they were falling behind, and things are now flipping very, very quickly on its head. We've got to see a little bit more from Firecrow on that Mortis. Despite him having some good moments, he kind of needs to carry a little bit more for his team, dare I say. And I think with the Rico pick on the right-hand side lane, definitely got overran a bit by that Mo as well. So certainly some learnings there for SSG to try to bring into this next game, because it could be all over in this one.
Great analysis, man. Like, there's a reason you're Arc Brawl Stars, dude. Like, usually I love to get into the X's and O's, and this really was just a game of individual performance, or lack thereof, if you ask me. Just need to see individual players push their buttons better. And Space Station, well, they're winning on the left and losing on the right, so, again, glass half full, glass half empty type beat, I guess.
Mortis here. Struggling as Pekka there, as Loco gets a really, really nice bit of value onto Firecrow as well. That's what I'm saying. Firecrow's not really having the best of games right now and needs to try and find some space. Certainly get that hypercharge rolling in, because that's really where he's going to find the most value. As Super now as well. Wesley very low HP, and Pekka then comes in as well and really punishes things for it. Now there's bits of the battle for those gems. Kylo actually comes out on top, hypercharge, but all to waste. Not great stuff there from SSG.
Ooh, gems on the floor, not picked up by SSG. Have to find this Foot trailer. Nadinho does take down the opposing Mo, and there's the kill that SSG needed. Firecrow immediately jumps over the wall and runs away. Winds up taking one in the drive-thru as well. And Ice Crow taking down Pekka now gives Space Station the gem lead for a moment. Tied at 11. The Gretchen still on the right side. Going both ways.
Very, very close game. Wesley with TP back as well. Leading under a lot of scrutiny here from Pekka, but Firecrow comes in to help him out. Let's see what can Calvin bring to the table here with the Mo pick. If he can get the gems, that's a great connection there from Loco, keeping Kaya Dog very, very low there. But it's Ice Crow, which is what they need to really focus a lot of their time and attention on, getting him taking care of. Those gems they drop are going to be disastrous for SSG, who have to lead for now by 2 gems. A great bit of blowback there from Motep. Does secure that left-hand side more under control. It's the right side there where my eyes are looking, because that's where a lot of SSG's gems are lurking there between the 2 players.
Well, there's 20, 14 of them on Ice Crow, by the way. Obviously going to be the target. 2 gems does tie it, and Foot can make that happen from the spawners. There are 2 spawners here, don't forget. Looks like they're not thinking about it. They're just thinking about the takedown, and it doesn't come soon enough. The 2 gems are on the floor, bro. Space Station Gaming, take the game.
Yeah, they had to push, though. They really did. I think with the deficit of the gems, I think they needed 3 to be able to reset things, and they just actually realized it, even like a little bit late for me, actually, to be honest, because they needed to push in a lot sooner. I think Motive taking a lot of damage early on, as well as being really pressurized on that top left-hand side. So I think the survivability there took a bit longer than expected, and they were just a bit behind where they needed to be at that final moment there for me. But it's very, very back and forth. I think that right-hand side, realistically, there was where 5 Esports in the previous game were able to get much more pressure, get a little bit of a steal of those gems, and really tip balance. But this time round, SSG looked a lot more firm and a bit more stubborn in their tracks, and there was not really dropping anything over to 5esports in that regard and just really doubling down there. I think that right-hand side was really where the game was won from SSG's point of view.
Yeah, food looked like... My mom used to tell me this, get a drink or close the fridge. It looked like they couldn't decide if they wanted to wait by the gem spawner or go in.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, they just decided too late. So, hesitation leads to devastation. Make those plays. And Adinho heard me, as he winds up making the play on the south side. The enemy Mo player not as lucky, winds up falling short. Kyle Dog on the good side. So, 5 to 6, give or take. Pekka getting aggressive down left.
Yeah, great stuff from Pekka there. It's a bit of a tap from Wesley, but not really much. Pekka's really got to go in here much on the aggressive. But look, already 5 has got hypercharge. That's incredible. He's been doing a lot better. But that was not the greatest of uses of it. He gets the takedown regardless. Gets another super for his time, but I thought he might have maybe been able to cycle it just a little bit more. 8 gems to 11. SSG are looking far better, but now Loco and Calva just getting into a much better spot here. And actually Wesley goes down. And if those gems can escape there, but it's just not enough bodies to really help. And now everyone from SSG really going in on the aggressive to ensure they stay in their pocket. But things are looking just a little bit shaky there for SSG for me.
Real smart positioning from Adinho. I think a lot of players just go directly to the brawler, trying to get the kill. Adinho again, outsmarting the opposition. Arc, sometimes things go boom.
Amazing stuff from Pekka. You know he can smell the blood, but so far Wesley staying firm with the gems. 14 to now 17 for Esports have a slight lead here, but Wesley now TP there. Good for him. But I think he's only got about 1 left, maybe running the additional gadget. He might have 2, but certainly he's having some close calls on their right-hand side. Motive now the hypercharge as well as Jubilee, but now Firecracker gets some great cycling. Calvert shuts it down early though there. And Zadini that actually comes in just in the nick of time. Gems all dropped. Can the Rico there with the hypercharge get some value for it? I think they get Kaido taken care of. So for Esports now, 28 gems, and they are going back into spawn.
Food Esports running away with this one. This is the rubber match, by the way. Food, they take this one, they take the game and the set and the match. Leon, all smiles there as Food Esports. Man, this was a streaky match. Food started us off with some early victories, and then it was all Space Station for a while, Arc. And then Food ends us emphatically on their side.
I'll be honest, I wasn't sure who was going to take the final game. It was really a 50-50 from start to finish and kind of what we expected to see. I was a bit worried actually for Esports, to be honest, because SSG were just running away with it. I mean, I'm pretty sure they got some match point in that second set, and then like they just put their foot on the gas, getting some much better gameplay along the way, and just came more into their own. And you know, it's much more of a back and forth affair normally with Space Station Gaming and for Esports, rather than someone kind of really establishing a lead and then kind of just being turned around. But PlayStation Gaming, they receive and suffer the reverse sweep, and not a great start for them. They're going to be now in the lower bracket.
Yeah, a little bit rough. Big mention there, though. This is only 4 squads, so we do have double elimination going on. So very cool to kind of see these teams. Oh, man, we didn't get it. We do have a second shot. You mentioned earlier how, like, every player isn't necessarily playing a ton of 5v5. And so what I noticed watching yesterday's APAC and casting the EMEA regions, I saw everybody just get better as the day went on because they just got more and more used to 5v5. So I'm really glad. I'm famously a double elim hater. I'm glad this one is double elim, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, realistically there? You get the chance to make a bit of a comeback and kind of re-establish yourself, and I think we'll probably see this as our grand finals match here today. I'm not going to jinx it necessarily, I often do, but I think it would be kind of right to see those two teams still battle it out again, but we'll see how SSG do fare in the lower bracket. We saw Zeta Division go down there yesterday very early on, and were yet to be able to escape it. They were the first team to exit that competition in the EMEA, so anything can happen as far as these September specs goes.
I mean, that's very true. Yesterday, we were sure that Zeta would make it to finals. Today, well, it's a whole new day. More Brawl Stars on the way. We're going to bring Trav back. We'll be right back with the BSC after this.
Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the BSC, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's your boy, F. Dot, joined here by Ark and your other boy, Trav. I always point this way, but y'all are over here. Trav, welcome back, friend. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I mean, what an entertaining first game that was. We kind of, since we got, I think we started casting, I don't think we haven't had we haven't done a sweep at all, and it's just they all go the distance. Everything's so close, no matter what the region. And I mean, it might differ a little bit as the day goes on, and you know, we start seeing SSG and Foot playing some of the other LATAM teams, and it might go the same way as the rest of the year, or at least that's what I'm thinking.
I gotta bring it up again. Yesterday, we all were so confident in. Well, don't show the predictions graphic, please, because we got all of our predictions wrong until the end of the show yesterday. So we'll see how this one goes. Food winds up winning, which means I'm not going to talk about predictions because I realize you got it right and I got it wrong, so I'm just going to move on. SK Kalalas now goes up against Level Esports here. Space Station waiting on the bottom side for the loser of that matchup. And so, Double Elim, like I said, just a fun chat. This is a fun, not an exhibition, there's money on the line, but this is a fun tournament. We're here having fun. I want to see my favorites twice. So Double Elim gives us that opportunity. Foot awaits the victor of our next matchup, SK Kalalas and Level Esports. Trav, we just had a bunch of chaos on the field. With this matchup, are you expecting the same?
What matchup are we not expecting chaos in the spectacle? If you're not expecting chaos, then, you know, what are you expecting? Because that's literally what 5v5 is, just all out chaos, everybody fighting everybody. You know, a lot of Kenji swinging about, slicing and dicing, a lot of Primos jumping in. Literally everything goes on in 5v5, and it's just so chaotic. And I think that's what makes it so good. Doritos, VT Zim, and Tufa then for SK Kalalas with the addition of Dance, who has been coaching them for at least some of the year, I believe. And I mentioned Derp, he's just appeared, and we don't really know where he's appeared from.
Young kid here turning 16, jumping into the competitive scene. I think this is a great opportunity for players kind of entering competitive, because it's real, but it's not totally real. I guess you could talk about like bad habits being caused by 5v5, but whatever, dude. I'm just excited to see new blood in the esport, you know? Arc, as the scene gets older, we're still watching Bobby and OG. We're still watching Joker and everybody. So it's cool to continue to see new players jump on in here. This squad, though, not very new. Veterans of our SA scene.
Absolutely so, but only one member of Level Esports still remains in this squad, this roster, actually, which is Weepy. But Reese, Jexiar, and Brian from Team Kesso, of course, this year, they had a pretty respectful year, in all fairness to them. And certainly back to last year, you know, Christian, Jexiar, and Reese were with Chronic Esports in 2023. So I'm looking forward to seeing this go down. Brian and Weepy go back as well, 2023 with Shield Gang. So a lot of, you know, certainly team chemistry to be found within this squad, I feel, beneath the surface. Certainly Level Esports as a squad didn't have the greatest of years this year, but Team Kesso, which is what the majority of this roster is, absolutely did. So I've got a lot of hope here actually for Level Esports. I think SK Kalalas might have to be a little bit careful with how they approach this one actually.
JRXCR seems to be in good spirits. We'll see if that changes as we jump onto the map. As far as the map is concerned, well, I don't know what we're playing. You gotta tell me. Vote for our modifiers, y'all. Event.brawlstars.com, and then whatever you guys say, I'll do. That sounds like it could get really scary, so let me clarify. Whatever modifier you guys vote for, I'll make the players play. I think that's a little bit better. So last time around, we saw that energy drink. Ark, you kept calling it out. A huge impact in that last match.
Yeah, these modifiers really can make the biggest of impacts. We're looking at the second row down as well for this one, and the votes are already coming in. I went for Super Bushy. I don't know whether I'm going to get my own way. I think it might even be a tie. We'll have to see how it comes through, but it's looking like it could even be a very close call between Supercharge and Meteor Shower.
I mean, Super Bushy sounds like a lot of fun. I just want to see all of the bushes kind of grow. I'll be honest, energy drink, that's just the way Ready Set lives in real life, and Top Dog is just the way I live in real life. So this just in, Supercharge and Meteor Shower were tied, actually, down to the very last vote. So 9,000 tied at 9,000. I'm going to flip a coin here and see which one we land on. Ding! It's going to be supercharge. Brawler supercharge faster. So one of my... I don't know if production has the answer for me, so I'm just going to put it out there in the ether and maybe somebody will say it in my head. Do we blind pick before the modifier is locked in or after? Because if I see this supercharge pick or modifier, that might change, Trav, the way I'm drafting.
Yeah, no, I think it'd be the exact same thing as well with the drafting wise. I think they probably know before. I think it'd be pretty odd if we played it out a different way. I mean, looking at the bounties here as well, I'm not really kind of sure. Let me just double check what map we're going to be on, or mode, I should say. We're going to be on Sizzling Chambers, which is bounties knockout, buddy. Yay. Yeah, this is where I kind of start to differ. I know maps for 3v3s, but 5v5 it's a bit out of my depth. But knockout, we're going to go with the player with the first takedown. As you said, I like the speed, I like the early game action, so I think that's the bounty I'll be going with.
Well, we did get some clarification again, man. I love our team here. Did get some clarification. Players find out the modifier exactly when we find out. So yesterday I mentioned how we had Graveyard Shift and Leon. Invisibility is countered when you take damage, so Leon just couldn't be Leon. Yeah, they didn't know that. They just picked that. So, Ark, any last words before we jump into our next matchup?
Very much looking forward to it, and finally get to see the modifier, which I wanted to see yesterday as well. I'm really kind of keen to see how this one fares. Supercharge is going to be very, very chaotic, especially in this map and mode, so I cannot wait for it. You're going to love it watching at home.
Chaotic is the word. Thank you for that. Hasta luego. We'll see you after this matchup as we jump on in here. Trav, Sizzling Chambers, Superintendent Chambers coming on through. Knockout here, 5v5 knockout. Saw a lot of tweets from players. 5v5 knockout overwhelmingly seemed to really run the conversation.
Yeah, and honestly, I can't blame them for it. The kind of team with less players left on the map gets a bit of a power up. Every person who dies on your team, you get an extra power up, and that just seems a little bit odd for me. But it does kind of even the score and allows it to pretty much always be this 1v1 at the end. It was usually a Kenji or a Primo. This time, we don't have a Kenji or a Primo on the top side for SKC, but we do have the Kenji rolling in down the bottom side. They have that kind of aggression that they're going to be able to add to the table. But we did see some tick yesterday. We saw a lot of Mr. P because those porters get powered up over and over and over and over again as the teammates go down. I kind of think I prefer level esports just because they've got that Kenji, which just proved itself so heavily yesterday.
Yeah, I think the kit also, and again, I invite you guys to scroll through my social media. I think kit is Barco mode in 3v3 knockout. Just simply spoken, you take a third of your targets off of the map when she goes into the backpack mode. Yeah, that's pretty busted. But in 5v5, I think that impact, don't get me wrong, I think going from 5 targets to 4 is still a big deal. But I think it's less insane because there are still other players. So, a lot to think about once we jump into the world of 5v5. We mentioned the impact it has on Brawl Ball, how you have to be more aware of stacking your takedowns so that you don't stagger those takedowns, so you don't constantly have defenders spawning. In Knockout, what do you think the biggest difference is moving from 3s to 5s?
I mean, it's got to be the power-ups. As I mentioned before, the power-ups are just so different. There's a lot more to think about, so many more people shooting it. I mean, that's the same with all 5v5s, right? But the power-ups in Knockout is definitely something you really have to focus on. We saw some tactics yesterday where it was just like, let yourself die. Walk into the gas to be able to power up that last and final teammate. And a lot of the time, it worked.
Mr. P here, big prominence in this game mode. The power-up will affect that porter. And so we do see a number of sharpshooters who are obviously kind of soft countered by that porter nonsense. And when all of a sudden it has 20,000 HP, yeah, it really starts to be a thorn in Mandy's side. Although, as soon as I yap about Mandy, she winds up getting the first takedown. And Level Esports look to capitalize off of that by sending in the cavalry. But they can't make it happen. So Level Esports, first one down. SK Kalalas get the bounty, by the way.
I mean, Christy was so low.
Ryan shows up right side.
Yeah, Christian was so low there, but somehow managed to survive. We're seeing trades left, right, and center. Now it's down to a 2v2. Brian can't get these heals off, places the heal down for himself. Kenji dashing in. VT's him so much lower than what Reezy is on the other side, and that's going to be a level esports win. This is what I'm talking about. You know, you got to have the Kenji, you got to have a Primo, something for that late game that's always going to pull through.
Yeah, another big difference. In threes, the game is almost always over before the gas totally takes everything down. In this fives, we have seen vast majority of games come down to 100% gas coverage. So having that tanky character in the end, great point there. The Primo certainly worked out well yesterday. Kenji has a little bit of immunity frames. When he goes into Slashimi, he just can't be damaged. Not Nico, by the way. So don't be lured by 6 seconds off the map. He will still take gas damage, so something to keep your mind on. And in all honesty, I think that's the majority of Kenji's attractiveness in this mode, is the fact that he can just avoid the map for a little while. So everybody standing still? They're not standing still, they are still standing.
I'll say that Mr. P Porters from Level Esports' side definitely placed a little bit too high up the first one. This one, a little bit more defensive, but still fairly in harm's way, I'd say, for a few bouncing Mr. P shots, and VT's in super, and when he stands still, the extra range that he's going to get from it. And if someone lines up with that, I'm sure he'll maybe take that opportunity to try and get some damage in, try and get the Porters down. In goes Doritos now, but he should go down before Christian does, and he exactly that. JXR can't get the second super off to keep his teammate alive, but in the end, they will get a power up, and that's going to help them out for late game, especially now they've still got this Mr. P up, this Kenji up, and Tufa's going to be taking some heavy fire from Reese here. He does fall, and that's going to be a big playmaker off the map for them. TP comes in from dirt, not going to make a difference. 2v1 or 3v1 with Kenji still there, and what can Dance do alone? Level Esports take that round, and it's very rare we have 3 people off one team left on the map in 5v5 knockout.
Yeah, I mean, just like you said, we normally see it come down to the 1v1, a lot of the power being given to the trailing team. It leads to some crazy moments, but not the case this time around.
Also,
one of the big differences, sorry, I want to bring attention to the kit difference here in 2s versus or 3s versus 5s. When Kit stuns somebody, right? Your team kills the person that's stunned, and Kit winds up losing a whole bunch of HP because she's also standing still. In 5s, what we saw was Kit went for the stun, and she died before the team could capitalize because there's 4 people now shooting the standing still Kit. So I think that you have to be a little smarter and choose your moments more carefully when you're playing this character and going in for that stun.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, you know, you kind of, when you're playing Kit, you're either hopping on a teammate's back, you know, providing some support to them, or you're accepting that you're going to go down, sacrificing yourself to try and bring one of the opponents down as well. And on a game mode like this, if you pick the right person, if you manage to, you know, have your teammates assist you taking down a Kenji, who's going to be so useful in that late game, then it's 100% worth it. But when you're kind of jumping on a Grey, it's kind of like, well, so what? We take the Grey, we lose the Grey, and we get a power-up, so what? That probably helps us if anything. But Ree's going to go in on this Kenji early on, little super used as well, gets him so low, but can't finish him off, but he got his super back from that as well, continuing his assassination attempt here onto Tufa, but can't finish that off either, and the heals come in as well. Tufa going to be the last one remaining down this bottom right-hand side. Ree's tanks that, gets so many heals again, and it's just never-ending with this Berry on his side.
4v4 still, and the Berry heals have done work for Level Up Esports. This is the 1v2 on the bottom side, though, and even with the super, Kenji can't make it happen. JXCR takes down Doritos as well, and so a nice little cross-map exchange. Big heals coming out from Berry here. JXCR, such an impact for the team.
Yeah, now it's more of an even affair in this late game as well. You know, they've got a bit of a throw reach, they've got a Mr. P on the map, and then a bit of a sharpshooter rather than having that Kenji on the side. Thanks to the overreach of Reese. Kickoff are definitely going to be helping it, well, thanking him, I should say, with that one. But Porter's still spawning in from both sides, and Tufa having a tough time of dealing with that. They're just going to kind of let them 1v1. But one side will use the gadget, and that will be the victorious Porter.
Oh, look. Brawl Stars. My favorite 3v3 top-down mobile. It's fun to see 3v3 with everybody all boosted, though. JXCR just gets eaten by Dance. I thought Berry was going to get that kill, but instead he winds up falling on down. Brian, the only one remaining here. and it's just an outlast situation. SK Kalalas wind up winning that round, and they need to get another one if they want to tie up level.
Brian can obviously levitate over this wall to try and get VTZim down here, but chose not to over-aggress, just have the gadget possibility as well to shoot through that wall. VTZim, more of the same, pretty similar gadget between these two. Doritos going to go really aggressive here. Reese oversteps, but actually uses his super over the top of Doritos, but he gets hit by that hypercharged super and lands back on the mines as well, and another one following up. They do bring it down, but those 4K mines hit hard and brought down one of his teammates in the berry, so very few heals still available here. Christian going to be going in, but Dance tanking nicely. Derp gets pulled back by the walking cane, and Brian continuing his assault around this right-hand side, even drops the hypercharge to try and assist his team in getting some kills, and Christian will do just that, but Dance trades it out to make it a 2v2.
Level Esports, they had a moment there, and it's 2v2, so I'll save it for the post-game. Brian winds up taking a big shot from that Mandy, not enough to kill though, so Kenji fall on back, or excuse me, the Mosquito Man fall on back. Angelo's range definitely a threat, but we saw how quickly he could be taken down if he just winds up getting hit once or twice.
Mandy's pretty much going to be able to equal that range and, extend it if standing still. Yeah. Mr. P's going to be a real issue here. Kenji going to have to shoot so many of these, and the same with Angela, these single shot brawlers. Not going to have the best of times against those porters, and now just trying to stay out of the way because these walls are broken as well. They've got nothing to hide behind. Reese needs some controlled aggression here, wants to go in, but can't at the moment. But they're just holding so strong, and if Mandy gets a super, it's going to be dangerous for Brian, but gets a shot back in return. Drops this as well, healing up. Brian might be able to win this one now. Dance stepping out of the way. Not enough heals, though, as Dance will clean them up with still 24,000 HP above his head, and that's going to be a win for SK Kalalas.
You got to play the game to win the game, bro. I don't know, I'm going to be rude about that one. Level Up didn't do anything. I understand Kenji being trepidatious because he's a short-range character. You can't go in there. The other two brawlers are long-range. It's going to be tough to get in there. Fine, bide your time. Sure. But the gas started creeping in, and there was a moment, and they sat on their hands. And then there was maybe a movement opportunity, and they sat on their hands. There's healing on the other side. Level Up's got to make a move, and they just got stuck in the mud there, man. I think they can do better there.
I say it seems a bit pointless that the Kenji didn't go in. Like, you're gonna die to the gas anyway. You might as well try give your teammate who's actually got a heal available have a better chance, and he just didn't go in at all, which is definitely very odd, but
they just waited.
Yeah, understandable decision from Reese. He wants to try and outlive his opponents. He's got quite a big HP pool, but he's just taken too much early damage from being such a short-range brawler with no fight back. He's not scaring anybody off if he's not going aggressive, so a little bit unfortunate for Level Esports there. Had a chance, but didn't really take the chance that they could have won.
3 on the left, 2 on the right. That's how we've split this one up. And Dance makes sure that it's a 3-on-2 on the left, and VTZim does the same. All 5 players on SK Kalala standing up, while Level Esports have the 3-man roster that they're used to playing with.
They're going to be hitting pretty hard now, and Reeves knows that. He goes quite aggressive, backs off though as the ticket starts to come in, and tries not to feed him anymore. Gets a little bit of a trade in there as Brian will just one-shot VTs in with the 2 power-ups with his head, and tries to go for another one as well with the burn down. Derp should fall, but he doesn't get the heal of his teammate. Doritos will end up on Tufa rather than himself. Really unfortunate there. Doritos popping another gadget, standing still to get a bit more of that supercharge rolling on in, and Reeves just backing off, trying to play it slow. Not really going to be doing too much here, and needs to do more than he did in the previous.
Brian whiffing these shots. D'Angelo landing a hit or two winds up completely changing the landscape of the game. The gas sneaking on in here. We got 10 minutes or less. 1 dive goes awry. Doritos can't make it happen. Answer back from Doritos, and Tufa finds a second. 2 for Tufa, and it's enough for the round for SK Kalalas.
I mean, listen, I'm not blaming Level Esports, but it seems like they don't know what they're doing in 5v5. They look so lost every time it gets to the late game, and they don't make any decisions at all, back off into the gas, play the slow game and try outlive them, or go in and try get the kills, and they kind of just do that mid-ground where they're just getting hit by absolutely everything and doing nothing themselves. Doritos going to go in, does get the trade with Cristiano, though, and that's, it's the name of the game with that brawler. But we'll see if Level Esports are going to be able to pull through now that they don't have the threat of the kit getting someone.
I I got to agree there, man. Just a ton of chaos on the side of Level Esports. When things are going wild, they're strong. These are great players. So when things are going crazy, Level Esports winds up looking real good because they're just kind of out brawling. But when things slow down a little bit, and SK Kalalas are able to be like, all right, no, let's make a plan, let's figure it out, that's when things start to unravel for Level Up, and they seem to lose experience like it's EverQuest in 1999. So a little bit rough stuff for the red team here. 4-4, as we lost the Gray and the Kid on Level and Kalalas respectively.
We've got a few supers, a few hyperchargers here as well, as Tufa has his and VT's him trying to line up a nice little double here. Goes for the right hand side and finds JXCR, but doesn't get the kill. He's just going to spam a few heals and even pop a gadget along the way as well, but did cycle out this super nicely, has it back already and waiting for another opportune moment.
Where is that moment? Not here for the Gray, as Brian winds up finding that hit. Again, this Angelo so powerful that a single shot winds up changing the landscape. And the landscape is changing to get smaller. The gas coming in from all sides. Brian winds up donating himself to the cause. Just 2 for remaining, and he takes down Weepy. But he can't take down Riz. Split down the middle, 1-1. Round 3 here will wind up winning the set. Match.
I say Barry almost went down there to the super VT's him off spawn, knows exactly where they're going to be, and with 5 people on the map, if you just throw it out, there's a chance it's probably going to hit someone off spawn, no matter where they're standing. Doritos has a super here, knows his teammate's going to back him up if he does go in, but he needs that trade if he chooses to make that move. And at the moment, just not really got the positioning for it unless some of these sharpshooter teammates are going to be able to help him out. VT's in, flashing the super, throws it out. Reese is clipped by it, but instantly healed back up by Barry. Another one thrown out. Barry gets hit by that one, and they're just taking shots to the face, and he got another one back from that as well, thanks to this supercharged modifier that we're rolling with. Reese going to go in. Now everybody's going in from that side as well. Barry goes down, and Kenji gets a nice trade in there on the kit.
Really good punish from Kalalas. That was, honestly, Level made a fantastic play, and Kalalas needed to get the bite back. So that takedown onto Barry, a big deal, not just because it was a 1-for-1, but because Barry bringing all of that sustain, the poke from Kalalas is going to stick a little, it's going to be stickier now that there is not that healing on the other side.
Tick just continuing to throw out some shots, and BT's in looking for yet another super, but he does get hit along the way, and he's quite low now. Brian goes for the shot, not the gadget along with it. Christy will pick up Derp along the way, and these Mr. P porters still keeping them in the mix. They do have more power-ups, and a Mandy super's going to be devastating now that they're powered up. Throws it out to the right, but Ree's going to tank that with a gadget nicely, but he did cycle it out. Gadget from Christian used there, the walking cane to break all of those walls up, but how dangerous is it going to be? And he actually misses it totally. Christian goes for another one now as well. Has the TP, doesn't actually use it just yet. Brian coming in, everybody going in, and Kenji doing so much work. That's going to decide it. Level Esports take the first set, and eventually they start aggressing at the end, and eventually they start getting wins.
That's exactly what they need to do. And listen, before I told y'all, all right, I'm going to be rude, and I just laid into Level Up. Well, now I get to do the other side. That is the adaptation that we're looking for, bro. Like, you came in and they sat on their hands. They didn't do anything, and that's why they lost Trav. And then this time around, fool me once, they say. And they just, the gas comes in and they hit the gas pedal. And we see that all-in dive, and it pays off.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, that's what we've been wanting the whole time. Brian using these hypercharges. Look how aggressive they were towards the end of some of these as well. It's like, you can't lose this. And this is where they had 3 people on the map and managed to get the kills because they went in, because the hypercharges were being used, because Brian was getting useful supers, healing himself up and getting big damage in. And every time they go aggressive in the late game, they seem to come away with wins. And I mean, that's, you know, it's the name of the game. If Level Esports do choose to do that with the Kenji, that's the whole reason you bring that brawler in. If you're not going to go aggressive, just go a sharpshooter. It was SKC who did get the bounty though, and it seems whoever loses these first sets seems to come away with the bounty, because we saw SSG winning the first set and losing the bounty, and we see Level Esports winning their first set and they lost the bounty as well. So that seems to be the name of the game. People just playing for the cash rather than, you know, the progression and moving on in the bracket.
Very, very true. Very, very true. Well, coming up next, we have our second man, after doing knockout, I always get confused. Round, game, set, match. So we have our next set match. We have our next set coming up. It's going to be, well, again, you got to tell me, gem grab, brawl ball, or knockout. You know that I want to see knockout. That has been my favorite to watch over this past weekend. I think the chat's favorite has largely been Brawl Ball. And I'm coming around to it, to be honest with you. I really like the way just traditional football is kind of shown in 5's Brawl Ball. Do you have a favorite game mode that's put out here so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's Brawl Ball. It's Brawl Ball all day long. You know how we English people are with the football. And as you say, it seems a lot more like the sport when you add some more people in there and add the more possibilities of the passing plays, people moving around the map going unnoticed. Even some of the through balls we've been seeing to, Mo Supers, Daryl Supers, Kenji Supers, all that kind of thing. It's all been spectacular in Brawl Ball, and I do love that mode. But Knockout, it draws on long Knockout, but when you get to the end, that's when it gets exciting.
Well, because you told me Brawl Ball was your favorite, I straight up took Brawl Ball out of the list to vote on. So we got Knockout 52-48, so very slightly Knockout. But because you told me what your favorite was, I just decided to take that one out. So we're going to Knockout, baby boy. How does that make you feel?
I honestly probably would have preferred to see Gem Grab just because we've just seen a very long-winded game of Knockout, I will say. Like, I love Knockout. If anything, if it was first set and we had Knockout or Gem Grab, I'd go Knockout because it has been very entertaining. But that was an extremely long-winded game of Knockout, and every single, set of Knockout that we've seen throughout the September Spectacle, all regions, has pretty much gone all the way to the end of every game, all the way to every round, and it gets a lot. It gets a lot.
It really does. Here's the thing, though, because Level Up Esports, we were very aggressive towards them for their lack of aggression. But if you look at that draft, Trav, there's not really the difference between the way you look at team fights in 5s and 3s is very different. There's no traditional initiator. There's no primo to jump in and start. There's no kit to jump in and start. And so it felt like there was a stutter. They didn't know how to make that happen. Now coming into Knockout again after the 5, maybe they'll have a better composition. Maybe they'll have a little bit more traditional initiation to make that happen. So maybe we'll see a little bit of a level up for Level Esports.
Yeah, the Knockout maps, they seem to have been very 50-50 over the September Spectacle. Like, are we bringing in range, or are we just going Primo Kenji kit? That's the kind of question they've been asking themselves, depending on the map, depending on, which one we're on throughout Knockout. That has been what they're going for. It's kind of just the composition of, is it, Mandy, Gray, Angelo, or are we rolling with the Primos and just diving on in, like we saw out quite a lot of EMEA yesterday. And I'm preferring the diving comps. The battles towards the end of the Primo versus Primo have been quite insane, where they're just suplexing each other over shoulders, jumping on each other. It's been a real wrestling match.
Well, with one down, Level Esports. I keep saying level up, man. Changing things around as we jump into a different map here, a very different map. The mid, a little bit more tough to walk around in, obviously, with a bunch of different pitfalls and stuff. So wondering how this will change the composition. I mean, we already saw a bunch of Angelo.
Yeah, we're gonna see Angelo. Yeah.
So we'll see it here as we jump into Riverbank Crossing is the name of the map, and this is the name of our draft. So we do get that Primo you were asking for, but it's in the hands of Tufa on Kalalas.
I don't know which combo I'm on. I was asking for the Primo, but I was asking for it kind of on a little bit of a different map. I feel like this one's kind of still not closed off because there's a lot less walls, but there's a lot of water there. There's still a lot of grass, and I'm not seeing any kind of specific wall breakers on this on either side of the comp other than the walking cane of the Grey. But I'm kind of still liking the Level Esports comp. It just seems a bit better for this map, this mode, with the water and the range that's going to be required.
Jumping on in here. Dude, this is one of my favorite patches. The SpongeBob Primo skin is just so good, dude. Look at
I love it. It's a little spongy head bobbing around. It's amazing. But they always have good Primo skins. That's the thing. I don't think I dislike any of the Primo skins.
That's fair. That is totally fair. The Mr. Krabs tick across the way, though. Forget about the skin. He's bringing the damage. Big stuff coming out from the Tick. Another character that is a little bit more impactful in Fires because of how often he's hitting people, and so how often that super winds up coming up. Level Esports do wind up fighting their way back into it, though. It's a 3-on-2.
Doritos really going for Christian right now, does find him along the way, and the TP out accidentally by Reese will make it a 1v1, and Angelo has the water, going to be able to survive the gas a lot longer on those in the middle when it does start to close in, and Reese just playing it slow, playing it calm, and who can blame him for it? Does kind of need to aggress, goes for the TP, and then instantly backs up, then goes back in, and he's kind of in between two mines at the moment, and who can blame him for it, because it's going to be tough to win.
Well, nice little teleport there. This really is just VT Zim. Will he mess it up, right? If he misses shots, he loses. If he hits each one, it's a W. Riz dancing, ain't got the shoes. Angelo winds up winning it, as he should.
I mean, this is the thing. Should SKC be winning that? It was a 4v2. When do you ever see, teams losing 3v1s in 3v3? That's the thing. That's what's kind of questioning me with knockout 5v5. Level Esports would never lose that, would they, in a normal 3v3? But these power-ups, they change the hierarchy of power in the game. It just allows these returns and allows it pretty much always brings it back to a 1v1, which is entertaining for the late game. Don't get me wrong, but when it's an Angelo versus Kenji, we know which way that's going.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We'll see how it all crumbles. Big push up top from the Kenji player. We'll see if he winds up with a surprise flank. Nope. Everybody knew he was there. Level Esports still has this 4-on-3. We saw how it went last time, Trav, so gotta watch out for that one.
Question if they're going to be able to pull through this time and play more as a team rather than getting picked off one by one to bring it back to that. Picked off one by one to bring it to the 1v1 in the end. VT Zim going to be targeted now by the Kenji. Reese going in. VT Zim's going to jump out and they're all falling. It's a 4v1. Can Dance do it? Usually I'd say no, but for some reason I've got a little bit of faith.
I mean, we'll see. He's got a whole bunch of power-ups along the side, so... Domino 1, Domino 2, Domino 3, Protesto! Dance!
Oh, come on.
Versus Weepy. And it's Dance.
Yeah, I've got no words.
Doritos out here just laughing as well. I mean, yeah. Mo's kind of nuts, but that power-up's a little nuts. So there's that.
Do you understand how hype that would have been if it happened with no power-ups? I'd have been jumping out my seat at what Dance has just done there, and it was definitely something. But I can't be so hyped by it because I literally say, yeah, it's a 4v1. Who knows? Usually they'd win, but Dance has now got a chance, and I've literally got no words for what just happened.
I mean, it was a spectacle. Welcome to September. I'll wake you up when it ends. Still some more of our knockout to go here. The Primo, did it make the impact that we wanted to see?
I actually didn't even really see the Primo do anything at all.
That's why I asked you.
Yeah. I think it is, because of the map. It was a long-range map, and not long-range, kind of mid-range. With the water in the middle, it was going to be very difficult for a Primo to do anything against some of the long-range capabilities brought in. But yeah, it really did nothing. I'd like to see it on a more closed-off map like we saw yesterday, the knockout map with the launch pads that kind of don't go into the middle and go over. I definitely prefer that, but at the same time, we'll see if it can do a little bit more. I mean, they won, so it doesn't matter, but I'd like to see 2for do a bit more.
Starting a new one. Level Esports do have one in the set column, so if they win this set, they win it all, but it is a long journey to get there. We have one set down, and it's SK Kalalis's, so if they win 2 rounds, we're good here. I swear, knockout scoring is less confusing than it sounds. Brian starts us off, taking down Dance, so we won't see the Mo return. But it's Dancer back with 2 on the other side.
Well, Doritos versus Reed, a little bit helpful on the way as well. Christian going to TP in. Doritos falls and makes it a 4v2 once more. They pulled through multiple times at this point with these kind of conditions, and VTZim is going to fall. But it's a 1v3. It's Tufa. I don't like his chances as much as the others, but this would be a big proving point after what we've just said about the Primo.
I mean, he's got 60,000 HP. They know where he is. The separation. This is a cure. Oh, the giveaway. Gray dies to power up Brian and Weepy, and that is a good choice. Having Angelo with a whole bunch of juice, certainly a good look.
Brian trying to get the shots in, has the super now as well. Tufa wants to make the move, over jumps it massively though, and surely that's going to be the end of Tufa at this moment, but he gets another jump, and I'm sure he gets the hypercharge on the way, but that is going to be Level Esports. Was a little bit worried there, probably would have been able to get the job done, even hit that super, but he cycled it out, got the hypercharge back as well, so he's not going to be too disappointed because you don't expect them to win it, but I had hope.
Smart play by the Gray again to kind of bring that one up. I think it's fun. Creative use of game mechanics, if you will. As Doritos goes on in, there's the Slashini, and he cuts down Weepy for an early start, and I think he's going to keep it going. Nope. JXCR kills him. Really cut him down. I thought it was coming, Trav.
Yeah, Tufa so low, now goes in with the hypercharge, brings them back into all of his teammates. They need to try and get the trade, but he doesn't get it. Just about does as the slice and dice come through there from Reese, 2 of them versus 3 at the bottom side, but power-ups in the hands of SKC. TP comes on to Christian, and he uses one of his own to get away and get out, but needs to use it again to try and survive this burn down damage that VTZim's bringing to the table with that super on the floor. Dirt TPs once more, misses the killing blow onto Christian, and now they're all just going to back off, heal up, and SKC going to continue this aggression forwards.
Christian with a fantastic play there. Couldn't do it again there for JXCR. Brian consistently either second or LMS here, last man standing. There's real strong anchor play from the Angelo, which is exactly what you want from your long-range sharpshooter. It means A, he's keeping correct range, and 2, he'll have a big bonus in the end. As Derp winds up taking down Christian, and here's Brian's moment. 2 shots of whatever will do it, and it's enough.
Just enough of that, I will say, though. Almost brought it back in those last few seconds with the TPs. I don't know if you kind of wasn't aware, or Brian for his side was aware that, you know, a TP of his own teams was there for him to get some heals along the way as well, but had faith in himself, had faith in the super that he placed down on the floor to be able to win that one, and Level Esports did just that. So only 1 more required for them to take this entire series now, but 1 for SKC will bring it back even.
A fun one for sure, you know, and like the back-to-back knockout, I think, was cool. I think these players really have leveled up a little bit, even just from 1 match. Like, straight up and down, I'm seeing better play from almost everybody in the server with every single game that we do.
He sees him over the right side now, just trying to evade a few shots and stay in the mix. Derp gets hit pretty early on as well, and just trying to build up some supers along the way. Level up, pretty happy to just play the slow game, wait until the end, considering they've got this Kenji, as long as Tufa goes down before that, which for the most part he has. He had that kind of 1 round where he lived for quite a while and then died at the end, but Brian picks up 1 nice and early on. Weepy throws out a gadget as well, which will force Derp and Doritos to use a few little bars of ammo, and Brian placing down a super himself to try and get some big hitting shots on Tufa, and everybody on the team really focusing down on this aggressive play now, trying to pinch back on the Kenji. He'll use super and get 2. Doritos still moving forwards, and another super in hand as well. Might be able to secure Brian, but Brian backs off just far enough to stay alive, and it is a 3v4. SKC, maybe Tufa just kind of wants to provide some help to his teammates, even if he didn't want to. He did in the end.
Oh my goodness. Kalalas trying out for the baseball team. Just huge throws, bro. Derp falls down as well, and now it's all up to Dance. We've seen this episode before. Can he do it again is the question. Gas seeping in, 10% HP for the mouse. The thumbs down dropped 1 more time. Brian and the tick lie in wait. And again, due to the way the Mo dashes in and gets it done, Dance totally can take this 1v2, especially against a brawler like Angelo. Matter of positioning if he can make it on happen. And he can't.
Well, that'll almost do it for Level Esports then. Really nice stuff to be able to end that one off and win the round, put themselves in a very good position to take this entire set, game and series along with it. One round stands in between them now as Dance does have the super, can make a big difference as we saw before in his 1v4 spectacular from the previous games. Porter being placed down with a gadget from 5eptember, trying to work his way towards a Porter spawner of his own. And Reese just chooses to back off, doesn't want to over-aggress too much. Angelo with a super goes a long way, but SKC seems to be the ones playing it slow.
Level Up Esports get this round. They do win the set, which means they win the match. So, big moment here for Level Esports. SK Kalalas have Sisyphean task in front of them. They got to win 2 rounds and they got to order the whole Grand Slam. So, for now, Level Up with the wind beneath their wings, grounded by Dance.
Yeah, Dance will get Christian, but Brian will be able to get the trade out. VTZim does fall low, and Brian wanted that kill. But a shot of VTZim's own will keep him alive, keep him out of the way, and Tufa just waiting along the right-hand side there. Got a super in hand, so can actually be useful now, rather than just kind of standing by and getting hit and providing some help to his teammates, rather than actually doing something himself. Reese sees that and wants to move forward towards him. Primo throws down a meteor, wants to wall break along with it, and does get it as well. JXCR super in hand, so the tick head might be coming in, and hypercharge along with it will be a big help.
VTZim all by himself on the left-hand side and popped like a pimple. Brian just doing a great job, and Riz finally stepping up. This Kenji's been quiet all game. This is the time to make the moment, make the match point happen. But he will fall just short in the Kenji duel. Real smart play by Kalalas' Kenji player, by the way. Just understanding the health differential there, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, they were both in the gas, so why not just run away if you've got a bit more HP? Can't blame him for it, and definitely a smart thing to do from Doritos. Definitely won his team that round after the opposing Kenji was really trying to make some big moves to get the plays in and get the win back to their side so they can continue through this upper bracket. What a piercing shot that was from Brian. Great gadget from him. Doritos and Derp forced to use some utility to stay alive there. Now he has the hypercharge moving forwards, chooses not to use it and just throws a plain super down. Kenji super will come in and might do some great work, but opposing one himself as well. Tufa very low, so low, but Kenji's actually going to go down. What a helping hand that's going to be for SKC.
Great play from the Primo. Kind of finally, I want to say. Big impact there. But it's Level Esports that are making it happen. Doritos and Dance here left on the field versus 4. Mo was able to make it happen earlier. Doritos did fall down, but had some moments. Now a 2-on-3 as Christian falls to the hand of the mouse. Level Esports taking a step back.
Yeah, they really need to pepper him from range and try play that game, not let them in close. Dance dodges that nicely, and Doritos needs to make the move, allow his teammate to heal up, but here comes the ticket. That's going to be big damage in. Doritos popping a gadget there to try to stay alive now, and 5eptember wants to get Dance down and might be able to do it. Dance looks to go aggressive, flashes the super. He knows when to go in. Going in now. Knockback's not going to be there from JXCR. Dance comes out of that mode, and that's still a 2v3. Surely something that Level Esports should be able to win and finish this one off, but the hypercharge super's down. Power provided to Brian, used by Kenji, but that's not going to be enough. Brian will win it out thanks to the healing and health that he had. Anyway, Level Esports do it, and that's going to be them moving along the upper bracket and knocking SKC down to the lower.
We're not doing MVPs here, but Brian is my MVP. Listen, him winding up as the LMS time and time again is a little bit him just playing his, like, doing what's expected. He's a long-range sharpshooter, sit in the back, right? However, we also saw the play when he was there as the last man standing. That could be a little nerve-wracking. Clutch or kick starts being shouted in VC. There's 4 people staring at you. That could be tough. But he stood up. He willingly was able to play that anchor role, consistently be the last guy around, and then Trav also consistently make that play.
I mean, you can see through multiple of these highlights that he was the last man, and he was the real difference maker on this team. Doritos did a good enough job, about as good as he could do in this situation against the Tick, throwing out a hypercharge, wasting some of his ammo before he went down, and provided the power up and the extra health, the extra damage to his teammate and Brian. But yeah, as you say, we don't do MVPs, but if there was one, that's our man.
The hat stays on. Level Esports moves up. SK Calalas moves on down. So they're going to be going up head-to-head up against Space Station Gaming. Wound up losing our opening matchup, right? So it's going to be SSG versus SKC. An interesting one down there. And this is double elimination, not triple elimination. So whoever winds up losing on that side, we say adios and we just, much love. Event.brawlstars.com. Lock in, honestly, with us. This is paint by numbers. Y'all are calling the shots. We are figuring out the adventure as it goes, voting on modifiers and game modes and all this stuff. Last time I trolled Trav, I took Brawl Stars out, or excuse me, Brawl Ball out of the rotation. I gotta add it back. So give me like 10 seconds, and we'll be right back with Arc and more Brawl Stars.
Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
我が家世界の片隅にある安息の地何人たりとも触れることのできない全てが揃った楽園だった台所食材憩いの場情熱技巧お客様そして何よりも家族がいた戦いには戻らぬと誓っていた。だがあの者たちは許せん。スターパークは今知ることになる。寿司の真髄を。
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Welcome back to the September Spectacle. We're having fun here. It's the Brawl Stars Championship presented by the Snapdragon Pro Series. F. Trav and Arc right in the middle. Arc, a fun one to watch. That last one, some knockout action, which we didn't really get to see too much. What are your thoughts?
always. It's very exciting to see those final moments in Knockout, but certainly so for Level Esports. I think they played a very, very good game. I loved that quad kill from Dance. I think that for me stole the show, didn't it, really?
Well, we'll show you the bracket if you've missed what's been going on. We've got 4 teams coming out here and a little bit of double elimination action so we can see kind of our favorites go head to head. So SK Kalalas just wound up taking down their opposition and puts them in position, or well, excuse me, wound up falling down to their opposition, which puts them in position to play against Space Station, who, y'all, yesterday we saw Zeta Division, who was pretty much unanimously figured out to be the #1 team, go out first. In my opinion, this SSG team is the best on paper, and now they're playing their elimination match here, Trav.
Definitely a little bit worrying for them if the trend goes on, but I do have faith with them. If Level Esports can sweep SKC, Space Station should be able to as well. I think that's probably how it should go, but you never know. Anything can happen in 5v5, and if yesterday's anything to go from with my 2 total predictions, it can definitely go either way.
Well, I leaned the wrong way in the semifinals, but coming down to the lower semis and the upper finals, looks like we're all in agreement here. Arc, Foot, and Space Station Gaming across the board for the casters.
Yeah, it's like Trav's copying me to play a save, didn't it, really? I mean, I don't blame him. I do know this region incredibly well. I did play some more predictions as the complete batch, by the way, from the event site before we started the show. So locked in the grand finals already. But, you know, hey, Trav's doing it bit by bit. So he has to kind of like try to see who's actually in the game before he places that prediction. So I understand it. It's fair enough.
Fair enough. It offends me, you locking in your predictions before the rest of the day, because you gotta like change with new information. But on the other side, man, there's like something extremely like manly and tough guy of just, I've made my choices. And I think
I wouldn't go that far. I'm not sure we can use those words to describe Arc, to be honest with you.
The roast. Oh my goodness, y'all can't cook food, but you can cook each other. Space Station Gaming, SK Kalalas, we see Fire Crow and sleepy friends in the background. Little friend and the cat. I'm such a fan of this cat. More pets on camera. If you're a player, I want to see your pets. Here's Tufa in the squad. Arc, we seen any Piper today?
Ooh, it'd be difficult to say. I mean, realistically, Piper has been making a few appearances here and there, mainly like the long-ranged maps for Brawl Ball, where it can have its place, but it's also quite risky at the same time. Wouldn't be opposed to it, certainly not in this region, though. I think it can definitely carry its weight, but some of the brawlers have a bit more security with them. At the moment, brawlers like Kenji coming into the mix, you know, Mo, it's really putting Piper in a difficult spot to really be able to hold her own when it comes to that side of things. So certainly though, as it depends upon what you are voting for in terms of which mode we are going to be playing as well, we might see her come through in some of the maps which have a bit more open lanes.
Event brawlstars.com, dots in between, event.brawlstars.com. Gem grab, brawl, and knockout. Last time we had some fun, made you guys pick between 2. This time y'all can choose, open choice. Arc, if you're king of the castle, what are you making us play?
I did vote for Gem Grab, but I'm going to say probably Brawl Ball would be where the community might sway with this one.
Word. Well, it is going to be Brawl Ball, and Arc, guess what? You get to pick the bounty for this one.
No, I don't. That's impossible. No, I don't believe it.
But
first one to score. First one to score. Let's go with that.
Well, here's the thing, Arc. There's no bounty for this one.
Oh, it's the next one, isn't it? Yeah. After this one. Right.
Gotcha.
Jump the gun, absolutely. Jump the gun, mate.
No. This was not a boo-boo. I was roasting you. I was saying it's your turn.
Wow.
One, but there's none.
So you just did me like that. Did me dirty.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ouch. It's a deep cut.
Well, this one, Brawl Ball, just all for the game mode. Freezing Ripples, we saw that one earlier, a whole bunch of bushes. Listen, when it comes to 5v5 maps, y'all, we're learning along with you. These are kind of crazy new maps, and we look in and we go, huh, would Rico be good here? Like, we're live downloading the information, Trav. So it's kind of been fun looking at how these are different. And also, I won't go too in the weeds, but I'm really nerdy when it comes to game design. And level design in Brawl is very important because of the way throwers interact with walls and a couple of ricochet characters. So as we jump in, I'm having a gas just looking at all the stuff.
I will say the maps have been actually quite good. I feel like it's quite hard to create a map that's going to be good for 5 people when you've been designing maps for 3 people constantly for the entire existence of Brawl Stars, right? So I think the maps so far have been good. Haven't really seen anything that I could complain too much about, and I think the players pretty much more of the same. They're understanding what's good in them, because the majority of the time we have 4 brawlers being the exact same, and this is one of those that we saw yesterday that's pretty long range. So might actually get to see that Piper.
Suspenders is the name of the map. Space Station Gaming is the way the chat is leaning. And break is what I'm going to take. You guys have the call. Good luck, and I'll see you on the other side.
Wow. I mean, it's an open space map, so maybe some Piper. But certainly it's going to open its doors up to some longer range sniper shooters, no matter what, really. But like I said before, Trav, Kenji in the mix at the moment, it makes it really difficult to really kind of like double down on things like Mandy and Piper. We saw it a little bit yesterday. I don't think it's out of the question here. Certainly we saw Mandy really do quite well off the back of the supercharge kind of increased modifier. But I mean, how are you feeling on this map in general? And what about that poll? That's quite a big sway towards SSG.
Yeah, honestly, I'd go even further for SSG. I can't lie. After seeing the 2 performances, SSG came close to beating Foot. That's been the rivalry all year long between these 2 teams, and I wouldn't be surprised if it is kind of 80-85% in favor of them. We're going to see the Melody roll on in with the Kenji, the Mo, the Max, and we are going to have a little bit of a sharpshooter in there with Wesley playing the Bell. Down the bottom, the Gale has been selected, and it's been selected a lot, I should say, along with the Kenji, Mo, Chester rolling on in, as well as the 2-picked Bell.
Some good stuff all around. Love the Max, their aggression. We saw Melody have some really, really great moments yesterday on this very map as well, and I'm really quite keen on that pick by SSG there. I haven't seen too much of her, but certainly, if you turn your back to her, that's where she can really strike hard. And certainly with those 3 supers to chain, you're able to increase the gap very, very quickly, and also get the shots on goal. Similar to the kind of Stu pick, but we're not really going to see kind of Stu very much today, despite it being such a great one to have in this region. Certainly, if anyone's going to bring it, it's going to be SSG on that front. Kaido, just one of the best Stus in the world. But let's see how we start. And it's going to be Firecrow on that Melody, which I do like to see. He's a very aggressive player in his own right, but immediately a takedown to Kaido, overextended a little bit into Derp, and now the ball being pushed to the top left-hand side. Defended well there by SSG.
Yeah, well played as a team. Now they're going to start moving this ball up to the top side, or the bottom side, I should say, where Icecrow's trying to move in through, but Kaido's going to get knocked away. A little bit of waste there from VTZM, an extra shot, and then a super probably would have finished him off, rather than just, kind of pushing him out of harm's way for him. He's going to go in now once the super might actually be able to get the kill here with a little bit of a gadget along the way. Dan's going to place down a pretty questionable super as well, but so far, so pretty much even for both of these teams as SKC starts to see the first signs of a bit of a ball.
Yeah, a bit worried for Firecrow with that mark, but ball pushed to the top side. Will push down into 2 for going on super on the aggressive. 2 for goes down though, and that's going to open up some space for SSG to go on the aggressive down the bottom side here. Dance marked here as well. Firecrow didn't quite get the angle, but this is going to be a golden opportunity for SSG here to try and get the ball to Wesley. Couldn't quite find the feet. They're knocked back there, bang on point. SSG now have to retreat back as SKC with a very nice, solid defense there.
Yeah, just a missed pass. We saw it a few times yesterday where the 5v start to, take a bit of a hit when more people get added to the map. And that's exactly what happened there. Danska was looking for the ball, and a marked up Max still surviving on. Now the hypercharged Wesley going to be able to provide that onto VT's in, which is definitely a big help for the Kenjis, and the Melodies of this map can start to go in a bit more aggressive as he's going to take a few less shots to get it done. Kydog wants to start making that aggressive play. Firecrow gets his super now as well. Icecrow almost goes down, but the phase shift will keep him in the mix.
Oh, look at that pass the dance. That was beautiful there from Tufa, but I was a bit worried, to be honest, because Firecrow just did a nice little pass off the wall, but immediately intercepted by SKC there. And you can see how quickly the ball was pushed around the top and immediately into the offensive position. So I think ball position here, very important to maintain on your side of things. And Barco now aggressive too heavily, push back, and Ice Crow as well getting tapped up. In the meanwhile, they're pushing the ball to the top. It's a nice move there from SSG, and Athena goes super on the aggressive, gets one. The reaches his mark, so he might find two here. But the ball pushed to Wesley's feet. I don't know why really SKC are not valuing it that way. They should be really holding on to that position, trying to find the time to strike, and now SSG go on the offensive.
Yeah, I mean, that double net stack has just kind of depleted the entire SKC push. Now knockbacks available from BTZim, and he's going to get everybody in it. Not sure if they saw that or not, because he was kind of lurking in the bush, waiting for the opportune moment to use that, and definitely used it at the prime time. Kyle wants to try and get this ball, but Doritos goes for it first. He's going to dash on, try and get Derp down. Doritos going to try to do the same as well. Ice Crow getting that speed, but not really in the radius of anybody to provide it. Now Wesley's going to be able to get that as well. BTZim still got a knockback, and I'm going to hit so many people, but Space Station live to fight another day.
Solid work there. Message needs to be able to recoup that ball, but big taps there from Derp, and now they're going to ricochet as well if they're not careful on the side of SSG here. So going on the aggressive. One trade is there. Great hypercharge though from Derp. Wesley just about survives on there. Healing up now, and this is a prime opportunity for SSG to strike here, and maybe a couple more supers to be able to work with here. But Dino can get a super pass, the one in the middle that is able to obtain it. Wesley has his hypercharge now as well. If Dino go on the aggressive, gets a super shot into the middle, but again, not to the feet, but Firecrow finds it off the line by Tufa. Lovely stuff from SKC then to be able to defend in the final seconds, because that was going south.
Yeah, that was a very good last-minute push there from SSG, and the pass to the middle. Finally, we're seeing some passing plays actually work rather than just completely deplete the push like they have done in the past. But sadly, did not go in for SSG, and they're going to be coming back the exact same comp and probably the exact same method, as it did seem like they dominated the majority of that. Just didn't really finish the chances that they got, and I'm sure they'll be pretty disappointed about not getting the first game on the board there.
Incredibly back and forth, but we're getting some definite reminders here of yesterday's draws that we were receiving in Brawl when it was our cast, for sure. Let's see, though. I think there's definitely potential here. There's some great opportunities on both sides of the field, but just a couple of mistakes here and there, mainly within the passing and those crucial moments of being able to score those goals. Look at this. What an opening. What a start here for SSG now is really going on the aggressive Kyler. Full HP immediately taken down, though, which is credit to SKC there to really group together and analyze the threat at hand. Now pushing the ball to the top and getting around the map there, just trying to flank their way forwards and recoup their health on the way. That's a really solid start. Good defensive. Now going on the offense now for SKC.
It's a crazy good start, as you mentioned, for SSG, but they've just got kind of no end product at the moment and over-aggressed. Just a little bit there, and a waste of a super, I think, in there from Firecrow as well. If you use one, I'm pretty sure you lose all of them when it comes to Melody. Adinho going to go in now as well, flick back to this rat form and bring down Derp also. And the two up top, Ice Crow and Wesley, going to be able to pinch down VTZim. The dance using the super should be burning down Firecrow, not to death, but should bring him close to it, and especially with these phase shifts, he should be able to survive. But survives regardless. Now Kenji going in aggressive, might land back onto Tufa here, does, but yet again, overstaying his welcome, and should be a defense from SKC.
Well, Doritos now snatching the ball back so quick to be taken care of by Ice Crow, Wesley there, and Adinho also. BTZim has got super to hand, and certainly if the max speed comes in, that would be the best deterrent of it, but the hypercharge was not what was expected here. Coming in from Ice Crow there, handing so much utility to everyone here, making so much space again with that super from BTZim, but going to be going down now, and now Dance in a very perilous position. Can SSG get the ball forwards here fast enough? Ice Crow is available at low HP, but again, the pass to nowhere. Adinho can't get back for it, and that's another perfect defense from SKC.
You can call it a perfect defense. I'm calling it a complete fumble. No communication. Again, it's crazy. Like, they could have had 2 goals. They could have won the set if they could last out these 40 seconds if they'd scored what they should have done. Now Doritos goes for the shot. I think that was going wide anyway. I'm not sure what's going on with this game. But at the moment, nobody's finishing any chances.
Yeah, certainly. It's been a while since both of these two teams under this kind of pressure. So getting themselves warmed up on the agenda here. But 20 seconds on the clock, definitely the ball in a precarious position for SSG. They need to get this out here and start to eradicate some of their opposition here. Doritos being the first of that and does go down. Cardog stunned and then immediately eradicated there. Also, Firecrow trying to make a little sneaky snatch through that top side. Taken care of though, and SSG Wesley sticks around for it. Ice Crow trying to keep some pressure on, but it should be deflated ever so slightly now as the respawns coming in for SKC.
Waste of a super there from Dance as well. And we're seeing Kerdog dash up to it, uses the swing just to be able to get his other shot back. Might be able to get a kill here in on Tufa, but actually goes the other way. And now a little bit of a tough situation for SSG as he goes completely down. Not going to be able to grab the ball just yet either. And Adinho is marked up. 5pectacle making some big moves. Might be able to slot this in. The dash towards, and they're just not able to get the goal again. Bouncing shots will bring a couple of them down in the goal, and Dirt will remain low as SSG re-establish themselves in this aggressive position.
Hesitation there from Wesley for me, and that was a goal, 100% a goal there for SSG if he'd just been able to hit it faster off the feet. But 20 seconds, can they make something of this? Everyone is low, the speed is there, but the blowback from VT Zim keeps everything in check for SKC. Now coming through, is there not much time ready to get the ball forwards? They'll probably just be happy with the draw here, to be fair, but Kardog's just gonna go in for it, the slice and dice there, gets some good value by his dance, but the ball safety in that top right hand pocket. Icecrow though going in aggressive. I don't think he's gonna be able to grow it just in the nick of time. 2 for there for safety off the line regardless, and you know what that means, Trav. It's another draw.
What does Brian out? Like, it's been like 7 minutes of total game time and no goals scored. I'm honestly quite glad we didn't offer out up a bounty for this one, even though it might have sped things up by getting that first goal on the board to get the $500. Yeah. I should actually be praying for it at this point, but I don't think they deserve any money with these kind of drawing performances and a couple of fumbles along the way. But we'll see if they're able to change things and actually get one round on the board. From here, we could have, you know, we could only have winning games and it could still be 3 more.
You know, we're the problem here. It's us. We are jinxing it. Every time that we're casting, we get the draws come out to play. But let's see, can SSG make a bit more of an aggressive start this time around? Because I feel like they got the comp for it, especially with that Melody, but 5pectacle's not really been able to find the chances. That was almost one there that could have stuck through. But SKC, once again, too vigilant on those defenses now. Going on that top side on the aggressive, but trying to be able to make the space. Tufa. He can get super here, maybe a pass from Derp at the right time. This could be it here coming through as well. He's gonna go for the super shot to reach actually intercepts the ball, and that might not have been the play. I think he was hoping to have more HP to be able to do something more with it, but Dance passes to Tufa. Tufa off the feet, and finally a goal is scored by SKC.
Well, you know what this means? SSG score next, and then we wait another 2 minutes to play another draw. We'll see if that does happen. But Doritos going very aggressive, and SKC trying to ride the wave that the momentum that they've just created. Adinho goes in onto Derby, does go down as well. And SSG seems to be crumbling now. Hypercharge Super should be able to keep them in this one though, and Dance kind of just gives them the ball in that position there. When there's 4 of them aggressive, probably not the best idea, but Icecrow moving forward straight into VT Zim's face, but provides a little bit of a through ball in there to Kerdog, but nothing comes of it in the end, and it's SKC back in ball control. Oh.
Okay, well, this should be pretty straightforward here for Super, but he's playing it safe, and I'm not really sure why, but he gets it somehow around the ankles. What was that angle? I thought there was no way that that was going in there. I was kind of wondering why the hesitation almost for a second there.
I mean, there was no angle there. Like, they let the ball in. Like, I don't know what to say. What is going on with SSG in Brawl Ball? They've fluffed a few chances, which they probably should have completely closed out the set at the moment. And now they're just giving games away. I mean, first goal, don't get me wrong, really nice stuff. Great team goal from SKC. But the second goal, that should never be going in. It should be just a clean save and a pass to the bottom.
Crazy stuff. I want to see that back for sure. Wow, that I just didn't see it coming. Honestly, I felt like Tufa was just like spending a lot of time with the ball possession, and just like I just didn't even see an angle when the shot was made, to be completely honest, in the way that it was yeah, definitely a bit of a fumble on the side of SSG there, but that is going to be a game going the way of SKC, so good stuff for them. Let's see how SSG respond to that kind of pressure.
Yeah, well, Dance now in a 1v1 against Icecrow. Can't really see the rest of what's going on, but Wesley just going to provide the ball to this right-hand side, hoping 5pectacle gets a super and eventually can do something with it. Icecrow, super in hand, can provide the speed to the 2 teammates here. Icecrow gets the super now, starts to go aggressive, goes in with a lunge, has super still available as well, wants to bring down BT's in, but can't. Dash forwards now, coming in from Kenji, gets a lot of damage in, follows it with another one too, tries to get the kills, gets 2 in there as well. Should be a walk, and it is for Icecrow. This time, Space Station start out strong and get the goal.
I think it was a bit of a risk there from Icecrow, to be honest. He didn't really walk it. He actually took the final seconds to shoot it, and I didn't even see it. It must have been like a slight pixel of a gap there, realistically, there for me. But as a she did get it done in the end. Dance now trying to weave his way forwards, gets the pass into the middle. It's actually a really good one at that. If someone had super, that might have been a goal there. Shot to the side there, but still into the hands of BT Zim. It's not clear. The ball is still perilous. There's a super. There's the blowback as well. It's cleared off the line. line just in the nick of time, and the trade is there. I think it could have been maybe a super shot. It might have been better off realistically there for SKC. Nonetheless, SSG do defend, trying desperately now with the hypercharge of the maximum ice cream to get out the spawn and get that ball clear.
Just cycles the hypercharge nicely and moving on once more. 5pectacle looking for some damage in and actually didn't take much there. Thanks to the gadget and the notes around and goes for it now. Super shot, not gonna, don't even go on target. Wasn't even anywhere near the goal. And now it's an SKC counter attack trying to make the move forwards. VT's in with a hypercharge. If he gets super now, dangerous position for Space Station.
Really dangerous. Yeah, I mean, VT Sim, if he does this and he gets all 5 members, which we've seen over the weekend, by the way. Hypercharge with Gale, devastating stuff, but he's got to find the utility for it. Here it comes! He actually connects! He finds the second and gets the goal in! SKC are storming the lead!
I mean, what a position this is for them now. 30 seconds, just got to hold it out, and they're going to be able to take the, head it to overtime, sorry, as SSG did score the first in this one. Just can't seem to believe that SSG actually managed to get a goal. Never mind, almost 2 here. 5pectacle going into the ball, grabs it, but the Twister shuts him down. Now super shot, and a miscommunication again. How many times is it going to happen? Gets the ball, and actually, the defensive man in Doritos moves out of the way with the dash. SSG will equal, but what is happening?
Like we've said many a time this weekend that 5v5 ain't 3v3. There's a lot more going on, and I think in Brawl everyone just wants to go on the aggressive, right? They just don't tend to wait around for the ball to come to their feet. They just want to go in and try and get a takedown, whereas sometimes it's better off just kind of expecting that pass to come through. We've seen it many a time actually this weekend where players have just not really been where they're supposed to be for all the balls, or the passes have not really landed at the feet. Predicting and that kind of thing, I feel like it might have something to do with being played from left to right horizontally, maybe potentially, because a lot of players obviously playing ball, vertically, and therefore the passing mechanics are a little bit easy to predict as to where they're going to land. But let's see now. It's now neck and neck, and 1 game apiece. Whoever takes this next game will take the first set, and this is the lower bracket now. So just to remind you guys, this is where the elimination round begins, and whoever loses this series will be going home with just the bounties they've been able to establish along the course of today.
Oh, lucky slow in there. That's not going to trickle over the line, and Adinho should be able to clean that one up. But Cloudog, nice and aggressive here as well, moving towards VT's in little by little, but getting slowed down all the way. A super there as well, and a mark on top of him. 5pectacle will fall to Derp, who does already have the super hypercharge, but Wesley has one of his own. Cloudog moving it on in, and he's going to be pushed straight back into the pathway of Doritos when he comes out of that slice and dice. But Wesley marked up, speed provided, and 5pectacle just trying to spring into action, get a super, and try find a goal.
Nice twist there from VT Sim, and the threat is taken care of. Again, going in with a super nice stuff from Doritos. He's staying alive, getting some pressure onto Adinho as well, but now Derp is receiving on that end of things also. Great aggression, but it really leads to too much other than now Adinho pushing the ball towards this middle side. Still a threat for SKC to have to deal with here. 2 for low as well. Derp healing up as well on that back lines, but if he goes down, there could leave up with a big gap in the top side of the goal. So far, defended well by SKC, but the pressure being handled pretty decently well. SSG, though, it's really relentless in this moment of time.
Yeah, just carrying on this aggression. Dance solo as well, but has the healing from the super. Hypercharge used by Wesley. Just trying to move this ball up, kind of just giving it to the opposition. Now a hypercharge comes through. Adinho's going to go in very, very aggressive and just comes straight out the drill. Trying to advance up the map a bit. Did get a trade for his utility used there, but 5pectacle, if he can get a super, this is going to be a dangerous spot for SKC to survive. VT Sim does fall down, and a hypercharge super. Now everybody just going on in.
And no, it's time for it with VT Sim down. 5pectacle goes for the shot. This close the line of Dance, but VT Sim is the best person to defend these moments. Now coming back off the spawn as well, and Adinho falls. 5pectacle is still shielded, gets 3 consecutive taps onto Derp, but can't get to the ball. Hypercharge from Derp, and actually phase shifted away from Ice Crow. He's able to just deflate that entire utility all in one moment, and just a singular gadget. Now the Doritos has got the super. Gonna find nothing of it, maybe like a little bit onto Kyodog, but going into overtime in 10 seconds. And SKC are just about out of the woods, but for how long?
The Ice Crow's position there was so good, but does eventually go down, and a missed pass again, going to provide everything to SKC. Massive opening for them now. People respawning, and Adinho's going to move back to the mid with the super to try and cover some ground that his teammates had lost. Doritos with the super slicing through everybody. Adinho's going to drop down. Adinho still continuing this forwards now. Super's there. Super gets the knockback, and SKC will eventually get it. So much to follow, but SKC take the game, and they take the set.
Oh, so worried there, honestly, because, like, I mean, I'm looking at the top side of the goal thinking there's a massive space. Surely you don't have to necessarily even go for the shot followed by the super. You can just super shot that in and get it done and just move on, right? But nonetheless, again, a goal is a goal, right? That's all we wanted to see, but definitely an unexpected result. I've got to be a bit honest, because you'd expect a team like SSG to realistically have a bit more feist in moments like that, but they seem to struggle a bit on Brawl Ball today here, and we've seen it across the board. Realistically, a lot of the teams that we kind of expect to do very well here haven't found 5v5 the easiest things to get their head around. Let's look back at some of these highlights regardless, but certainly not the cleanest of rounds for either of these two teams.
Yeah, you don't say. You really don't say. I mean, this was very scrappy, certain moments. I think it was like this one that really probably shouldn't have gone in, and it just kind of did. But yeah, SKC do take it. SSG kind of taking the same approach as bringing in some very strong players who we've seen in, in South America all year long. Making a slight super team, as just as Zeta did yesterday in the EMEA, and seem to be going the exact same route of being a possibility of dropping out first.
It's an odd circumstance to find ourselves in. I mean, I did not have this down, by the way. I mean, we were just memeing obviously earlier about our predictions, but I did put SSG down in the grand finals. Whether that is going to happen or not now really depends upon what happens next in this series. Of course, SKC now one set ahead in what is a best of 3 here. So, I mean, this is now a really precarious position, as we can vote for our modifier over at event.brawlstars.com. We're looking specifically at that top line of Angry Robo, Energy Drink, Fast Brawlers, and Graveyard Shift. I'm going to lock in a Graveyard Shift. I quite enjoyed seeing that yesterday when you guys were casting, although it was definitely hard to tell the Brawlers. I still really enjoyed the mechanics in which it brings, and that's what I'm kind of looking for in the modifiers, and a bit more variety than what we've seen over the course of some of the games over the weekend. But to be fair, South America's been doing pretty well. We've already seen some things that we have not seen yet at all this month as well. So Energy Drink made an appearance, Supercharged came out. We saw Angry Robo all day long yesterday, and I think Energy Drink coming back as well again now. So I mean, I'm quite enjoying that. It's bringing a bit more of a different dynamic to the scene, and definitely good to always be switching things up.
I mean, I guess we're picking a bounty for this one. I will allow you, Ark, because I know you're really wanting to get your hands on some of these bounties, so go for it.
You won't allow me, mate. It's in the run of show. It's my pick now. I'm literally looking at it. It's gem grab.
Definitive decision right now.
Caster's pick, Ark in bold, by the way. So, gem grab. I'm going to go with the team that starts the countdown. I like that. I think it's quite straightforward and encourages the both sides to really kind of fight for those gems in those early moments and have that bit of additional aggression there. So let's go with the first team to start that countdown.
Yeah, definitely a lot easier to follow as well, I think, rather than the player with the most gems, which might be quite hard for us to call out mid-game, as in general, people tend to be dropping and picking up gems as every few seconds. So definitely tough to follow. So the first team who starts the count will be the bounty for this one. And I like that. As you say, it's going to make sure, along with first team to score the goal and first player to get a takedown, it speeds up that early game and really gets this round going, which is definitely something that we want to see in a 5v5 matchup. It's as hectic as it is. If it's hectic, make it that a little bit more hectic. Why not?
As well with the energy drink as well, I'm curious to see how that's going to have an effect on the gem carrier and kind of what the strategies involved are going to be. I mean, the Kenji coming at you with that is going to be a really, really precarious position to find himself in. So certainly, I think that both sides will be a bit cautious going into this one. And for SKC, who for all intents and purposes, didn't really have us down for having this kind of early start of a lead, a dangerous spot for SSG, more so now with the modifiers that are in play, and with just the one singular mine here for the gems to be able to spawn in. It's definitely going to encourage a great amount of aggression and action going on with an energy drink modifier. So I'm definitely a little bit worried here for SSG. Certainly down as being the favorite, as the #1 seed in this region. And this might not be their day. They might be struggling here.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough. That first game for the bounty's sake, which is what they're obviously going to want to go for, because that's what makes up a lot of the prize pool of the September Spectacle event. That's what they're going to be wanting to go for, but also it's kind of a question of, do you want to risk going for that now and possibly losing the game as a bit of a free-for-all in mid, or do you want to play for the possibility of future bounties further down the line and the winning prize pool of $2,000? That's the decision that SSG are going to have to make here, and I think it's quite a tough one as well. When you're through the lower bracket, it's definitely hard not to just go for what money you know you're going to be able to get.
He raises a really valid point there for sure. I think that you got to think about the big picture at mind. And I mean, just a reminder of that poll, by the way, to start off this match, 79% in favor of SSG. And can they bring this back? Certainly so, but we do need to see a little bit more. And so far it's SSG who have the gems. 5 going in on the aggressive there onto Tufa and gets a nice takedown for him. Big speed there from Medino. Good connections all round here, realistically here. As Doritos, though, is a problem that does need to be taken care of here on that right-hand side.
Oh, big move from Doritos, but Kaido should be able to shut that down pretty much straight away, and he does try to do just that, and actually hasn't managed to get it. Had a super in there as well, and Doritos just going to carry on, wants to bring Wesley down also, and will do just that, and 2 swipes on Adinho too. Someone stop him. Everybody stop him to get him out. Oh!
He's going still! Wesley gonna pull on the man! He's going for Turbo, still I don't mind it, but Doritos is honestly on fire right now, and a crazy problem that SSG are just not dealing with. Another swipe in, more value. Dance is there a bit low, but has super to hand. Maybe he gets the heal. He does get the heal on the back of that as well, and he just continues on. Someone handle Doritos, please!
That's the count. That's the count. Bounty done. And SKC might get the bounty and the game and put Space Station against the match point. There's a pull. There's a hypercharge speed coming in now, but only 9 seconds to do anything. Twister will lay there as well. Can he get it off? Not yet, as we see some aggression. Ice Crow going in, but nothing happens. SKC match point as Doritos puts the team on his back.
Unreal. Unbelievable stuff here. Honestly, if you took away the names, you'd think that SSG were on the other side of the field right now. This is not looking the same squad, and they do need to pick up the pace. You can see on Firecrow's face there. He knows it. This is not good enough, really, from the #1 seed of this region. And just a reminder as well of this SK Kalea squad. You've got 2 from the Radio PL roster. Dance, of course, you know, from the coaching side, is not, for all intents and purposes, a pro player himself. And Derp, who's 16, and I know not very little about him. I've done my research and had a look, and I really cannot find very much on him. So, you know, you'd expect Space Station to be putting up a better fight. There's no doubt about that. And we just haven't really seen it.
Question is, can Doritos do the same? Because I think a lot of that win was from him doing that work. Can he do the same, or are SSG going to be able to do a bit better against it? Seeming so far that he might be able to do just that. What is going on? Doritos is insane on Kenji.
You've got to shut him down. He can't keep getting away with it. I mean, it's just ridiculous, honestly, and it just shows that SSG are not really, you know, just prepared for it. They're not really dealing with it. Derp now going in and gets some great value as well. Doritos still standing there, slicing and dicing through Tufa, and again, continuing forward. Spike gets some gems on that top side, and that's a saving grace. But he does need to kind of come back safely, and there's some good attempts from VC Sim to shut him down. Now bringing back the gems and getting the heals, most importantly, from Wesley. That was a very good steal, but SSG are not doing this very clean.
Yeah, much better from Firecrow this time. It was all Doritos in the previous, but this time it is Firecrow making a lot of work in there. Derp's going to come out of this rap form, the drill form, instantly back into the rap form, trying to get some work done, but it is SKC now on the zone. But all of this hypercharge, everything's coming down. So many supers are happening right now, but Doritos survives it, gets a huge hit in, and that drops some gems. Still, SKC on the zone and a hypercharge, loads of supers used, and SKC kept control.
Crazy stuff. A very tough position now for Firecrow, who wants to go on the aggressive but has 7 gems, and if he overextends, this could flip very quickly. What amazing! Oh, a triple hypercharge from VT Sim, and the gems are stolen and being pushed back into the spawn. SSG now have got so little time to get the other end of the field.
They don't have time, I'm pretty sure, unless Firecrow can make something happen with his dash and hit everybody like 3 times. Wants to go in again, but SKC have done it. Complete sweep of SSG. Doritos on top of the world. VT Zim comes in the second. Those 2 players have just knocked out SSG and moved SKC forwards.
Crazy stuff. Who had that on their bingo card today? I tell you what, I didn't. Unbelievable stuff, and you can't take anything away from SKC there. They were just playing better. Doritos stole the show. Unbelievable text on that Kenji pick, and just nothing that really SSG were doing to, you know, be able to counter him. They just left him, and you can't do that. His survivor ability was unmatched in that set, and I mean, you just can't do that. SSG should know better. And now a big favorite, I mean, if not the biggest favorite out of the competition at the first hurdle. I mean, this is how the lower bracket can be so devastating, and you don't want to find yourself there. I mean, look at that. Just unreal stuff on that Gale pick, and that's why you got to bring it in. The value you can get, it's crazy.
Yeah, like 9 Gale forces being sent out there. It's just absolutely crazy with the Hyper Judge. So much it was done, and that was just absolutely mental from SKC. And they do pick up another bounty along the way as well. Let's not forget that they knock out Space Station, who will be taking home $0. And SKC will pocket it and carry on to the next round as well. Brilliance from SKC.
That is salt in the wound, isn't it, realistically there? And I don't think we saw that in EMEA yesterday. I think every single team at least got some money to take home. There was no one that really kind of left empty-handed. So very difficult stuff to accept here. I mean, I'm quite blown away, but hey, SKC made a real upset happen, and that's what brings the storylines to the September Spectacle. I love it.
I mean, not only did they knock out Space Station, but they did it in such an amazing fashion. VT, Zim, and Doritos in that last set, and it was 100% deserved. They played so well in Brawl Ball as well. That wasn't a fluke either. Yes, Space Station maybe should have had a few goals, maybe should have had probably the first 2 games of Brawl Ball. But if you're making mistakes, teams are going to punish for it, and that is, you know, that's how teams like SKC beat the big dogs like Space Station in events like this.
And this is what I mean about the upper bracket, you know, trying to stay within that realm and just not be able to slip down, because anything can happen. It's a best of 3, you know, regardless as to where you are in the bracket, it's a best of 3 all day long. And you just do not have the time to make those comeback stories as you do in the best of 5. So crazy outcomes here, and many more still to come. So do stick around. We're going to go to a very short break now for a quick word from our sponsors.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
For the first time ever, we are bringing our 3 world finals together for one big event to crown the next world champions. Welcome to Superfest, where fans, pro players, and content creators come together for an epic world finals event, where only the best will compete and legends are made. Join us starting November 1st in Helsinki, or watch online at event.supercell.com and be part of esports history. See you at Superfest.
Superfest, November 1st through the 3rd in Helsinki. Join us or whoever's there, and we'll have a gas of a time. Going to be really fun. Welcome back. Space Station Gaming's gone. I think that's kind of wild. Arc seems to be 5v5. This is really a spectacle.
We saw it yesterday in EMEA, and we're seeing it again today. Like, you just cannot look at the rosters that we're seeing and just go, right, this team has the best lineup. It's very kind of unexpected, certainly for me. I thought that we were going to kind of see some consistencies on that front, but you know, we all kind of unanimously agreed yesterday that the Zeta division had that best roster. They went out first round. I mean, SSG are the #1 seed in South America, and they're out first round. And not only that, but with 0 bounties to their name. So $0, a donut to take home, and nothing, not even a participation trophy, you know?
Well, they don't have enough dollars to buy a donut, so they ain't bringing a donut home either. Space Station Gaming gone without really much to talk about. SK Kalalas now on that lower side final bracket, waiting for the loser of Foot and Level. So Foot and Level, that is our next matchup. We'll see how it goes in a number of minutes. We all chose Foot for this one, just like we all chose Space Station for the last one, Trav. Didn't quite work out for us here on the analyst desk in the lower semifinals, but the upper finals might be different.
Yeah, it didn't go to plan, I will say, but it's so hard to predict the September Spectacle, as we keep on saying, like, the favorites dropping out first round in both EMEA and here, probably, you know, those #1 seeds or the best teams. So it's just so hard to predict. Honestly, I think you're odd if you don't go for Foot Esports here, like after the performance we have seen from them all year long and throughout, you know, the first game. But honestly, Level could probably win.
Level brought the business earlier today. We talked a lot about how 5s and 3s are different, specifically with how these rosters wind up lining up, and that synergy winds up being a big deal. Foot and Level, we've gone through these rosters. Trav, I'm going to cast this one with Arc, so I want a little bit of a longer take on this matchup. Tell us a little bit about what's on your mind when it comes down to these two squads.
I mean, for Esports, they are a very, very strong roster usually, and they've added another couple of, South American veterans to their team. Going by that logic, they're probably going to lose. But if you look at it just from a roster perspective, it's so stacked, and they should probably be walking through this competition, especially now, on paper, their biggest opposition has been knocked out. Peck and Motep, Hubi, Cowbear, and Loco at the end as well, definitely rounding out this FUT Esports roster really, really well. And if they're able to beat their biggest opponents, they should be able to beat Level Esports and head straight on to the finals. I say should because nothing ever goes to plan here. Level Esports being Christian, Weepy, Reese, Jexia, and Brian. And as I mentioned, this is a lot of the Team Queso team, which is why we know they're strong with the one addition from the Level Esports team. And it's just such a strong roster as well. So I do think this is, I'm going to go 65-35 for Esports, but it's anybody's game.
I respect that. I think 65-35 is a good look. I think that makes a lot of sense to me. Event.brawlstars.com. Go ahead and join us there, and you guys can vote on the modifier on what we're going to be jumping into. So we generally have seen a lot of angry Robo. Arc, I know you're rooting for Graveyard Shift a lot. Oh, or Super Bushy you mentioned as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was quite close actually between Graveyard Shift making an appearance, but we're going to be voting on the bottom side for now, and that's still got Super Bushy there for me. The Supercharge, I'm still very much for. I know you're more of a top dog man yourself, but I'm going to go for Super Bushy. I just want to see how that can maybe affect the game, but we'll kind of gather up the votes and see what's going to be the standout choice. But certainly, got to bear in mind how much these modifiers affect the brawlers that you're seeing. So if you're watching the repetitive method that we've seen sometimes appear, think about how much that modifier could then really change the balance, and maybe you can tip your team an advantage here and there as well. But certainly it can make all the difference.
Earlier today, we got a chance to see Supercharge, and we're going to see it again. So the Brawler Supers are going to charge faster. This can be fun. Players jumping in here, I think, is an interesting look, because Supercharge, do you want to pick the tank brawlers that charge passively, or do you just want to double down on, a traditional brawler?
This is the thing. I mean, we saw earlier today just how much Mandy was able to be bringing into more of her element of the kind of the way that Supers was able to kind of be reoccurring and cycling and stuff. So you do have to bear in mind just how dangerous it just makes certain brawlers. And when you got brawlers like El Primo, then yeah, how are you going to cope with that? Kenji as well. Kenji already cycles Super really, really well. So I mean, you got to have a good counter idea for that Kenji as well. Now it's definitely going to change the game quite considerably here.
Give me a weird pick, Trav. Give me a brawler that might not immediately come to mind, but would do well with this modifier. Look at his face.
Honestly, I don't know, because I don't think it'll just be the usual, right? It's not going to be anything different. The brawlers that are going to defend tanks are going to be able to defend tanks better, but the tanks are going to be better themselves, so that it's still going to be that same matchup. That's the thing. It's kind of it's so hard to just say a weird random brawler that I think is going to be good.
Berry, there you go. It wasn't that hard, mate.
That's not weird or random. That's just good.
Berry's a great brawler for this mode, mate.
All right. That's enough out of you, Trav. I'm cutting it. Me and Arc. Snowflakes. Gem grab.
He's muted. Thank God for that.
87. He's going to get you back later. 87%.
Yeah, I hope so.
Of you guys are flying with Foot. Level Esports. Bad luck 13 on their side as far as the fan vote is concerned. Very curious to see how this one shakes up. Here's the draft. Whole lot of mortis interessante, if you ask me. And the difference makers here is going to be Sandy for Foot and Max on the side of Level. Arc, we've seen it a couple of times. I feel like it makes sense, sorta, but I straight up have been unimpressed with the Max selections this weekend.
Fair point, but with Supercharged now in play, I think you're going to see maybe Max have a bit more of an elevation here, and I quite like the pick for that reason. I think that if they're able to kind of be able to cycle that Max more efficiently, then you might get a lot more aggression, especially with the Mortis combined with the Kenji. Like, I think that could be quite a nice winning combo with the Gale as well. This could be going to a very good, nice little place here for Level Esports, and I think the Mortis pick on both sides is actually really pleasant here with that Modifier in mind. I think the hypercharge now as well with Mortis. I mean, you can just honestly be unstoppable, and in a 5v5 circumstance where you're able to kind of line up your opposition even more so to get that, you know, really big replenish of healing and with additional damage as well. I think this could be really quite exciting.
Yeah, I think the gem grab Mortis is really strong tech that we didn't see it in the very beginning of our first regions yesterday, but as time went on, we started to see the acquisition rate a little higher and higher. And now his presence, especially on these specifically on these gem grab maps, has been really high. So, Foot making a lot of noise, specifically on the left side where the on our left gem spawner. So 10 gems for Foot. Kenji doing a ton of work here. Motep has been running this play, and Foot are running away, bro.
Yeah, Packer's going crazy on this Mortis pick, by the way, as well as Loco, who's now got hypercharge on the Gale, doing a fantastic job of just cycling through things. But Christian now steals a couple of gems on the left-hand side. Calvin coming in, trying to just get ahead of the action to stop Christian from going up the map. And that does mean that Motep now has a chance to be able to get some back. But it's 10 gems to 10 currently. Christian getting some great value, but Packer again comes out on top. And watch that hypercharge, because that man knows how to use it best.
That was a blunder there from Mortis. I think Mortis can't be your gem carrier because of the nature of his job here. He's got to dive, and Foot are on the run. 21, cut short, nice kill. Level Esports winds up making that play. JXCR on the good side. Foot still have a tremendous lead, though, doubling Level Esports is 9.
Well, preventing that reset was quite key here now, but look at this with the Kenji action that we're seeing. Reese there has the 9 gems though, and now gems are dropped. Bryce taking his steal out the spawn. Pekka now gets the gems, and JXCR wipes him out. That's the entirety of the horde now with Level Esports. They've got to get a massive reset. Reese and Brian here. JXCR, all 3 of them carrying gems. 10 to 12 there. And I don't see there being enough time now. It's down to Juby, see what he can make do of this. But Level Esports have just stolen the bag.
Stolen is the key word right there. Fantastic performance exactly when they needed it. Listen, I was yapping in the beginning of the game, and usually I wrap up my thought and look down, and it's 2-3. This time it was 10-2. We saw Kenji chain super not once, not twice, not something like 4+ times in that engagement on the left-hand side of the map. That wound up leading to a tremendous gem lead. And then it just kept piling on. We didn't see Level Esports really make noise until the end of the game arc when they brought it all the way home.
But did they deserve that win? I don't know. I mean, the way that I was watching 5esports play, there was just so much aggression. It just came crumbling down towards the end, and fair play to Level Esports then for just capitalizing on that, spotting the weakness. That is what it's all about. Look at that twister there from Loco. He goes down the end to JXCR, but what a fantastic attempt to try to deter Christian from that. The Gale pick, unbelievable stuff here. But now the Kenji pick of Reese really doing a great amount of work. Pekka's got to do a little bit more on this left-hand side, and he's going in for it, but taken care of by Reese. But Esports now really starting to falter somewhat.
Foot needs to look at the right side of the map. They were hanging out on the left and doing well, and now they're letting JXCR run the show. He's been promoted to key holder, and he is the senior manager of the right gem dispenser. 18 gems for Level Esports, 9 of which are sitting on the Gale player JXCR. Foot, they've got mid control, but who cares? They ain't got no gems. 20 for Level Esports, and the countdown's running.
That was a crazy battle there between Christian there and Pekka. Just constant Mortis action on the left-hand side. Now Reese is low here. Will he get taken down? I think the gems might be safe and sound for now, but he is quite low. Motive trying to make his best of the situation, but it's still 21 gems and a team wipe for Level Esports, who are going to take the set. This is just stumbling out of control. We've seen SSG fall, and now the very same thing is happening. Look at JXCR. He doesn't look surprised, but we certainly are here on the desk.
JXCR is like, bro, why did they let me do that? Like, He just sat there as Gale and ate every single gem. He got involved maybe twice, dude. Like, there were 2 times that we saw a player go and engage and try to deal with Gale, and he just pushed him away, got a kill. The rest of the time, 4 players in foot jerseys were on the left side of the map dealing with the left gem dispenser, routinely just getting trounced. They were completely distracted. Level Esports just jingled keys on the left side of the map. I'm losing it, Ark. I'm losing it.
I mean, for context as well, you know, if for Esports do not bring this back enough to see it through to the grand finals, then we might see a situation where we have not got Foot Esports or SSG in the grand finals for the first time this entire year. I mean, maybe even going back further to next year also. I mean, that would be just wild if we saw that happen. But I mean, this is still, of course, the upper bracket, so there is that sort of, you know, thing to bear in mind here. Certainly, that's going to be a little bit more of a cushioning than we saw with SSG, who were in the lower bracket prior to this match. But I mean, there's something to be said about that game there. I think Foot Esports had a great comp. It's certainly one that complements a lot of the playstyle of the squad, and they just kind of threw it all away. But on to our next one now, and the chance for Foot Esports to redeem themselves after that performance in Gem Grab, and you can vote for it right now on event.brawlstars.com between Gem Grab and Knockout. I'm going to go for Knockout. I know that what you're going to say, so I'm going to get ahead of the wave, and I'm going to help you out, my friend.
It's Knockout, yes! Yes! Ark, you willed it into reality. And we getting some Knockout. Real interesting stuff. Trav mentioned how, like, the 5s versus the 3s, the power-up winds up being real wonky. And it just changes the way you gotta play. So of our bounties that we get to choose here, we're choosing between the first player with the first takedown and the player to stay alive the longest. I keep going for the top one, so I'm just gonna switch it up. Player to stay alive the longest is what I'm choosing. And so, like, real talk, I would be cheeky here. I would just sit in the corner and live. I would be a liver king and just sit and not let anybody, and just be like, all right, give me my $500. Thank you. Come again. That's what I would do.
I don't blame the strat. I mean, we've seen already just how influential these bounties can be. And, you know, for SSG, they left the competition with not a single dollar to their name because they didn't value it nearly enough. So I think it's the best way to have an insurance policy. If things go south and you do not have the best of results, then you want to have something to show for it at the end of the day. And bounties are the best way to achieve it. I think it doesn't, you know, go a long way to stretch that you should really prioritize it when it's on the board. And then if you do fall behind, play catch up later. You know, keep that cash in the bank and then worry about everything else later.
I wanna see. So this has been giga fun, and I think, you know, I'm not Mr. Supercell, but it would be really cool to do it again. Oh, and like, I think we could get real crazy with some of these bounties. You know what I mean? Like, I'm already thinking of what I can make players try to do. You know, first one to get like a double kill or something, and then you just see players feeding as they're trying to get double. You know what I mean? I'm down for it. But right now, this time around, it's going to be player that lives the longest, which, I mean, also this could be kind of wild. Like I said, I was joking about just like hiding behind my teammates, but real talk, we might see some more passive play if players are trying to, you know, grab that bounty. I'll be real though, I think they just want to win.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Motive's taking off the jacket, right? I mean, that Leon cosplay now out the window is all down for piss.
He's on camera
now. To be fair, it was that same story in the first set, and it didn't dwell well for Foot Esports. Maybe we should put it back on, actually, now I think of it. Maybe that was where the power was coming from, but certainly the Level Esports absolutely cooking at the moment in the series.
I didn't even see him before. It was just a chair.
I see what you did there.
Yeah. Well, I didn't see what I'll be here all day, folks. Shuffle City. Actually, I really won't. We just have a couple of matchups, and then we have North America, where we will introduce our friends Uber Kenny and Ready Set. But that's beside the point. Shuffle City. Knockout. This one's kind of funny. So, unbreakable blocks in the middle, and the jump pads on the outside of the unbreakables go over the entire box. So we'll see it. I guarantee you we'll see it. When the gas starts creeping in and you see these players get on the jump pad, Arc, they jump directly into the gas, like always, and it is very silly.
I enjoyed it a lot yesterday watching the Mr. P porters just jumping on the jump pads, going back and forth across the map, making a little archway for the chaos that ensued beneath it. But certainly I'm liking the look of this Primo pick here from Level Esports. I mean, we know what Primo can do in these final seconds of a match, and that survivor ability for sure. I mean, you know, that's going to make a pretty big difference, I feel, for that comp. And the Grey, I mean, that's from what I've kind of witnessed this weekend, the Grey seems more to kind of lay down the portals for that final end game moment, to have that additional healing on the back of things for a Primo to stay alive longer, for a Kenji to stay alive longer. It makes a pretty big difference. And you know, the berry is really the biggest attribute on the side of 5esports. But I mean, a lot of the brawlers I like, the Tick for sure, the Mr. P for sure, but I think that the Primo could be quite a devastating one if they find it in that final 1v1 scenario.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, if the Primo's the last one alive, over 59,000 HP on the big boys, so
yeah,
something you want to watch out for. As we see, ooh, that's cute. The Tick Super on the jump pad winds up teleporting basically across the map. Check him out, and hits Berry, takes him down. Nice job there from the Tick Super.
That was actually really, really nice there from Brian. I wasn't expecting it to really connect in the way they did. I think there's a bit of a missed shot there as well. Hoobie though, a nice pull there, the walking cane, but no follow-up either. Could have TP'd in, but would have been traded out, so I understand why. But certainly with this bounty in mind, you know, that El Primo is still lurking, and the gas cannot be far away now from coming in. The buff though is heavily on the side of 5esports now with the result of those two players going down, so that does make them much more of a threat here to be dealt with. They're going top side left here. Quite an interesting strat that might not work out well for them.
Here comes another Tick Super. Really using those jump pads to send it, and it's kind of funny. Riz surrounded, but he's got 10k HP. Loco's got 0. Looks like it's going to be a 2-on-2. Tick on the right-hand side. Brian, he's got him trapped. He's got him in the air fryer, and he is cooking. Nice job there from Brian, who has been a standout player all day.
Every time he is the last man standing, which again, you know, when you consider the bounty, is certainly on the minds of Level Esports here as well, but he's just always in this mode, just there at the end, and that's what you need, even as the Tick. I mean, the unlikeliest of candidates, really. Yes, the healing is much more there than it is for other brawlers, but nonetheless, I mean, it's just really quite incredible to watch that man play on this Tick pick, and it's really, really cutting its worth. Another head going on the other side of the map into Jubilee's lap there, but it is taken care of this time round, learning from his past mistakes there as well, because it was problematic for him to deal with in the last game. But let's see now as Reese really is shoved into that top right hand side now, but this pinch coming in is quite good here from Level Esports.
It'll be a little brief slowdown. Tubi trying to find exactly where to go in there, looking for a cane or a TP, but nothing really doing here. Tick Super pops up across the map, but not enough to confirm. So still just vibing. Top side, gotta look out for the Kenji though.
Motep doing some good job in the healing in the middle here and just really giving himself a lot of place to work with. But now really in a tough spot as Calva gets a hypercharge at just the right amount of time here. Peck has got a lot of damage to be dealt with here with that 3 level power up. Now, in the 3 versus 2 scenario, it's going to be quite tough here to make this work. Calva being pushed into the gas here, the Tick head as well. Not going to make things easy on him. Going to be able to go back into the middle here, the jump out potentially here. Trying to get the heals at the back of things here, but should go down finally as Level Esports pick up the kill.
Does look a little easy there for Level Esports. At least last time around was a little bit close, 1-1. I feel like this is the face we've seen on JXCR all day. He's just like, really? Okay, I'll take it. And that, oh no! You do not want to see that face at a Motep. You did not seem as thrilled as JXCR is about the outcome, so yeah, not a great situation for Foot and Arc. We all had Foot in the predictions. 87% of fans have Foot in the predictions as well. Level Esports, bro, they're playing like the better team right now.
Absolutely so. Absolutely so. I mean, again, I think it comes back around to a lot of this idea that for Esports probably don't play a lot of 5v5, but they should be doing better than what we're seeing so far. The strategy is as much more on the side of Level Esports as Motive goes down immediately there, and that berry, you need that kind of healing later on going down the lines, and this tick is really problematic for Foot. I mean, the Gray, the Mr. P, they all look great at dealing with it very well, and suddenly it's now 3 versus 3 again. I mean, it's really just, I expected to see more from Foot. We got to see Luca get those portal spawners down. We got to see Pekka get some kills for his team and have more survivability towards the end, because they can't feed into Brian. That's one thing that we've seen happening far too often. Weepy now has the portal spawner. Jubilee going in on Weepy, but can't then TP back to finish off the job.
I keep seeing just chaos on the side of Foot. Hoobie lands the cane pull, but there's no follow-up, and that's a lot of what I'm seeing. Pekka versus all. Kenji is totally a brawler that could do this. Half HP, which is like 22k, and does have the super.
Being pestered by porters now, but gets the swipe off, and again, these porters are very, very tanky. I mean, 13,500 HP. There's got to find the timing here to try and get the value onto both Weepy and Brian, and that's a hypercharge ticket coming in thick and fast for him. Not what he wants to see, but goes in with a slice and dice at the perfect time for it, but nonetheless, it's not good enough. And 2 members of Level Esports surviving on, and now just 1 moment away, 1 round away from securing that bounty pretty much.
Just fantastic play out of Level. They are playing better than Foot, full stop. I hesitated last time around. Now I'm saying it with my chest. The individual performance out of the Brawlers is strong, but also you brought up the strategy. The composition's fantastic. Foot are having a hard time being this aggressive. They finally do get aggressive, and it's Tick charging 1v3. Not the right move, homie. Level Up have 5 above 3. And Peck is already in trouble.
Well, again, it is match point now for Level Esports, who could be on the cusp of putting Foot Esports down into the lower bracket. And we've seen what that did to SSG earlier. You can see your competition live be disappearing before your very eyes if you do not stay on top in this competition. It's just that chaotic. Now with Level Esports with 4 men to just the 2 of Foot Esports, and actually 3. I can see Dewey now coming back into the map. It's going to be very tough for Esports, who've not really shown much promise in this particular game mode. It's been all Level Esports, and we need to see now Foot start to rise to the challenge.
Foot have to avoid being in the middle here. Brian has been abusing players in this middle position. He's going to go send the head across the map, and again, just keeping players at bay. Foot separated 2 and 1, and actually Level winds up getting the better of the 2v1 on their side. Again, better attention to detail, better play. And Pekka with the response and a better comeback for Foot Esports. We still have a contest.
Hang on, folks, it's not done yet. There be life in the machine for Esports. The first sign of it, get around. They get 1 more, then they might be able to find themselves able to claw back this from the inches of defeat, because honestly, they've been very, very close to just not really showing anything in this series. Now, there is a chance. They've got 1 man down there, but that might actually go in their favor, as the power-ups might be more on their side. Loco goes down to Weepy. That might prove too much. Just now, 2 members of Foot Esports on the field.
Troublesome as Pekka jumps over. And the Slashini is good. Pekka has no HP now, though. And the tick from a distance. Christian's going to finish him off. Hoobie answers back, though, so it's Gray. I mean, low DPS, but he's got 4 power-ups. I don't know how low that DPS is this time. TP to the mid, shot across the board. But the porters are shutting him down so hard.
And he's got to heal here as well. He really does. It could be doable, but these port spawners, especially that tick head as well, not really what you want to be handling with a Gray, and it's just going to be repetitive as well. Go away from that wall, Juby. You can't be doing mistakes like that. Certainly you can't forget that Mr. P is still able to shoot over that wall, but if he can get just into some angle onto both Weepy and Brian, get TP, then it is possible, but it's going to be very, very hard. Certainly that power-up is going to be carrying him here, and these porters are not going to let off here. There's a chance. Good heal off the back of that one. Going in now. They can't really even get the shots off of Weepy and Brian before these porters keep taking it in the way. Level Esports might be able to run away with this one. The ticket might be the last call, and it is. Level Esports get the job done, and 5pectacle against all odds now have got to fight it out in the lower bracket. Who would have thought on that bounty for being longest alive going the way of Level Esports?
Oh my goodness, dude, that's my nightmare. Everybody has that nightmare where they're naked at school or they're falling forever. Mine is being a lone sharpshooter staring at an unbreakable wall against two throwers. Like, what are you gonna do? What is Gray supposed to do? Oh man, just Level Esports. And like, jokes aside, the discipline there. How many of my randoms are gonna leave that wall and try to fight Gray 1v1? Real good stuff, and they win the set.
Can't take anything away from them. Absolutely on point today, and against everything that I thought was going to happen today. I mean, certainly a lot of the time in South America seems to be that kind of region where we can kind of predict fairly confidently what's going to go down and how. But this was not on the agenda for me today. Certainly not the case. And Space Station Gaming, the first one to fall here rather here today. And now 5pectacle in that same position in that lower bracket stages and just one series away from being knocked out of the competition. Yes, they got a bounty to their name on the side of foot. The Space Station not so fortunate, but look at SK Kalelis out here, $1,000 in bounties. Great stuff from Level Esports now as well, doing pretty well on that front too.
Absolutely. I mean, coming down to it, Foot and SK Kalala standing in front of us in the lower bracket is not the sentence I thought I'd be saying today here coming in. But this just seems to be the way it goes. If you didn't watch our broadcast yesterday, we did EMEA. Zeta Division, one of the best teams in the region, brought Na'Vi with their squad, one of the best teams in the region, and on paper, should have won, and in practice, lost out immediately in the first round. SSG loses in our first round, and now we're seeing Foot in an elimination match, man. This really everything upside down as far as Brawl is concerned here in September.
It's wild. It really is. And like, we're just being asked for our predictions right now. It's so hard to get out of your mindset the idea of going against who should be the favorites. I'm still hanging here with Foot. I think they can bring this one back, but like, time is running out. Seriously, so the pressure cooker is mounting for these guys.
It's a completely different game. I tossed my pen. I got to go find it. We'll be right back with the BSC.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
我が家世界の片隅にある安息の地何人たりとも触れることのできない全てが揃った楽園だった台所食材憩いの場情熱技巧お客様そして何よりも家族がいた戦いには戻らぬと誓っていた だがあの者たちは許せん。スターパークは今知ることになる寿司の真髄を。
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars.
Trav and Ark have returned. Me too. And now we are staring at a potential foot expulsion as they're on the bottom side of our bracket, Trav. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and who would have thought we'd see SSG or Foot, you know, like, well, obviously we'd need to see one of them at the lower bracket at some point. To see SSG go out and Foot in the lower bracket is just absolutely crazy to me. And now SKC obviously have a chance of being able to knock the two top dogs out of the competition entirely from this lower bracket and move on in the grand finals themselves to face off Level Esports. Honestly, I don't think it's going to happen, which, you know, we know that probably means it's going to happen.
I mean, that's pretty much my thought process as well. In fact, I'm going to double all the way down.
Well, is it?
Straight up, if you asked me, like, my prediction for this lower final, I would say Foot. But because of that very reason, I'm picking SKC Arc, because nothing is as it seems here in our September spectacle.
I don't blame you. Do you know what I mean? This was quite a tough one for me to actually kind of lay down and say for Esports for mine. I mean, I just think that the 5v5 has just really caused a bit of a spanner in the works for many of these teams. And I think that it's just a different game. Like in general, like just the way that it's just very much more chaotic with the possibility of there being 5 brawlers on the other side of the field. It just means that there's a lot more inability to control the situation. And when that starts to escalate, it's very, very hard to put a lid on things and to really gain back that form of control. And some of the best teams, it just seems to be this weekend that the best teams in 3v3 have almost, you know, arguably been some of the worst teams in 5v5.
Lot of different like reasons, perhaps. You know, I think maybe if you're number one threes team, it's you just understand threes so well that the shift to 5v5 is a bigger jump than it is for some of the other teams who don't know. Dude, I'm just guessing, because when it comes down to it, the switch to 5v5, Trav, I think it's just so new, not just for us casters or us in chat, but for the players as well, that a lot of what they're used to working in 3v3 just simply might not happen here in 5s.
We've seen it so many times where synergy wins your games, and that just seems to be what's happening through every single region of the September Spectacle in the Brawl Stars Championship. Just like every team who has, you know, a closer tie to one of their teammates, or, you know, they're better friends with the person they bring on, seem to win. You know, SKC, they've got Dance on the team. I think we can all admit he's not the most technically talented player there is, because he's a coach. But because he's been with the team pretty much all year and he's been friends with them, you know, throughout the past, they just seem to work. And I don't know about Derp, you know, we've said he's 16, new to the scene, not really a lot on him whatsoever. You know, he could have been friends with these guys for ages, and they could have played a lot of ladder together. They could have even played some 5v5 together, and the synergy will carry them through.
Very, very big point here. Like, obviously, any team game communication is going to be important, but, you know, especially when we look at Brawl Ball, which has been overwhelmingly the favorite here, which it's your turn again. Y'all can vote, Gem Grab, Brawl Ball, or Knockout, event.brawlstars.com, and go ahead and tell us what we're doing. But I've definitely seen a lot of sort of trying to predict what your teammates are thinking. Reading the mind of each other, Arc, is real important. And like, I mean, dude, we even see it as casters, right? You guys, us three have done South America and EMEA all year, and our conversations now are much more fluid than they were at the beginning of the year. So I think a lot of the players are feeling the same way.
Yeah, it definitely takes a little while of adaptation as well. And, you know, you spent the whole year with your main roster, you know, and you kind of locked in with them in the 3v3, but then you're kind of adding 2 new players to the equation. And 5v5, you know, a lot of it is just, you know, played horizontally as well. But Knockout is going to be our next mode as well. So that will please you very much there, F-Dot. And, you know, to be honest, though, I worry a bit for Foot because they really struggled in this mode.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, couldn't even tell you why. But as far as the bounty is concerned, Arc, I'm just letting you know that it's Trav's turn to pick the bounty.
Cheers, mate.
I'm glad you said that to him. I'm glad you've rubbed it in that a little bit more. But as always, I'm going to go with the play with the first takedown. That just seems like the right answer to me the majority of the time. You know, we saw players stay alive the longest in one of the previous ones, but this time, yeah, I'm going to go first takedown.
Hit that gas. We want to see players, well, don't hit the gas. Theoretically, we want players to get active early, which means the game should end before the gas comes seeping in. I'm carrying this bit on way too long. Bro, Knockout has been my favorite arc. I think it's just the most similar to 3v3.
I'm going to disagree with that.
Married to that. Is it the most similar to 3v3?
I don't think it is. I'm going to go with Brawl Wall's probably my kind of go-to, I would say. I would like to see Brawl Wall in 5v5 played out more vertically, though, because I feel like that might be a bit of the hindrance. It certainly doesn't feel as enjoyable to me playing Brawl Wall in 5v5 as it does 3v3. But, I mean, you know, Knockout, I think maybe some tweaks down the line from the balancing perspective. I can understand why they've kind of incorporated a lot of the power-up into that mode, but it certainly does kind of take it into a bit more of a realm of maybe unrealism when it comes to certain brawlers, which are just able to thrive so much in those kind of 1v5 circumstances. But nothing pleases me more, however, saying that than seeing Dance go through and just wipe out 4 players in one go as a coach. I mean, I'm all for Knockout when that's the case, and I want that to happen again against Spurt, honestly.
I'm the opposite. I don't want that to happen. A player should not be able to beat 4 players on his own. It shouldn't be happening. There's something going on that shouldn't be.
Well, we'll see what is supposed to happen as we jump on in here. Ark, we'll see you after the jump. 5pectacle and SK Kalalas are jumping in here to Knockout in our penultimate matchup here in the the September Spectacle. You try saying that 3 times fast. I won't. Crispy Crypt is the name of the map. That sounds tasty and scary all at the same time.
I'm not sure if it does sound tasty. I'm not sure if a crispy crypt. Yeah, but like a crispy crypt though. Like, come on, that's not tasty to me. I'm not sure about you, but for me, I'm gonna have to pass on that one, taste-wise. But it is 69-31 in favor of Foot, which does surprise me after Foot's previous performance. I thought a lot more people would have lost faith, especially after SKC have just knocked out SSG.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of weird here in the, you know, this is money's on the line, not technically an exhibition, but, you know, this is for fun. We're just kind of having a tournament here and seeing, again, we brought it up a number of times, established teams kind of fall down to lesser established teams has been really, really interesting. And also just watching these players kind of come together and doing it. I mean, you know, shout out our stats guy Knight in the back as he brings up the fact that, you know, Ice Crow, Doritos, VT Zim, they all left this SK Kalalas team earlier. So it's kind of one last run back. And next year, I don't know if that team is going to either maybe find another banner, like a different organization, even stick together. So it's cool that we get one last hurrah for some of these squads, you know?
Yeah, we get a few last hurrahs as well because it's the gadget that Tick's probably going to be using. So we'll see if that does pull through and see if we. Sorry, I've taken one of your jab. That's the kind of thing that usually come out of your mouth, to be honest with you. So
you're 1,000,000% correct, and that's.
I apologize for taking your style of pun, but I still stand by it. Let's get into the game though. It is a slightly decisive game as one of these teams will be going home. One of them will be going to the grand finals of the September Spectacle. Doritos, we've seen him play this Kenji so phenomenally well against SSG. And I'm looking for a similar performance, but at the moment, seems like Logo's just going to come in and clean up shop here, especially with that ticket coming in as well. But a return ticket going the other way, and that cleans up as well with a nice trade.
Well, Food seemed to be a little upset about being sent down to the bottom side. Fantastic performance in the early stages. And something I want to bring up is how fast it all went down, and I'll expand on that in a minute. But it's VT Zim here against every single one of his YouTube subscribers. Ooh, nice teleport. And Hubi falls down.
And another TP as Kenji's going to go in and use the super and actually not get anything from it. Hopefully they're going to be able to bring him down here. They do just that. 2 versus 1 will pull through. Well, it was technically a 3 versus 1, but sacrifice yourself for the greater good. Give your teammates some level ups and you're probably going to be able to pull through regardless. So good start for Esports there. Didn't fall at the last hurdle like we've seen a few teams do in Knockout.
How quickly Foot took everybody down was a big deal to me, because with all those takedowns happening at about the same amount of time, the power-ups weren't really able to be used by SK Kalalas. If you lose 3 players immediately, each one of them, you know what I mean? They don't get that powerful punch back. So really, really smooth play. I don't know if it was intentional by Foot, but it certainly worked out.
Well, rolling on in. Doritos continues his aggression, but Pekka moving forwards now. Got a little few Mr. P porters coming against him there, and we are going to see Shubi fall down up top. Loco has this aggressive Doritos coming towards him, but Motep will come in with the assist and get a lot of HP back from that Kanji. Loco rolling on in now, and a little bit of a defensive play from Doritos will keep him alive, but a TP away from Derp, just trying to stay in the mix as Pekka just continues going towards him. Another TP, but it can't get the finishing blow. 2v2 now, but Motep's all alone here on the left, needs the help from his team.
Well, perfect pincer setup. Doritos and Tufa between 2 slices of bread named Motep and Pekka. Doritos going to run down the Angelo player, though. Certainly in favor of Doritos, but Kenji comes around from the backhand side, trades a 1v1 into the Kenji, and now all of a sudden Motep. Slashimi comes out as an answer back to the opposition. Bottom side matchup is going the way of Dick as Pekka falls down. And now it's Motep versus Tufa. Motep clearly with the advantage as Tick is stuck in the corner, but it's Tick. He winds up winning, walking into the gas and taking the round.
I mean, that was not good. That was really not good from Motep. He walked into all the mines, tanked with Tick head, and died when Tick was kind of already running away and stood in the zone. Not really the best of things out of him there, but it does even the score and brings this game a little bit closer as SKC do manage to take that round. Need to see much better stuff come in, and a missed walking cane is not going to be the start that Foot wanted there.
So was I right on that? I feel like Kenji just walk around the Tick mines and win the matchup, but let me check myself. Can Tick, is that the zoning just too strong for Kenji?
No, I mean, he could have just stood where he was. He already baited all the shots out of the Tick. That's the thing. Like, he was kind of just stood in the zone and he had no shots left. All of his mines were on the floor. He's like, yeah, you know what? I'll just stroll through them. Don't worry about it. I'm sure I'll be fine. And he just wasn't fine at all. Little hypercharge being used then by VT Zim. Just pick up his super and uses it just before that hypercharge runs out. But that Tick head running towards him did take a few shots of fire there. And now pretty much they're just zoning them so well. We'll see if SKC can bounce out of this one. We do see the little Angelo takedown up top as Pekka manages to beat his man and make it a 4v4 once more.
A little scary positioning there for SK Kalalas. Foot completely surrounded him, but didn't really take anything. Traded 1 for 1, so who cares? We're playing 4v4 now as Loco and Derp make it a 3-on-3. Gas seeping in here. And Motep by himself is able to deal with Doritos, walks away, finds the super. Hubi puts the dotted line on the Tufa off of the assist. The team winds up falling down. Second round goes across the way, and SK Kalalas win the set.
I mean, what a start for SKC here in this. I mean, that is just absolutely quality. Dance manages to win that. They kind of a few mistakes here and there from Foot Esports, and it does make you worry a little bit for them, considering this SKC roster has already taken out probably the biggest rivals of SSG. You kind of have to start to think maybe they're going to be able to do it again, and your prediction might come true. But Foot Esports still a long way to go to be able to bring this one back now as SKC starts so strong. And Dance, I think he'll be fine with me saying probably the weakest person on this SKC roster, seems to be pulling through time after time.
I mean, certainly working out here, thinking big picture. You've been a coach for the team for a long time. Maybe the adaptation, to 5s versus 3s might be a little bit better. But as I said, SK Kalalas win the first game. Now on to the second one. Foot seemed to get much better. Round 1 to round 2 to round 3. I just saw a better performance out of Foot. And then continue in that direction is the question. First takedown doesn't bode well, but an answer back is strong. 2 versus 1. Motep in the super, chains it. Can't finish the deal though. Doritos on the good side. 4 players to 3.
Yeah, Doritos now goes in with a little dash and can't get anything back out from it. Pekka with the power up over his head, well, 2 of them at least as well, and a walking cane can be missed there by Derp. We saw Doritos kind of counting on it as he started to dash in, but does get a nice gadget there, and a lot of HP will come back to him thanks to that. But Loco coming in, trying to pin them in now. Tick shots being thrown left, right, and center, and actually making quite a few connections along the way.
Really cute teleport here from Hoobi. Saw what was happening, so just tossed it right in the middle. If SK Kalalas keep pushing that pincer, everybody can TP across the water onto the other side to safety. So real smart planning there. The great player saw kind of from a distance. So SK Kalalas still looking for footing here, but Doritos gets a little too aggressive, and Pekka pops him down from a distance.
Well, do have quite a healthy amount of players on this SKC side, but we've seen what can happen in a 2v3 situation. Shots being thrown out and can't really evade these. He's throwing them left and right of Loco. That's a nice TP in from Derp now, trying to get Loco down, but just doesn't really manage to do it. Traded out, and now it's a Loco versus Tick, and the Tickhead's rolling all the way around, gets in the TP with him, and SKC again take another round and rob it away from 5pectacle.
Tick has been such a strong brawler this weekend. I brought up a little bit here and there about how, simply spoken, there's just more people on the field, so the mines wind up just hitting more players haphazardly, giving him more supers. However, today specifically, Trav, I'm seeing more intentional, strong Tick play here. Really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, the Ticks do seem to really be doing so much work, and especially Tufa on this brawler as well. So it's a lot better than what we saw him do on the Primo a little bit earlier. Now the Tickhead's just going to collide in the middle there. And obviously both teams have the one power-up thanks to each team's, main guy going down. Loco's going to go in and get another one as well. That's just going to power up Derp, who's going to go in for the trade. Tufa solo as well, as Hoobi goes in for the TP, but can't get the kill. It would have been such a big brawl to bring down, considering how much we've been bigging up Tick in the past few seconds. Mr. P has the porters in hand, not throwing them down just yet, as probably wants to get in a bit of a safer position where the gas won't consume them before using it.
Smart play. Hoobi, though, not thinking too hard there, just shoved in a locker, as it was 3-on-1. No real options for the gray player to really get out of there, so. Esports now looking up, but it's not a crazy hill, as the Tick Super winds up getting one from across the map. So it's Tick Angelo versus Tick Mr. P. No! Mr. P and Tick versus just the Angelo. And Pekka makes it a 1v1 duel.
Well, Mr. P versus Angelo here, and this needs to be sorted by Pekka before it gets to kind of late round gas stages. We've got the TP available for Pekka, and he's going to be able to stand in this water outside of the gas. Dan's getting a lot of work done now. Can he get the last shot? He does! And SKC take the first set. Really nice stuff from him once more, getting another win on the board, and Dan's really pulling through.
Dope moment for Dance as well. We brought up the fact that this player is an off the field coach. We're not used to seeing him on the server. Theoretically, he is simply less mechanically gifted than his teammates. And here we see mechanical prowess. The instant porter to block that first big shot of the duel was a huge deal, and then winds up going ahead and just maneuvering around the Angelo. Man, that was fun to watch. Great job here for Dance. He winds up playing anchor and making it happen for SK Kalalas above Foot, one set away from eliminating Foot Esports.
Yeah, and that would be a huge thing. Imagine taking out, SSG and 5pectacle in a row as well, knocking them directly out of that lower bracket. It would be quite a thing for them to be able to do that. And honestly, at this point, it's kind of looking possible.
Trav, here's the question: Are you happy or are you mad if you knock out both Foot and SSG in the September spectacle? Like, are you not just like, why couldn't we do this all year?
Listen, if I'm getting the bounties, I'm going to be pretty happy with it. Yeah, you're going to be questioning, why can we do it all year? Why can we now do it now that we're playing with our coach, rather than when we had our main roster in 3v3? But at the same time, if you're getting a few, a few bags of cash here and there, $500 every time you tick a bounty off, then you're going to be pretty pleased about the money you're going to be taking home if you're SKC.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. You take home a couple of bounties. Maybe you couldn't make it to Worlds, but you take home the bounties and you can buy yourself a ticket to Superfest, just like that. November 1st to the 3rd, see you there. So that's might be SK Kalalas' dream.
honestly, you know, they're at this point, with all the bounties they're getting, they should be able to afford it, because they seem to be ticking these off quite fast, one after another, which is really, really nice to see for a team like this who haven't had the most successful year, as you say. Why couldn't we have beaten them throughout the year? At least you're going to be able to beat them at the end if you can do it twice in a row. So that's really nice stuff. We're going to be voting on the modifiers now as well. It is going to be the top row, I believe, so it's between Energy Drink, Fast Brawlers, Angry Robo, and Graveyard Shift. I'm going to be going for Energy Drink. I'm not sure about you, F. Dot.
I'm voting for Angry Robo. We haven't seen it today.
You disgust me. You disgust me.
I know that we OD'd on it yesterday, but we haven't seen it at all today. I want to see.
And I'm happy about it. And I'm happy about it.
And it's going to be Energy Drink. So, Trav, once again, the world rules in your favor.
Yeah, listen, I got my wish, and I'm pretty pleased about it as well. A little bit of a damage and speed boost for the people playing this. At least we don't have to have a robot kind of following us about and changing the tide of the game with ease, at least. But I'd been fine with it, but I wouldn't have loved it. Fast Brawlers and Graveyard Shift and Energy Drink would have all been picked over Angry Robo. It would have been my kind of least desired at that point. But at the end of the day, Energy Drink, I'm pretty pleased with it. And also, it kind of keeps the playing field nice and even, rather than it kind of just depending on where the robo spawns, you know?
Well, I mean, see, you gotta play around it depending on where the robo spawns, but you gotta have characters with heavy displacement so that you can push the robo into places that it doesn't want to be. You want to play you all of a sudden you play a Gale and a Sprout combo. I can push the robo into you and then wall you in so the robo is only there with you, punishing you and taking away your Game Boy. Yeah, man, trust me, you can get creative with Angry Robo. But alas, we play the other modifier.
Yeah. And
this is Riverbank Knockout. Oh man, Knockout. At first I didn't like the power-ups. I'm coming around to them though, Trav, because of the way how differently you've got to play. Foot wound up winning a round earlier where they got they took down 3 players pretty much at the same time, and that was so integral to their victory because since they took them out at the same time, they didn't have to deal with power up 1, power up 2, power up 3. That quick, swift takedown was really important. So they altered their playstyle because of the power ups, and I think that's cool.
It is cool. It's nice to see that things have to change considering the modifiers, and I like the way it kind of alters what compositions you're going to be running as well. It's always a good thing to kind of not just have these complete mirror comps, but we almost do. We got the Gray up top and a Mo down the bottom as SKC try to finish things off with that. We've seen Dance 1v4 with the Mo on this map specifically, so that does put a little bit of fear in my heart, but it is going to be, I think, derp on that brawler, so it gives Foot a bit of hope knowing they don't have to face the Dance Mo.
Swapping out the Mo. Mo has been, 90+% presence here, but SK Kalala's coming in like a bat and just putting everybody down. Pekka, can you take down 4 players?
I don't know if he can. As the Angelo, like, can he do it on his own? I mean, maybe as a Mo he'd be able to, just as Dance did, but can Pekka? I don't think so. Single shot projectile. I mean, Derp's gonna go for it himself here. They're all just running at him. What can he do? Single projectile. He's scared. He's running. He's got 1. Can he get 2? Almost brings Derp down. Tickhead's gonna be going in, and these tick shots still throwing. He's using so many gadgets to try and get away, but eventually the SKC wave will just consume him.
Could not kite the entirety of the team. And again, bringing up that strategy, notice SK Kalalas wiped out 3 or 4 people immediately. Might have been their plan. I don't think they planned on it happening that smoothly, but certainly worked out. Denying the opportunity to really milk those power-ups is a big deal here, I think, in 5v5 Knockout.
Yeah, it really is. Both Mr. P's have got their porters now, so they're going to be rolling in from both sides, and Motep taking a few shots to the face as he tries to start going aggressive towards Doritos, and 2 for there has to back up, but Tickhead goes down and it goes straight into a Mr. P porter. They're going to be pretty pleased about that outcome.
Nice escape to safety here for VT's in. Longest scoreless game so far as Loco finally puts one up. Doritos here deciding left to right, can't figure it out, draws the ire of the opposition, and his teammate gets the kill off of the attention. So a nice little intangible assist there for the Kenji player.
You know, like Gadget, Mr. P Porter, just pushing Mo all the way back up to spawn. Calvet's going to go down there. Nice pick off from Doritos, but it might get traded out. Tickhead collides with Tickhead, but one wasted hypercharge along with it. Derp's going to go in and pick up a kill on the right-hand side there, back in the foot. Spawn Motep so low and goes down as well. Now it leaves Pekka in the same situation last time. Can he make it happen this time? He has a super for one.
Well, takes down one. Much different scenario than last time. It was 1 versus 4. Now it's 1v1. Pekka's got no HP though. Tufa just has to wait it out, does so, and takes the round.
I mean, look how pleased Doritos is to be heading to match point against 5esports after just beating SSG as well. What a moment it would be for this team if they managed to bring this one down. Just one more stands between SKC and Level Up in the finals. Really, really nice stuff from them. The team play is just unmatched.
I had to go alt tab. I saw Doritos looking at the chat. I had to alt tab and say hi to him in the chat. There he is. Look, he's looking at the chat. Say hi to me, dude. Oh my God, how rude. I know you're on match point and everything, but he's clearly got more important things to talk to handle. So match point here, like you said, against Food, SK Kalalas. You know, this one hasn't been close, which is weird to say. This has been SK Kalalas very, very convincingly.
It is very weird to say, as you mentioned. Like, nobody would have expected this at all. Well, I'd have been like, SKC got first, you know, they're first out, but now they're gonna moments away from taking out the two top dogs. They just have to play this team game as they have been doing, and hopefully it'll pay off once more.
No, this isn't top dog. This is this is power. I forget the name of the modifier, to be honest, so my joke doesn't land.
Energy drink. Try again.
Energy drink. There it is. Shout out Monster. Right side. Just a juke. Thought it might have been a kill with a nice little jump back. SK Kalala slowing down the pace, and I don't think that bodes well for them. I think Foot is the team that does well when things slow down like this.
And Doritos so low there, forced a gadget out of him now as well, and Pekka taking the 1v1 against VTZM and brings him so low, might go down to the burn down damage, but a Tickhead just barreling towards them as well as that Mr. P Porter. So much tanking ability going on, and the Walking Cane does drag Dance a bit closer, but he gets a Mr. P Porter spawner, and that's going to help.
Scoreless, man. Motep, what are you doing? No! Motep teleports right into the middle of the blender and gets chopped up. Pekka being aggressed on by Derp, forced to jump into the gas, winds up falling down after the fact. Gray falls down as well. So a couple of trades here, two different team fights, and it's Kenji versus Mr. P. Health differential not in Kenji's favor, and doesn't get the super off. So it's Loco that winds up winning it on the Mr. P.
Yeah, almost manages it there, just clipped him as he came through that teleport, which I don't know if he was expecting him to do or not. Probably thought he was going to bait it to start with and then go through it, but we'll see if 5esports are able to win this one and keep their foot in the game. Hoobie's going to get traded out, but he takes down the Tick along with him, who's been just peppering the opponents pretty much all game long, and we were speaking just last set about how influential the Tick can be.
Doritos now jumps into the mid, thinking about going safe, but then Motep just aggresses all in and gets punished for it. Doritos gets the kill, but immediately is traded out by the long-range sharpshooter, who gets 2 for his troubles. And now VTZim on the run and chase at the same time. Winds up getting the chase. And now it's Angelo V. What's happening here?
Oh. I mean, not to kind of make that moment less influential than it was, but it was a little bit of an Angelo kind of just charging up shot, who could release it first.
Yep.
But it is only one round away from SKC now actually defeating 5esports and moving on to the grand finals of the 5eptember Spectacle in South America. Will they be able to do it? That is the question. VTZim has a super in hand after cycling out towards the end of the last round.
Again, I think the slower pace, I think it benefits Food. Motep here speeding things up a little bit and actually winds up on the good side for once. Takes down the Angelo, which is a big early kill.
Well, Tufa's head's going to bring down Motep, which is a big one as well for that late game presence. Not having that Kenji on the other side when you've managed to lose your own along the way is definitely going to help them out. Ubi's so low, only one away, just narrowly escapes Dance's shot there. Nakaube's just going to continuously throw down these shots, and it's going to collide with one of those Mr. P-Porters again, and that's how good they are. Little TP away there, tries to do like the little gene pull tech with that, with just grabbing the walking cane and using the TP to bring him further, but Tufa's still peppering around this left-hand side.
The tech is really cute, but unfortunately he pulled and nobody was in range. Honestly, if he just lands the cane, I think Gray kills Mo by himself. Instead, Dirk is walking away, not a care in the world. 3v3 is the gas finally seeping in here. Peck on the left side versus 2, whereas Loco and Kaio dealing with Dance.
Dan's just 1v1's Loco there, and that's not a match we expect to see. Derb's gonna get the kill, just Calbear left. Now it's pretty much a 1v1 on Tix. Calbear goes for it, but the ticket brings him down, and they managed to do it. SKC just demolishing all opposition and moving on to the grand finals.
Absolutely love to see it. I will tell you, this is something I've been saying for like 10 years, man. I want my predictions to be wrong. I want because that means something crazy happened. SK Kalala's sending Foot back home. Sports happen, baby. This is wild. This is crazy. This is a spectacular spectacle. And it's September. There, I said the name of the stream. So, I mean, this is what I sign up for. SK Kalalas doing the impossible, taking down Foot, and this wasn't an okie doke. I don't think they got lucky. I think SK Kalalas played much better than Foot Esports, and I'm saying that with my chest.
They played really well, and I think maybe their compositions were better as well, especially in that last set where they had that kind of difference maker. The Mo seemed to be doing quite a lot of getting some of those brawlers down in comparison to, you know, what Foot Esports brought to the table. And SKC, they did just play so well as a team. They had their moments, they knew when to die, they knew when to survive, when to provide power-ups to their teammates, and that's how to win knockout in 5v5. It all just does depend on the team play.
I also noticed that SKC were taking down the correct brawlers early so that they don't have to deal with the powerful guys late with the power-ups. Like, you're going to kill whoever's standing in front of you. Obviously, you're not going to say, no, I'm not taking it, but they seem to be prioritizing the right targets. I think they're just thinking about this in a much different way than the other squads, specifically the knockout.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's exactly what level Esports have been doing as well, and that's why both of these teams are in the finals in comparison to who is in... who's not in the final, I guess. the teams in the final have been playing the game and the team play a lot better than the teams who have been knocked out. The two top dogs are now out of the September Spectacle in LATAM, just as we saw them exit early in EMEA yesterday. So it really is down to who's playing better as a team and who's not.
Level Esports and SK Kalalas wait for us in the finals. Brief sponsor break, and we'll be back in a flash.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, chat. Welcome back, ARC. BSC on SPS, September Spectacle. It's been fun. And now we've got our grand finals right in front of us. Level Esports versus SK Kalalas. On a scale of 1 to 10, ARC, how surprised are you to hear me say that sentence?
A 10. There's no way you would have me down for this. I might actually put my predictions in right now because it's not in. I had down in this finals for Esports and SSG. I think everyone did. It's been the case all year long, right? And to have this occur, to have this be the first grand finals in this region that we've ever really had. No, like, it's always been for Esports or SSG in the grand finals, always. So to have neither of those two teams at the level Esports and SKC, who, don't get me wrong, deserve to be here. They've earned their place here. It's just crazy.
It really, really is. And I mean, like I said earlier, you know, I want my predictions. But this is the fun stuff when everything goes the opposite of what you're trying to expect. You know, this is the good stuff for sure. So Level Esports. So you know, I'm looking at my predictions, and I'm gonna ride with SK Kalalas. We'll show you it all later. But I'm like, yeah, you know, SK Kalalas, they 2-0'd both Space Station and Food. Look at them, undefeated. Level Esports has been 2-0'd the top bracket here, Trav. So they haven't lost at all.
That's what I'm saying. Like, listen, I don't know what you guys' predictions are. I know you said you started with SKC. That, in my eyes, that's recency bias. You know, it is recency bias. You guys both going for SKC, and I'm going to go for the Level Esports. Level Esports have beaten before. They beat them 2-0 in the first round. Yep. Done the same of them and beaten 4. And they went straight through the upper bracket. No sets dropped. To me, that's a winning team.
I respect it. Ark, why are you going SKC?
I feel like off the back of that last game, there's got to be some momentum driving going on there for me. I think that SKC have looked really, really good. Yes, they did lose early to Level Esports, and I don't take that in kind. I think we've got to bear in mind as well the fact that SKC have knocked out 5 Esports and SSG, and it's something quite powerful there. And in terms of growth, in terms of their mentor right now, I think they're going to be in a pretty good spot off the back of that last victory. But we'll see. I think Level Esports could very much be with a chance here. It's a bit of a 50-50, to be completely honest.
Yeah, well, we'll certainly see. I mean, oh, Trav, you made me second guess myself with how passionately you made your case for this Level Esports team, sweeping through that upper bracket. Very impressive. JXCR consistently comfortable on camera, just never seems to be too worried, which is a big deal. And I think Brian, for my money, has been perhaps, and this is up for debate, perhaps the most impressive individual performer today. With all that said, I mean,
I think you're right. I think you're very right. I think Brian's put a wonderful show in. I will say, you know, JXCR comfortable on camera, but Doritos has been too. He's been smiling. He's been loving life.
See, that's the thing. Doritos is smiling and loving life. He looks like, and I mean, this is all like caster conjecture. We don't know. We're not in VC. I'm making it up. But it looks like Doritos is like, whoo, yeah, we're doing it, man. Oh my God, did you see that? We're here. Oh, JXCR is just like, haha. Next. Look at him. Ready.
Ice cold.
Locked and loaded. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, he just looks so ready to go. I'm impressed. I'm still going SKC, Trav, but I see why you do what you do.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you said I made you doubt yourself. You made me doubt myself, you know, with SKC not going both of the lower bracket teams out. It makes sense. I think we both make great points. And as Alex said, I think it's a 50-50. I really do. It just comes down to who you think in your eyes has been playing better and who has had the better synergy. And I think that's kind of where we waver. So we will be taking a little bit of a pick on the modifiers. You at home, make sure to get your voting in. I believe we're on the bottom row this time. So it'll be Meteor Shower, Super Bushy, Supercharged, Top Dog, and Unlimited Power. I am going to go for the F. Special. I'm going to put Top Dog.
I actually want to see Super Bushy to be complete.
Oh, me too.
Like, what does it look like?
The last 4 times I've said that, and you're like, yeah, Top Dog. I like Top Dog. I'm a Top Dog. You know, like, and that, like, I've voted Super Bushy every other time, and now I've switched. You switched to what I vote for.
Well, guess what, guys? The modifier is going to be Supercharge. Just kidding. It's Charge. I got you for a second there, though, right?
You did.
So Brawler supers are going to charge faster. We've seen this a number of times today, and it gets really scary. Well, we saw Kenji chain into chain into chain into chain into chain into chain. Yes, I counted. He did it 5 times in a row. It was that cool. Supercharge totally can make things explosive here, Ark.
Oh, absolutely so. I mean, like, I think that it's probably up there with my kind of top 2 favorites, to be fair. I think Supercharge really is going to make quite a big difference when it comes to like how the team's able to pressurize the circumstances here and there. So I'm all for it. I would like to have seen Super Bushy. Maybe there'll be a chance later today with North America, because it's like, it's been sitting there this whole time. Like, I think it'd be quite interesting to see, but certainly it's going to change the game quite a lot. So I can understand why the viewers maybe are steering away from it. Supercharge, though, definitely not going to be an easy thing to handle, with no doubt about it.
I just want to see it. Like, I'm imagining a chia pet of a map, just like the grass, just it would be fun. Brawl Ball's fun too. Suspenders is the map. And our commentators, well, it's you guys. Finals are on the way. Trav and Ark are holding the microphone. I'll see you guys after Grands.
What's your favorite mode, Trav? Brawl Ball?
I'm pleased about it. Listen, I feel like we've had a lot of knockout. I feel like we've had a lot of knockout today.
I feel like we have as well.
Yesterday we had a lot of Brawl Ball. And I was like, okay, let's switch things up. Now we've had a lot of knockout. So I don't know if the NA show is just going to be all gem grab. And that's what the community are going to be going for. But I'm quite pleased that we've moved on to Brawl Ball again.
It's quite interesting to watch how different regions kind of fare when it comes to the votes on event.brawlstars.com. Definitely get involved. If you're still looking to get your Ninja Champy pin, then make sure that you're getting involved in those votes, especially as well as the predictions, and then you'll be able to do just that as the Brawlers are revealing themselves. Kenji on both sides, the Gale on both sides. I mean, the Mo on both sides. I mean, that's pretty much the three things that I'm always expecting to see. Slight variations here and there. Mr. P on the side of SKC.
Is that all dance can play?
I don't know whether I'm a massive fan of it. Say again?
They said, is that all dance can play? Like, he's non-stop on the Mr. P, and whenever he's on Mr. P, he wins.
That is true, to be fair to him. Yeah, he has got a bit of a touch for it, but it's definitely a South American special, isn't it? That kind of Brawl pick. Much more siding on the Max front. I do like that pick for Level Esports. Oh, actually, looks like we've got that on the side as well of SKC too. So certainly that's the kind of aggression that I'm looking for to see on a map like this. But,
Mr. P's just gone. It's changed to a bell. I'm quite sad now. After I made a great point about him just playing Mr. P and always winning with it, it's changed to a bell. So that's probably what we're going to be seeing. Oh, no, it's changed again. We're at Clancy. The first time we're going to be seeing a Clancy. I wouldn't mind that.
Definitely a brawler which is very strong right now, but certainly in a map as wide open as this, I mean, it's definitely going to be quite tough to make work with a lot of kind of longer range stuff going up against it. And Daz is going to have to work on getting those stacks in pretty quick. I mean, like, Clancy can be so oppressive in those later stages, but in those earlier stages, definitely that's the time to strike when it comes to Level Esports and their approach to that. And if they are very much feeling that aggression going their way, then I do worry a little bit for that Clancy pick, but certainly not a bad one at that.
Yeah, it thrives against tanks, and that's why it can be okay against Kenji, I guess, if you're timing it right and not wasting it whilst he's dashing about with his super. And if you time it right with when Mo comes in as well, you're probably going to be eradicating that brawler. But at the same time, are you going to be able to get into a position where you're going to have those levels? That's what I'd be questioning, and especially, I'm not saying Dan's a bad player, but look.
Sounds like you're calling Dance a bad player, mate.
Yeah, I am.
Well, let's see. Ultimately, at the moment, it is Level Esports with a very, very strong push right now, and SKC are doing everything in their power to try and defend this. Lovely Kenji play there from Reese, but can they get the ball forwards? That is the question, and Brian made that look very easy. In fact, the whole of Level Esports made that look quite easy. SKC caught snoozing.
Yeah, did use a Gale super when it wasn't necessary, though, so I'm questioning whether or not... Ooh, a little bit of a misplay there, just supering the ball over to the left-hand side. I think he probably meant to pass it forwards and super, and maybe could have actually had a goal if he actually pulled that off. But now it looks like Derp's trying to move this all the way up the top towards the goal, and Doritos using the super in the mid here, getting a few connecting shots, but slowed down by Gale upon return.
Definitely a tough spot for Level Esports as Weepy will fall, and JXCR and Brian, who are much healthier in terms of HP, but now Dance joins things, going to struggle a lot against that Gale, but some missed shots there from JXCR. It's down to Christian there to pick up the scraps, who's got the hypercharge now, as well as down the bottom side. We're seeing a lot of aggression there from Tupa Reese, down to 111 HP, and Weepy also. This is a great time for SKC to strike. There's not really a follow-up. Derp now, left alone, going to make a run for it, and actually there's a pretty decent attempt when you're on your own to do so.
Yeah, well, Dance one shot. Actually going to use the super to secure the kill and try and move this forward. I mean, with 58 seconds on the clock, they're just looking to probably try and defend this one out unless they get a bursting chance to score. But VT's in defending this goal well, and when a Kenji's the one pushing the ball forwards, you don't really want a Gale defending you. Brian can't really get the ball out of his hands, and they're just going to go for the ball and push it back to their side. Possibly even drop it down the bottom here to move it away from the massive cluster of SKC players. Yeah, it's a wise strat. I do not blame Level Esports for it, because it is down to SKC to really go on that aggressive and just take the ball into their own hands. Now, Doritos now, as we've seen like Kenji all day long, doing a fantastic job at Brian rolling in with the Mo drill there, forced back away by the Gale, and then JXL with a nice response from the hypercharge rolling in as well. Derp coming in, but it is still SKC who are behind. They've got to get a goal, and it's got to come in 10 seconds. Yeah, Dance on the breakaway with a hypercharge and the mark. Do shut it down. 10 seconds now. Still pushing forwards. There's the super. Brilliant from VT again, coming in with another cycle, but shut down so far. Twister off the ball. JXR gets it in the clear. Keeps Level Esports in the lead. They take the first game. It was convincing at the start, but a very sketchy ending.
JXR there with that twister. Honestly, that was so clutch. I thought that SKC were going to do it. Honestly, it was all lining up. The stars were aligned, but it was just not to be that time round. Still just the first game, so there's plenty of time to get themselves warmed up. I like the way that Level Esports approached that match, getting that really early goal on the board, and just after that, SKC really just didn't know what to do with themselves for the majority of the game. So very nice stuff from them, but they've got to keep this up because we know that this is a dangerous squad. SKC, especially that man there, Doritos, all day long has really been shining on those aggressive brawler picks, and you just can't turn your back on that. And certainly they've got the team morale going there as well. Doritos always got a smile on his face, and you'd love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really get a chance until right at the end. They just seemed defeated for pretty much the entire game after that early goal went in, as you said. And that's not, the mentality that you want. I know it's tough. The Clancy didn't do a lot. And I'm not even blaming Dance for that, regardless of what I said at the start of the game. Just the brawler doesn't really seem to have much of a place on this map when it's such long range, and it doesn't really have the maneuverability of a Max, of a Kenji, those kind of brawlers who, struggle with the range, but make up for it in other ways.
Okay, we'll get some news. The modifier was not actually selected. So we are going to be replaying the set out, and that might give a little bit of a saving grace there to SKC, who obviously fell behind in that first game. But yeah, I mean, it's obviously down to probably, I imagine, player mistake. So we'll rectify that in the background. We'll wipe the slate clean and get back into action as quickly as possible. But, it's great to see that the players still taking it all very nicely, and still a lot of smiles there to be seen. And that's all in the nature of the spirit, all in the nature of these 5eptember spectacle. So we're going to be going in now, and we should be in a better place.
Yeah, there's no wonder Doritos was smiling now. He's got his slate wipes clean, and the loss that they just had, it no longer exists. But Level are going to want to try and rectify that and get this game on the board nice and early once more, or at least a goal on the board early on. Level moving forwards now, and Reese is the one trying to push this through. Has a super, goes in towards them, but actually doesn't really make many connections whatsoever. And when he lands back in place, it does go down. But Christian has the hypercharge early on. Bryant gonna dash, he'll go in and dash out, change back to this rat form and get another one back. Might be able to make a move now. He has this this drill form back once more. JXR gets the ball and the dash in will get the kill, but a miss pass straight into the hands of Tufa. Reese gonna dash towards the ball now, and although it was a clear, straight into the hands of Reese, who scores with 1:30 on the clock.
Yeah, definitely tough with those pushes there to know where things lie, but definitely the same start. I think this is kind of fair. It's kind of playing field now that we've got Level Esports have the same start which they had in the last game as well. JXR getting some great aggression there on Tufa, but down the bottom side, Dance and Derp having a very tough time of it as the battle shots do ricochet nicely between the two. We'll be staying alive there, but going to be taken care of now by Doritos. The speed from Tufa coming in at just the right time. Didn't connect with Doritos, but now can they find a shot on goal opportunity?
It doesn't seem like they're going to be able to, and a nice dash in there again from Reese on the Kenji. Just probably going to move this ball down to the bottom side because they're an SKC is so heavily up top. And Christian's got some good control and some good taps, and the mark as well with the hypercharge. Now the blustery blow comes in. JXR gets some good damage done, and Kenji should be able to finish off the Gale and move this forwards. Knockback keeps Dance off the ball, stops him from passing that forward. And now Reese might give it to Brian, and this is a chance to score. Goes for the shot, finds the goal, and this time the game will stand.
I kind of feel like it was meant to be, almost in a way, because ultimately that's kind of how we saw things start. Now, though, we've got the modifier in motion and it's starting to roll itself in. I kind of want to see a bit more from both the kind of Kenjis on each side of things. I think Doritos is now definitely going to be happier with that. And I think there's every opportunity for SKC to bring this back a little bit, especially now when you think about the Clancy having that supercharged rate encouraged as well. It's going to help things out a little bit for Dance, but it's still going to be a tough thing to make work, I think, as well as we'd like to kind of see, unless you really just mirror those Kenjis and stay on them in the entire time. But certainly I think on the defensive side, a bit of work to be made on the side of SKC. Certainly when you've got the pushes there as well, it's very easy to hide in amongst those and just try and expect the pass to come through. And a lot of times they weren't not really ready for that.
Hypercharge from Christian as well will get him out of harm's way when it comes to the Mo coming in, and VT Zim comes down to one shot. Reese goes for the shot and wide. We've seen this so many times. The ball keeps on going wide, and Reese going to drop a clown pin on his own teammate there for missing that shot, I think. And they're not going to be too pleased about that, but still have some good control. Kenji going to come in and should be punished for it, but actually cycled it out. Eventually will go down, but Dance trying to make this breakaway along with Tufa up top will be punished for that move.
So tough for Tufa to be able to do anything about this. I'm surprised he even went that far forwards, honestly, on his own, but we feel they're also going to pick up onto BT Zim. A missed hypercharge mark from Christian as a result of that blowback, but nonetheless, a great position here for Level Esports now. Pass going through. Christian has super as well, but just used it. Hypercharge available for Weepy, but then BT Zim comes in with a lovely double hypercharge, back-to-back super, and that gives a bit of space now for SKC to breathe.
Yeah, JXC almost made it out there. They're going to make a breakaway up top, and who's going to be able to stop this one? Brian is there. No super in hand. Doritos will put the ball in the net with 1:10 on the clock for Level Esports to make a bit of a comeback. But so far, SKC do seem in control, but this is an explosive start from Level as they start going. Christian needs a super if he wants to get this goal in, and it will never come.
Weepy's got the ball with that base shift as well, gets past the players. Oh my word, I thought that was going to be a steal. It wasn't to be, with the speed from Weepy brings JXCR into the mix, and now Reese going in with a huge amount of aggression, and the goal is followed up by Reese as quickly as that. Level Esports, they equalize.
Yeah, SKC sprinting out the blocks there with the hypercharge max speed. Starting to make the move, but Level will do the exact same now. The dash starts coming with a hypercharge super from JXCR. Cycles it out, gets so much damage in. Weepy making the moves, hypercharge runs out, but he still throws that super in. Now VT Zim's doing more of the same, and it's over the other side. SKC might be able to make a breakaway, but what a kill from Christian at a perfect time, and a marked up Doritos will be punished for his aggression.
Crazy stuff, but the ball is in a better spot, I feel, for SKC at the moment. Brian healing up as he has got the drill to hand as well. Dance getting some good splash damage going in early on because he needs to do so as the walls are about to go down. Nowhere to hide now. Everywhere it can be seen, and Doritos getting some early damage in. Level Esports are in trouble here. Low HP. VT Zim is marked up. There's the last saving grace. Gets the super past the dub, who doesn't fail to miss. A lovely equalizer there as SKC now equalize the games.
Well, that's the answer they needed after such a convincing first two games from Level Esports, and it did obviously get reset, so it is drawing now to 1-1. SKC really needed that game after what seemed to be quite a dominant couple of games from Level Esports, but couldn't quite close the set out, and now SKC are back in the mix, ready to punish them. And Reese still smiling, still moving on with his life. Oh, sorry, JXCR still smiling, still moving on with his life, and I'm sure he'll be really ready to get back into the game and try close out this first set in favor of Level.
Doritos is just watching himself on stream. I mean, what does that? That's something that I could see you doing, in all honesty. I mean,
I don't.
I'm going to say that he was probably reading the chat rather than kind of self-admiring, but who knows? Who knows? Into a fresh game, and now again, very 50-50 to call this because of the way that SKC bring this back. We're just going in, but I don't think he's going to come out as Brian does take care of him. JXCR now has an opportunity with a healthy amount of HP and the speed from Weepy as well. It's going to require a lot here from SKC to clear up some of these scraps. I think Doritos now should be able to get the ball to the top, and there's no one lurking in the bush for Dance, and that's kind of why I quite like this canty pick at least prior to overtime, because it doesn't allow those swift takedowns if someone is lurking there.
Yeah, I mean, Tufa seems to be doing quite a lot up top, but we haven't seen a lot of it. Like, his max has just been kind of just up there and kind of taking 1v1s that we aren't really watching. But Brian will go in now, and using the super first as a Mo usually means death, and that is exactly what happens. Dance can use the super there and continuing his dominance down this side. Christian forced to use a super to keep himself alive in that close proximity fight. SKC still moving this one forward. Hypercharge can use VT Zim using it again. And Doritos still powering on. Pass into the middle. Can they defend this one? Tufa goes for the goal, and he finds it as JXCR can't spam that super button fast enough.
Tufa just in the right place at the right time there, and it was not the easiest of goals to make for SKC, so credit to them for that one, because that gale really did make the difference, but the ball had to go up the map, and Tufa had to be there for it. Now the push coming in from Level Esports. Some good defensive work from there from VT Zim. Doritos though marked up and taken swiftly care of. Now Derp as well in a terrible position. It's really VT Zim that's holding everything together, but there is a counter there from JXCR. Can Brian make this? The dash is a bit too far there from Doritos, and the ball triggers behind.
I don't know if that's me, but I think him walking would have got there. without the dash, but I'm not 100% sure, so I'm not going to start criticizing just yet. Derp going to go in, and now it's like as fast as that. One mistake, dashing over the ball, and Level Esports will punish. That's going to be the set going their way, and SKC, what looked to be such a promising comeback in this first set, cut short by Level.
What a great goal there from Brian. That was brilliant stuff. I mean, like, that's why you bring Mo in, really, isn't it? I mean, but to really time that and make sure you get the knockback plus pick up the ball, not the easiest of things to actually kind of judge. So I really do appreciate the way that Level Esports jumped straight back in and responded in kind in such a great fashion there. But certainly giving some things for SKC to think about. I mean, that was such a swift goal towards the end just to really secure that set, and that's what was necessary. SKC were really starting to gain some good momentum in that set, but as quickly as that, you know, if you just turn your back, you're gonna get punished for it. Some great moments, certainly from both JXCR and the Gale on the other side of things too. BT Sim doing his work, but nonetheless, Level Esports just had a bit of an edge in that set.
Yeah, it did seem that way. I will say, though, SKC really started to look better. They really did. And then they concede one goal and everything falls apart as Brian manages to slide this last one in. And definitely a little bit unfortunate for SKC. I do kind of feel for them. But at the same time, you know, if plays like this are being made by Brian, then you've kind of got to accept the fact that it was just a good play and move on. We'll be voting on the next mode, which is played. So make sure to get your say in over at event.brawlstars.com. Gem grab, brawl ball, or knockout. This could possibly be the last one of South America, so make sure you choose correct.
Wow. What would you like to see here, by the way? I mean, we've had a lot of Brawl today already, so I mean, I think you're probably thinking gem grab, aren't you?
No, I'm thinking Brawl Ball again. I feel like we've had a lot of knockout again. Brawl Ball's my favorite mode. I love it. But I feel like we've overdone knockout today. I mean, yeah, we've just seen a bit of Brawl Ball, so maybe I'd like gem grab over knockout. But I wouldn't mind running the same mode back.
That's fair. That's fair enough. I mean, I think it sounds like you're gonna get your wish, mate. I think Brawl Ball is making a return yet again. So
by about 2%, bad looks of things.
Say that again.
By about 2%, bad looks things over.
Close one, yeah. Knockout was at 37%. So that's actually very surprising. We almost got knockout, and I know that Eftel have been cheering for that one on the sidelines. Crazy stuff. Well, I think it's down for me then to pick a bounty, which I haven't been able to say very often, but it is that time where I get to choose. And I think I'm going to go for the first goal again. I think that especially when it comes to me and Trav when we're on the cast, right? We've had plenty of kind of tied games. So I want to kind of really encourage that first team to score as just an incentive to not go around. I think the production counted 8 ties we casted yesterday in the grand finals in the EMEA.
It was mental. It was absolutely mental in grand finals, I will say. But as you say, I'm quite glad you've said we need that incentive to score goals
absolutely
fast. So I couldn't be more pleased about what you've just said about the first team scoring the goal will be getting the bounty, because you need to get it started quick, and then everything kind of just goes absolutely wild after that first goal in. Everybody stops caring about how passive and how controlled you are, as we've just seen in that last set. As soon as one goal goes in, everything just starts happening.
That's one thing I've got to say regarding these two teams for sure. It's like they definitely have a very aggressive approach from both sides of the field, and you got to respect that. There's definitely that time when we saw Level Esports try and pocket the ball just a little bit, but for the most part, they want to go on the aggressive. They want to be the ones to tie in and lock things down. So, well, let's see how that kind of bounty kind of changes that approach as well. Maybe we'll see somewhat of a more cautious approach now, because there's money on the line. $500 to be able to lock this bounty in, and of course, everyone on their eyes on the prize, bigger picture, $2,000 for coming first in this competition, and that is what both teams here are fighting for. Of course, for Level Esports, one more set will do just that for them. SKC behind in this best of 3 and do need to bring back a set here if they want to stay alive for that first place prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, if Level win this first game and get the first goal and then win it all, they're going to be taking home a serious bag of cash. But SKC obviously going to want to start fighting back, and also had the increased incentive of that $500 for getting the first goal in this set is going to be a big thing for them, especially when you start to lose sight of the bigger picture. Your mentality starts to waver, and you're like kind of questioning yourself whether you're going to win. That $500 starts to look more and more appetizing.
Well, there we go. Already the Ritz. Look at that positioning power from him, just getting behind the flow of action here to really pressurize Christian and Weepy, now forcing them to the top side of the map. But Meanwhile, the ball was in a very good spot here. If we can just close the gap or bring Christian in, thinking better of it as SKC now, just bringing back a bit more control to the table. Like the way this is going back and forth, but Derp is marked up. Ideally, not the best spot for him. Ball pass there. Not really going to be helped to help out until they can get down to the HP of Level Esports here, which is doing pretty well for the most part.
Yeah, Doritos going in, actually uses the super and gets the kill, but does get traded out upon return. Takes down the Max, but loses the fight to the other Kenji. And now Christian's starting to move out. He's the one who's marked up rather than Derp, so it's kind of flipped the script here as Dance goes in, almost gets the kill, but not punished by the super, surprisingly, but Reese will continue this aggression going forwards as Dance gets a little heal here and there. It's still SKC in control of this Brawl Ball game so far.
Good taps there from Derp, and Doritos still looking for that ball, looking for that goal-scoring opportunity now. Baron comes in, a nice attempt there, but saved off the line by Level Esports now, who are on the counter-offense. BC Sim does need to get that super ready to have that defensive capability here, looking for it still. But for now, Level Esports just were able to dig themselves out of a hole. Christian still tapping them nicely on this bell pick, although being marked up himself. Now, Level Esports start to make the play.
Christian has the super, doesn't get the shot off. No angle to the bottom right-hand corner there. But Reese will get it, gets the shot off as well before the super of VT Zim. And that's going to be the first goal scored. And I believe the bounty with it, right? I'm not losing it saying that.
First goal scored, yeah.
$500, first goal scored there for Level Esports. Brian going to continue this aggression as they want to wrap this up.
Lovely stuff there from Level Esports. So much aggression behind it. Little that SKC could do, but now JXCR alone, and now the tap to finalize things off. There's a hypercharge coming from VT Sim. Now the Kenji clears him up as well. But can JXCR do anything on this defense now? He hasn't got super here, he's got the hypercharge. So just a couple of hits away probably from gaining something to be able to defend this. He cannot go down here, and that's why Derp knows it. Taps him up there as well, trying to find Christian as well. So little time for SKC now. JXCR probably just one shot away from super here as well. You might not even need it though, but this could be precarious. SKC now with the ball possession, 4 seconds on the clock. Dance pushing it forwards, but is there enough time for the shot? He gets it in literally the final millisecond.
Just squeezed in. I was like, why is he stopping? Why is he kind of turning back? But managed to get the goal regardless. And now Level have a lot of thinking to do in a game that they thought they'd won. Now need to carry on for an extra minute and possibly have this draw. Good kills coming in though from Level Esports side. But up top the ball is there and Level don't have that many people available. Derp goes for the shot. JXCR off the line. Can't clear the ball up to Zweepy here, who would have had a great chance if they got it up. But Reese still there. Brian with the super in hand. Reese making the moves once his super does get it. Throws it out as well. Continuing now. The shot, but not. He went for the dash onto the own ball. Reese grabs it over aggression, and SKC survive.
Crazy stuff here. I didn't mind that shot from Derp. I think that was kind of playing to the idea that Level Esports were foreseeing him passing it to the Mo, and he went for the shot. I think that he almost got away with that as well. But 10 seconds now. Can Level Esports do the unthinkable and do what SKC did to them? JXR has the ball, but getting shot there by Dance to an extent that he can't really continue to contest it. And now, well, Trav, we've been here a couple of times before, haven't we? But nonetheless, bounty secured for the first goal. We got that at least.
Yeah, and now the bounty's gone and we got absolutely nothing for it.
Now we're in trouble.
The game's a draw that has an incentive to score first and score quick. Now we don't have that, and we're still exactly where we were when we started.
But you cannot deny, though, the way that both of these two teams are trying to be as resourceful as possible and trying to really push the limits of scoring these goals. You got to appreciate it, especially in a sort of map and mode where you could be very passive in your approach and just literally play the mid game. Both of these two sides do not want to do that, and that gives me hope that we might not have a repeat of yesterday. But so far, cut the tension with a knife, genuinely. I mean, it is very, very closely matched now as the ball being pushed down the bottom side. Reese trying to make it a little steal for the ball, but Dance playing on that chest pick, and it's going to be a very tough thing for Ken to play into.
Yeah, Doritos is going to go down there. Weepy will get a few shots around on Dance, who gets his super around this side. Depending on what he got, it could work, it could not. Goes for the bomb and actually gets the kill along the way. Wasn't expecting that. He did go quite aggressive. I was kind of expecting the stun with how far he moved forwards. But there's a chance now as VT Zim has the super in hand and Christian trying to shut this opportunity off. But a pinch from Derp goes a long way. Super pretty much wasted by VT Zim there.
Yeah, not a fan of that at all. Not a fan. JXCR comes in there and shows Need to see him how it's done. But realistically there, I mean, that could have been a really good goal scoring opportunity potentially, and Christian did well in that position there to tap him up and just keep the pressure on, and that's probably what got the better of him. Now, on the counter offense, good taps from VTSim, redeeming himself there somewhat, and bringing the ball to the top is the play again, cycling it around and getting it away from harm as 2 for there, getting it clear, trying to push things around a little bit more. But Levelese was coming in all full HP, by the way.
Yeah, the nest egg popped on Brian, which kind of takes it off the map, but we're going to see 2 for going on JXCR, who placed the Twister down, and now an opportunity surely as this starts to open up. Brian goes forward, super in the goal, and level once again. Goal by Brian.
Brian makes it look so easy, doesn't it, on that Mo pick? It's just every single time, bang on the money. Oh my word. For Level Esports now, continuing to mount the pressure upon SKC. Ball on the top side there, I think on the top right, being battled over by both Brian and Derp, and Brian has got the mark as well, but he's marked up himself. I think he missed it there onto Brian. Brian going in on too far and getting some good damage, but Level Esports quite weak and weary here. Reese the healthiest of the team. Christian has the hypercharge as well, getting good taps there onto Dance. Sweepy there pops his hypercharge now, and a lot of utility coming in. SKC have got to defend.
I think I foresee another goal for yeah, I was going to say for Level rather than SKC bouncing back at this point. That secures it as he kind of just backs off past the line and doesn't catch the ball. Unfortunate there for SKC, but Level Esports really on top of things at the moment. They seem so in control of that game, and that has got me kind of worried for SKC heading on into this last one here. Level Esports just looking a level above.
Yeah, I'm with you. If I could change my prediction, I probably would. At the moment, Level
They just turn it around and win now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's how it works. I mean, I tend to jinx these things, and it might go my own way. You know, it might go in my favor this time round. But the smiles are not there as much for Doritos at the moment, and I want to see kind of like them go back to their winning ways somewhat, because at the moment, Level Esports are making this look quite easy. Brian definitely, I would say, is far to be MVP of the entire day. I think in every single mode, he's just really excelled on the side of Level Esports here today. I mean, in Knockout, always the last man standing. In Brawl, you can count on him to score the goal. I mean, he's just literally doing everything for his team, and you can see it, a smile on his face. You know, he can sense the victory.
Yeah, I mean, everybody on Level Esports is just playing so well, and I mean, they're playing into the strengths of their own team as well. You know, if Brian sees an opportunity, they're going to give him the ball, and he's going to score it by the looks of how he's playing so far. So, I won't be surprised if they keep on going that route again and just letting the Mo do his thing and score these goals. And only one more game to win it. SKC have got to go entire reverse sweep now, and that's a long way away.
Yeah, it's going to be very much an uphill struggle here for SKC, but if they can reset their mental and get in the zone, lock in, it is doable. We've seen it happen just today. Reverse sweeps are not the most uncommon of things in a best of 3. Let's see those. The aggression already start. Reese going in as well, and the Kenji swipes, but again, the icicle's there, just blocking the goal. Does give a little bit of a lifeline to SKC, but that will only be the one that they're going to get, I imagine, as now the ball on the top side of the map, and everyone just trying to recollect themselves. Doritos now looking for a time to go in. On JXCR, I'm not too sure about that, though.
Yeah, not his best matchup, I will say, especially with Super as well. Seems a bit risky, but I mean, VTSim doing a great job of kind of flying on the radar here, getting around this and using his super to the best of his abilities. A little repeat super from JXCR that will try and shut him off, but no opportunity now. Dance trying to make the play for it, but actually there's an opening down this left-hand side, but VTSim too low to go for it as Brian comes back off spawn. Weepy gonna go get the kill, but his teammate was taken down right next to him as Tufa playing that Mo quite well at this point.
Surprised they didn't go in with the drill and just try to pick up the ball on the knockback side of things onto Tufa there. Just had an opportunity. I felt like it didn't really capitalize on it. Let's see now, Brian going in, and we know that Brian is the danger on the side of Level Esports now. Great blustery blow there from JXCR as well, but Christian gonna get tapped up by Derp, and great from him, ready to land those shots under that amount of pressure. Here's marked up, however. So Weepy, oh, actually gets Weepy as well. Derp doing really well here, but the ball's been left behind.
Yeah, kicked away nicely on the defense there by the Kenji. Reese did a good job of defending the Mo's push, as he did have quite a big opening. Doritos going to get marked up now, and that's not the position you want to be in. Big counter attack surely coming in now from Level Esports. They give it to Reese, but he leaves it behind, and he kind of deflates the opportunity that he had as the respawn starts to come back through. Tufa's going to get the kill there as well, but Christian, super shot in hand. JXCR's got this blustery blow, hypercharge, ready to roll, uses it on Doritos, not getting a lot from it, and actually gives him a big gadget in return.
3 missed taps there from Christian, and they could have been really, really brutal, but now with 10 seconds, can Level Esports find a chance for a goal? We see him giving the ball back to JXCR. I'm not too sure about that myself. Twisted down for desperation. Let's see now. Level Esports can get the ball. Reese finds it, but it's off the line by Dance. They're going to get this ball clear. Level Esports are not out of the woods just yet. Healing now. That was a close one.
Yeah, Brian just moves himself over to that side, instantly back into the rat form, and it's back to the mid to have this fight. Reed's going to get marked up by Dirt with the hypercharge. Tufa has the super ready to roll straight on Brian as soon as he gets an opportunity here. He wants to go for the ball, gets super of his own, which is going to help him massively in that 1v1 matchup. Weepy with speed wants to try to provide it to as many as possible as they all group up here. It should be used, and they should have an explosive play.
Everyone going in now. There's no blustering blow. There's just one there. Just JXCR gets in the last second, but the taps are there. But 4 members of Level Esports are covering the goal. And of course, it'll be Brian to score it. Unbelievable from Level Esports today. They've been absolutely phenomenal. Back-to-back wins and thoroughly deserving of our September Spectacle champions.
Yeah, I mean, back to back to back. And I think they're all sweeps as well. All the way through the upper bracket, Level Esports have just dominated every single team when they were the favorites, when they were the underdogs, and then I guess back to being the favorites again. They just looked so strong all the way throughout, and that's just a big show again of in the September Spectacle in 5v5. Teamwork pulls through. Well, with a little bit of help of Brian.
And some modifiers, but I mean, Brian, like I said, Brian was just unstoppable. A lot of today, just the shining star for me for Level Esports, but obviously everyone doing their bit. But when you look at this region for what it is, you got SSG is the #1 seed going into the World Finals. 5pectacle is the #2 seed going to LCQ, but is surviving through LCQ to make the World Finals. And then you got Level Esports, such an underdog in this competition that realistically no one saw coming, especially when you consider that it's just realistically Weepy who was on that team on the main Level Esports roster squad who got 10th in this region. Only 95 points to their name. Brian, of course, coming from Shield Gang back in 2023 with Weepy. I mean, that synergy, it does mean quite a lot. Not anything to say for the bounties on the side of Space Station Gaming. $0. The only team today to leave with no bounty, and everyone else split down the line. $1,000 each to 5pectacle, Level Esports, and SK Clearless, of course. Level Esports, though, taking home $3,000 total as a result of that first place prize pool of $2,000.
Well, it kind of just goes to show who focused directly on bounties like 5pectacle and who kind of just didn't focus on anything in Space Station. They didn't want to win, they didn't want to get bounties, and they're out the competition first. Definitely not the day I'm sure they expected it to be, but it's nice to see the rest of it kind of split amongst the other 3 teams.
Here's the biggest thing for me, guys. Like, Brian played on Team Queso all season. They didn't make a finals. They made monthly finals every time, but they didn't make a single finals all year. Next year is a new season of the BSC. I'm calling Brian if I have a team in South America. What a performance from him specifically, the rest of Level Up as well, combining to, I think you mentioned it, Trev, not dropping a single set. So impressive.
It is, it really is, considering through EMEA yesterday, we didn't see a single sweep, never mind a team to sweep. So it really shows how impressive that is in 5v5 in the September Spectacle as a whole as well. Prediction-wise, yeah. I'll let you guys touch on this bit. I'll stay humble.
I mean, it's the September Spectacle here.
Bro barely got 50% of the correct answers, and he thinks that we...
Ark, what did you get? What did you get, mate? What did you
One
get?
less than you.
What did you get? Exactly.
Bro said, I'm going to stay humble for getting 3 right.
Who's winning it?
This just in, predictions, we're actually going to go by golf scores. So whoever has the least correct answers is the winner for today. I missed it, though. Does anybody? I think it's me.
Yeah, let's go with that.
We have had a terrible day. No, there's no one winning here.
Listen, this was a lot of fun here. September, our regular season ended a little while ago. We're in the postseason. We have Worlds right in front of us. We got to see who wins the World Championship, and we're going all out this year. Superfest is in Helsinki, November 1st through the 3rd. Here's all the deets.
For the first time ever, we are bringing our 3 world finals together for one big event to crown the next world champions. Welcome to Superfest, where fans, pro players, and content creators come together for an epic world finals event, where only the best will compete and legends are made. Join us starting November 1st in Helsinki, or watch online at event.supercell.com and be part of esports history. See you at Superfest.
Like we said, November 1st through the 3rd, live in Helsinki, Supercell HQ. It's going to be a ton of fun here. We got a chance to see some of the content creators show up. I've heard it's really cool. And this is even cooler. You guys get to be directly involved with the World Finals, just like you were here today. The Fans Fang skin is available now for a limited time, and up to $1 million raised through this offer goes directly into the World Finals prize pool. This is a limited offer, and it's the only way to grab this skin for a while. The skin represents the latest player in our animated esports universe, joining some seasoned brawlers in a newly formed trio of BB, Fang now, and Penny. Post in the chat or on socials where you think the next team, what you think their team name should be. We'll see how it all works out, but that's the biggest deal, man. ARC, crowdfunding, coming to Brawl. Such a cool deal to get involved right here.
It's the first thing I did yesterday morning, mate, and I'm kind of a little bit sad to see that we have not seen it across the board in South America or EMEA played by a player. So North America, who's up next, by the way, if you're listening, someone put that skin on and rock it. You're representing for yourselves. It's a quality skin, and I really hope we see it more in the BSC very, very shortly. But clearly, you know, EMEA and South America snoozing a little bit on that front. But as Trav said yesterday, you know, represent yourself, guys. Come on, North America. Show us how it's done.
Well, Trav, that puts a bow on it. We do have one more region. North America is in front of us, but that's our last cast. Worlds is on the horizon at Superfest, November 1st through the 3rd, but that does it for 2024 BSC SPS. It's been a pleasure doing this. Any last words before we say goodbye to everybody till Superfest?
Yeah, no, it has been an absolute pleasure. The September Spectacle has been something special. It's definitely going to be a memorable one for me. It's like how much it's fried my brain, I think, more than anything. But it has been incredible to see 5v5 finally kind of thrown into competitive. Even if there's some modifiers here and there, it's still really intriguing to see how that played out. And BSC 2024 as a whole has been amazing as well.
And as for me, I mean, this September Spectacle, this is what we come for. This is the fun stuff. This is the community kind of getting together. And with the conclusion of the 2024 season, you know, this is 5 years of competitive Brawl from the jump. It's been an absolute pleasure being here every step of the way. It is so much fun, and I look forward to the monthly finals every single time. I'm looking forward to November 1st and 3rd. I can't wait to see you there. Of course, don't forget, North America is still looming on the horizon of our September Spectacle. I've been F-Dot, joined by my homies, Trav and Arc. Plenty of people in the back. Like I said, North America is still here, so stay tuned. We'll see you then. We love you, Brawl Nation. Peace, and much love to you. Much different scenario than last time. It was 1 versus 4. Now it's 1v1. It's got no HP, though. Cooper just has to wait it out. Does so and takes the round.
Might have been the play. I think he was hoping to have more HP to be able to do something more with it. But Dance passes to Tufa. Tufa on the VN. Finally a goal is scored.
Looks like it's going to be a 2-on-2. Tick on the right-hand side. Brian, he's got him trapped. He's got him in the air fryer, and he is cooking.
Doesn't really manage to do it, traded out, and now it's a Loco versus Tick, and the Tickhead's rolling all the way around, gets in the TP with him, and SKC again take another round.
So little time for SKC now. JXCR probably just one shot away from super here as well. You might not even need it though, but this could be precarious. SKC now with the ball possession, 4 seconds on the clock. Dance pushing it forwards, but is there enough time for the shot? He gets it in literally the final millisecond. Everyone going in now. There's no +3 pro. There's just one there. Just JXCR gets in the last second, but the taps are there. But 4 members of Level Esports are covering the goal, and of course it'll be Brian to score it. Unbelievable from Level Esports today. They've been absolutely phenomenal.
This is Superfest.